Mm. Hey, I wanna be an enemy. I don't want to. Yeah. Hey, I wanna be my enemy. Mm, 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 mm. What is it, the braids? Alright, your feelings, you don't wanna work with me. Okay. Kissing, hugging on stage. See, I got language barriers. I'll just do that. I guess.
Yeah.
Yo, what's the deal?
I just want, I just want to answer the first question real quick. What do people mean when they say "fuck them kids"? Fuck them kids. Nah, but look, uh, like, cause I be saying "fuck them kids," but like, what I mean whenever I say it, first, it's never "fuck them kids." Them kids, all right, they're not bothering me. I ain't bothering them. And it's like, what the fuck they gotta do with me? Yes, I know they're kids. They're my kids. I love them. They love me. But at the end of the day, fuck them kids. Like, what about me? You know, like. I've been using women logic, women. So I'm like, what about my autonomy as a man? What about me, my time? So fuck, fuck them kids. I just wanted to come up and say that, bro. That's it.
I had to
How you
get it
doing,
out,
bro?
man. Yeah, yeah. I think everybody. I want to know everybody's meaning behind it. You know.
Is this happiness? Is this happiness over kids? Children? Is this happiness over? Hmm. Explain your first question at the top. I need your perspective on or your perception on that real quick. Because
You talking about the topic question?
yeah,
Basically, people. I think people. A lot of people choosing happiness over over their kids just in general. That's what they're doing. Like all their decision is based off of if they happy, and then they put and their happiness only determine and they also, dang, what this thing is so freaking loud in my ear.
so like so like so like so like is the happiness that a person is experiencing over the kids under us generation kind of type question.
Man, basically, like even with if you hear some parents, they be like, "Well, if I ain't happy, my kids ain't happy and stuff." But that's not always necessary. You know,
I think parents who
they
say
put
that,
their emotions on the kids and be like, "Well, this if I know that I have I don't like say the parents split up and stuff, whatever." Just because they wasn't happy, basically, but the kids was doing fine and becoming better, but they just wasn't satisfied. That's what one of my questions is about, though. So it's just like happiness be the primary thing that keep a family together. I guess nowadays it's not about actually making things work.
but see, like, hey, you know what my goal is with the happiness, and like people want happiness, but happiness ain't gonna come if they don't have peace. You know, like that's the real
Right.
big thing that people don't realize, and they don't realize like peace. The peace always exists because peace always did exist. It
Right.
existed with the nothing, you know. And it's like
Mm.
if people turn off everything and just sit in your room, sit in your room, and you do have peace. You can have music and still have peace. It's just all about like how you intake um stimulation. Is like me, I can play music loud as hell. I can play music low. All depends on if I don't feel like hearing loud music or not. And it's like I'm still in my like in the prison. Like the music don't bother me. Like I'm hearing the music, but I'm not actively listening to it. If that makes sense, you know? Like I hear it, but I'm not focused on listening to it. It's just like a background noise or whatever. But some people happiness do be over their kids. I will say that. And me, if my kids happy, I'm happy because if I see them down, Nah, I'm bothered because it's not the everyday routine. Like, why you like? What's wrong? Why you acting different? Like, why you acting like? What's wrong? And if they want to talk about it, they'll tell me. If not, cool. When you want to talk about it, I'll be here. You know, like, I don't think nobody should rush their kids to talk to them. But a lot of parents mess up at this point because they don't realize that they are actually talking to the kid at this moment, and the kid is being vulnerable. A lot of parents would would mess it up and like tell the kid, "Oh, I ain't worried about it. You ain't got nothing to worry about." But the kid is telling you something. Like the kid telling you, "Hey, this is worrying me," and you telling me I don't have nothing to worry about. Then why am I worrying? But a lot of parents can't look at themselves like that, so they won't see their kids like that because your kids are a reflection of you. If your kid hollers at kid, like if your kids holler at kids and teachers, it's probably because you holler at people. If your kid like to read books, probably because you like to read books. You know, if your kids like sports, you probably like sports. Because kids be around their parents more than anything, and from me being a kid, how I learned from observing, looking at who I had around me, you know. So, um, people who say they happiness over the kids, that's one of the most selfish things that a parent could say, you know. But I ain't know somebody else came up. What else we got doing?
What the lowest? Oh, turn this thing on.
What's up, King?
What's going on, though?
How you feeling, brother?
Yeah, consciousness, man. I was trying to kind of hear what you were saying, man, but then again, I ain't hear what you were saying.
It
But for this
it,
first one,
it wasn't
only
difficult. I already know.
women say that a lot, though. You know, F them kids, women scream that a lot. Why they say that, man? Because they don't care about themselves, bro. You know,
Interesting.
all they care about is the dollar.
Mm.
Yeah, all they care about is the dollar, man. So that's the whole reason to why they had those kids. And then they go out here and they search for certain individual or males that they can manipulate and trick and deceive and connive, you know, to get that seed up out of them. And then once they complete their job, then you see the real them, and then that's why the dads be not in the home. And the kids team up with the mother, so cause dads be fighting for their kids, man. Like dads are coming around, bro. They see their kids living, you know, in a messed up environment, try to help out. Moms get mad, bro. It's just a lot to it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but the
I
kids,
done
they'll team
seen.
up against, they team up with the mom, you know what I'm saying, and just be like not liking the dad because they don't really know him, and that's all because
Mm-hmm.
of the mom. So what the mom do is make the dad look very bad by when he see y'all, he mean, he aggressive, you know, start painting him out to be a bad guy, all because of the love and care he have for them, bro. You know what I'm saying? Any man want the betterment for his woman and children, bro. So when you got any person got somebody sitting up there battling them, that's like you saying, no, bro, I don't want my daughter putting on nothing provocative. But every time you take her over your brother house or your sister house or your mama house, they throwing on provocative clothes and then they telling you it's okay, let her do it. And you like, bro, who the fuck is you just telling me to force me to, you know what I'm saying, just break all of my boundaries, all of my morals, all of my standards, just everything I stand for, you know, just let my daughter be promiscuous. Let my daughter think that shit cool. Let my daughter think that shit is okay. Like that's gonna be crazy to me, bro. They like and they fight tooth and nail for that shit, bro. And these women literally teach these kids this shit from birth, bro. That's why, like, you see the daughters always fighting with the sons, young as hell, bro, because the mom teach them that shit, bro. To
Mm.
feel and embrace power, young, bro. They start them off young, bro, behind closed doors, bro. Like, bro, that shit deep. It's real deep, man.
Hey, can I bounce off you real quick, brother? Cause like to go, if people who be like, let your kid do something, I look at it from kind of this perception now. Okay, you telling me allow my kids to do something that's not good, not not looked at as good. One, because one, it's not your kid, so you don't care. But it's like you saying "f me" to my face, like
They don't care about themselves, bro. That's all it is, bro. They want other people to be just like them, bro. They don't want people to love themselves, bro. Like it go like this, bro. Here it is right here, bro. Women, I'm telling you, bro, women will literally feel embarrassed or humiliated, bro, if a group of women saw them being so nice, so loving, so kind, so caring, so into their man. They'll feel some type of way from women looking at them like that, bro. But they don't care about how women look at them from them disrespecting themselves, you know what I'm saying, sexually to do anything to get a man. Like they don't care about all that. Like they be like, so I don't give a fuck. I got what I wanted, you know what I'm saying? And it's just because of a group of women love that type of shit, bro. Women take women away from being a woman, bro. Like
all
women
they
is
care about is the
women is misogyny as hell, bro.
okay.
Women do not like women, bro. Like a woman don't want a woman to be a woman, bro.
Hey,
Interesting.
fast. It's the thing. Women be in other competition with women to look the best for us to pick them. Like they don't be getting dressed up for us. They get dressed up to be in competition with other women, but they are supposedly supposed to be focused on getting a male spouse. But your focus is on this other woman. Like I don't know, but you get what I'm saying. I don't know, but it just that right there that always rocked my mind.
Bro, I'm telling you what's going on, bro. Women is in a court together, bro. These women, bro. The women collectively, bro.
I'm already knowing.
All women, bro. They felt like being loyal. You hear me? Listening to wisdom, bro. Doing the right thing, bro. Was being a slave, bro. They felt like they had no freedom, bro. These women fought for freedom, bro. And that was to do whatever they wanted to do, bro. And they would not give it up for nothing in the world, bro. They gonna fight to the end for that, bro. And they got a group of sons that protect them. And for that protection that they give them, they get benefits and privileges, bro. So that's why they follow that system, which is they say is the white man system, his education, his laws, his all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? His political standpoints. He just make up anything, do anything, bro. And these dudes go out there in that system and they follow, bro. They comply, bro.
Hey, but look, this the crazy thing. Those women, they also comply. They comply by the same
Women
laws,
took over the system, my dog. It's they system, my dog. They placed it their sons in a position, bro. This shit, they can't, bro. There was a well schemed plan, bro. They planned this shit, bro. They sat there and watched and thought it out and everything, bro. It's sick, bro. All of this shit was for them, bro. Look at women, man. You name me something very glorifying that they do, bro. All you got for the image of women, bro, is nothing but humiliation and self-disrespect and no pride, bro. That being the most provocative person you could possibly be is the most coolest fucking thing in the world. Only women is publicized, bro, as Satan image, bro. Not no damn black man, bro. This proved that man love his creation, bro. And for the love man have for his creation, she's taking full advantage of that shit, bro. Just because she got the cootie cat, she feels she should have the right to do whatever the fuck she want to do, bro. And all these dudes that say that they love women, bro, but you could tell that they don't because they let them do all the immoral shit that they do, bro, and make them believe that they is not wrong for doing that shit. Especially those who say her body, her choice. No man who love his mother, who love his sister, who love his daughter will sit up there and say, it's okay for her to go out there naked as she want to be. It's okay for her to go out there and indulge in illegal substance. It's okay for her to go out there and join a gang. It's okay for her to go ahead and be a stripper. It's okay for her to have sex with that man, and then abort a baby if she wanted to. And then, like, bro, That ain't no fucking love for no woman, bro. If you love her, you would have fought for it, bro, and you would let her know that shit she doing is not right, bro. Because you would not let your daughter or your mother or your sister sit there and make a humiliation or a mockery of themselves in that manner, bro, on display, bro. The mother of all humanity, bro. Come on, man. Everybody want to do whatever they want to do, bro. And they don't want to listen to God, bro. And that's all this what's going on, bro. Nobody want to acknowledge the truth. And that's just fact, bro. Women took over a system that was never even for them, wasn't even created for women. Who helped these little small ass groups of people constantly keep tearing down the black infrastructure that the people that they call black built? Black people. All you seen in history was black people with 2-3 white people chasing down black people, bro. Like, all that shit is written, and that shit is in history, that shit is in movies, that shit is in everything, man.
Hey,
Everybody who date outside their race, bro, is promoting racism, is promoting all of that shit. You feel me? Because they created this system for their kids to live off on to survive, bro, against us. For we the dominant bloodline, we eternal energy. Fuck that. Use them. Why not? You see women dominating men. You see whites dominating blacks. God told you that shit in the Bible. So how could we say, oh, no, this shit is just a lie? White man, we never told that dude to write none of that shit if the white man did write that shit. This shit was written way, way back before people was born in the motherfucking 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, bro. And we didn't tell them to write that shit. If they was the first true people or the real original people, why they just didn't leave it as that instead of putting all of this converse to have so much controversy going on in the world that, oh no, the black man is God. We didn't tell them to say that shit. Why do they got it in there that the black woman crossed the black man? We didn't tell them to write that shit. Why do they got it in there that it's going to say, why do they got it in there that it say in order to restore peace in the land, you got to remove the woman and her children, not the father.
So Slim, how you feeling?
Like, come on, bro. And then you look at society, bro. Just look at society itself, bro. Like, all of that shit correlates hand in hand itself, bro. Women don't fight for nothing but money and degrees, bro. They don't care about shit else.
Let me bounce out with you.
Boy, he had to let something off his chest. I don't know where that say about women at on this topic though, but I let it out though. But I just invited some people real quick before we go. If y'all can hit them likes and share. You hit them likes and share for me real quick so we can get this party going. I couldn't find no lives today. I said, I'm just going to start up a live because I was like, dog, I'll try to go on some lives. Nobody was talking about nothing. So I might as well start one, though. But yeah, keep on. Yeah, share the live, man. Couple hashtag up our page. Try to get me to 5K real quick. We're going to see how the night go. But yeah, we ain't talking about women right now. But I'll let you let it out, my brother. I don't know what the heck
I
is
thought
up.
we was because it is a lot of women.
What about let me let off nothing, bro? That's the thing, bro. You try to say y'all all stand there and take away and say none of that shit is true.
No, I'm just not saying that though. But I don't see where that say anything about it. The happiness over kids.
I thought this all came from the women. Me telling you about women saying is the biggest ones who say that about the children, F them children, and where all of that stem from and come from.
Okay,
when I say that they don't like themselves, bro, they don't love themselves, bro.
I followed you also. Like, that's why I was trying to jump in and ask questions about certain things, but I followed you and it made sense. It made sense. And you enunciated real well. Like, I was able to follow and like not get lost in it. You got it. There it is. That's how you perceive it. You know? And, well, what I was gonna say was things is like it is because they told us that's what it was like. So they show us. So we would rather be shown or be told how we should see the world rather than seeing the world how we actually see the world. Like, somebody would tell us how the world should be seen, and we go ignore the shit that we actually see. Like reality TV, the fights, the fake fights. We know how people fight. We from the hood. Like, but people still watch that and they come on TikTok and they talk about it, right? But reality TV, what we seen in like 2012, 13, 14, that is our reality now. Reality television. They told the vision, the reality of how it's gonna be in the future, and that's how it is now. Everybody think they're on TV. Everybody want to be popular. Everybody want to just even if famous or infamous, they want their name to be known. And that's reality. That's true reality. Women, and I said this earlier, for some reason, and I'm gonna go to my grave with this. Women just don't have the ability to say that they was wrong about nothing. And this ain't no attack on women, so if you feel attacked, it's probably true. I'm just stating
They just wanted to be promiscuous creatures, bro. And you had a bunch of children who felt that their mother should be promiscuous hell. She should do whatever she want to do.
But that's their choice, though. That's their choice.
They fought their father for their mother to be a whore, bro. It's in the Bible, man. All of this shit is written, bro. Like, we ain't making this up, bro. It tells you how all of these people came into play. The Bible literally tell you where all of these historical events even took place. It give you the locations, the landmark, all of that shit. If you really just into that shit for real, they give you everything. So if that shit was written way before 1,000 years, 500 years, 600 years, 1,000 years, yeah. We didn't tell them to write that shit. We wasn't born in that time, bro. And then how do you go that far back, bro, to say that will be happening right now in 2020 and 2024, bro?
Look, I understand everything you're saying, but this how we can also look at the Bible, man. We can't tell that Bible was hit before 1900. We don't know.
I ain't gonna lie.
We don't know.
I ain't gonna lie. The same history been repeating itself. Like, all religions say the same thing. That's why I was finna say the Bible ain't really the only thing saying how the world going the way it's going. I was just finna say, like, it's all symbolic. You ain't got to take it too literal, and you got some power. Like, I don't know, you got some power in it. Like, you can change, you can make some change out of it. It ain't all just whatever the Bible say. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But look, we also when you said like humans, like not humans. History repeats itself. Humans are a creature of habit. We can honestly say that. So humans will constantly do the same thing because what the saying go, good times create weak men, which create rough times, which produce strong men who create good times. Which one are we in right now? I feel like we are in the weak men part. So like the world is going shit, and if you look how everything lined up, and us, the kids.
Yeah, the weak man creating a strong man, and it ain't even man. Honestly, we know what you're saying.
Hey, but look, you know that people be getting confused whenever they be talking about God. Though we are God, like we are God. We make things happen now.
Why you think the black woman don't listen to you? Why you think she don't respect you? Why you think she don't got no loyalty to you?
Look, it ain't got nothing to do with
listening to you. She would have to love herself and love them kids, bro. She don't want to love. She ain't no loving you or loving herself, bro. She want to be a whore.
Well, look, let it be a whore.
That's another thing, bro. It ain't just black women. It ain't particular to race, bro. Like,
it's all women, bro.
Yeah, men is men though too. Like, you gotta remember that.
No, it's fucking her weak ass sons, bro. Which make it harder for the real men, bro. That's why they are leaving, bro. Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
Arguing that King
Louis. Y'all trying to realize, bro, that's happening, bro. Is that
King Louis? We not.
Oh, look, listen, bro. This is why they tell people not to unalive themselves, right? Just let people unalive you. You don't unalive yourself, right? And I'm about to tell you why they tell people that, bro. They tell you that because they don't know which one of these people that they calling black is truly God. And only God himself can take his own life. And for the people who do know who God is, that was there in the time of God, that's actually saw his face and all this and that and third, would not tell God who he are, for they all infiltrated him. So, bro, this shit is a bond in spirit, bro, before we even falling into flesh, bro. So people is literally living this shit out, bro, and until the day that God come back, bro, they taking as many souls as they possibly can, because why? Misery love company, bro. If I don't love myself, bro, why would I teach you to love yourself, bro? So if you got any type of feeling in your bone to be on any type of negative energy that I'm on, I ain't gonna do shit but feed your negative energy, bro, to be nothing but more like me. So why do you hear people promoting?
love and
No,
thy
listen,
enemy.
bro. Why you think you hear people promoting for dudes to be gangbangers and these fucking girls to be promiscuous, bro? Because they want them to be just like
the easy way
them. They don't tell them, hey, no, that's not the right thing. You know, I even got played. I got tricked, you know?
King
And
Louis.
why don't I help me another young brother or another young sister not to go down that dark, you know, that road, that path?
Listen,
King Louis.
They choosing to listen to that. And it got people who
Nah,
don't
bro,
choose
it ain't
to.
about that, bro. It's what you hearing the most, bro. And it's your environment, bro.
King Louis. You know what you're doing right now? You giving us your own version of the last book of the Bible. You basically explaining what's going on right now and what's to come. We know, we read Revelations, bro. But what I'm trying to tell you is
that though, bro. I ain't really talking about all of that, bro.
the Bible.
That Bible shit, bro.
But
It ain't even
hear me
about
out,
all
hear
of
me out,
that.
though, hear me out, hear me
We
out.
look at the
When it
world
comes to
and
the
we see
women
what's
too,
going on.
I know, King Lou, you basically agreeing with me. Just let me get my point out. Like, we agree with you that we see the same thing you seeing, but now, like, we talked about this shit all since 2020 to now. We've been talking about this shit, but now it's time to, you know what I'm saying, make some change. Like, we already agree the women ain't taking accountability, so they most likely not gonna make the proper change. But us as men, we still here. We still self-aware, taking accountability. We ain't gotta submit to the women that ain't doing right. So what I'm saying is, now that we all can agree that the book of Revelations was right, the world is going to shit, but they also gave us an outlet. God also gave us an outlet. He gave you Jesus Christ, Yeshua, whatever you want to call him, the only gateway to God, right? To me, that's symbolic for intelligence, divine intelligence, which rests in every soul that's been born on earth. Some people deny it. Some people deny their own intelligence, and some
Bro,
people
you know who
accept it.
Jesus is, bro? Do you know who Lucifer
Did
is,
you
bro?
just no? Did you just hear what I said? I just gave you
Yeah, I
an
did, but
example
let
of
me tell you
Jesus. I
something though,
said
bro. When you want to
Jesus,
talk
Yeshua
about Jesus
Christ.
is the way to
Jesus,
the
Yeshua
what you
Christ.
call it? Do you know? I
No,
hear you,
don't
man.
ask me no question. I'm answering your question before you even asked. Jesus, Yeshua Christ is symbolic for the divine intelligence that rests in everyone's pineal gland. That's that pineal gland that gets crucified. I mean, not crucified, but calcified. Yeah. Everybody got the chance to be intelligent,
Who
brother.
is
Every
Lucifer,
child is
bro?
born with the chance to be intelligent. They just
Who is
deny it,
Lucifer?
or they parents strip it away from them. Because that's why
All
you
right,
gotta
who is
honor your
Lucifer?
mother and
Who is
father.
Lucifer?
Lucifer is the body and the emotions, bodily urges, everything that makes you want to beat your meat and all that, and do evil. That's all it is. The Lucifer is your bodily urges. You
That's
battle
the
with
hey, look,
spirit and
listen, right,
flesh.
listen, right,
The,
listen,
the
right,
Bible
listen,
say
right.
you battle with spirit and flesh. Does it
Now
not?
that you said, right, that all of that you said, right,
Mm-hmm.
reverse it, bro.
Huh?
Reverse it, bro. Because Lucifer is God and
Oh no
Jesus
no no
is
no! I'm
Satan.
done. I ain't talking
So
no more.
reverse it.
Yeah, I about to say we
So
getting deeper
reverse
and
it.
deeper. I
Well,
don't know
look, I
what's
know what
going
he's
on now.
saying, but
We went from
the
women
I
guy,
to
don't play that.
talking
I don't
about the
play that in the
Bible.
middle stuff, bro.
the
I know
guy who
what's right and
created
what's
everything,
wrong.
he never
All right,
created a
so
religion.
yeah,
He
we about to just get on topic,
yeah.
man. Let's get on topic,
Hey,
man.
well, then, but look, this is the thing. God created
Yeah,
us and left us here. He didn't create no
so
religion.
you
He
just got to
didn't.
get it out. I'll
Bro.
Yeah,
let y'all rock with it. I'll let
These
y'all
I'm
rock
dudes,
with
trying.
it
I was
for a
just
little
everybody
trying to.
got
bit.
a
I got
problem
you,
with
brother. I
God,
got you,
bro.
brother.
That's
I
crazy,
got
bro.
you.
It's so okay for what everything that they did with to God, to the reason why all of these people is here living off of God wealth, robbing God up.
All right, whatever. I guess. Wait for a new group to keep people. All right. So with this topic right here, basically what we get talking about on this one is for the most part, people choose their happiness over the kids. Um, so where I'm getting with this is like even with the they say F them kids and stuff. I done seen that happen on both ends. You know, I see those be trying to smash women and all this other stuff and be like, well, I don't care about them kids, F them kids and stuff like that. So, you know, it's like pleasures, people chasing. So what I mean by happiness, I'm talking about chasing pleasures and pleasures, desires, and all these things. So it's like I think people, and even with this, right, with that last one, repeated abortions has proved this topic to be true. You know, that's just one of the things. You know what I'm saying? Them are because it's like I can get the first time, right? The first time maybe with abortion, the first time, um, okay, whatever, mistake, something, whatever they do, even though everybody got warned of what the situation is when you have smacks. Everybody got warned on that one. But when you keep doing it, now it's like you just chasing your desires and you don't know how to like. If you are sitting here unaliving possible kids just because you can't keep your legs closed. That's a problem, you know. So, but the thing is, everybody really out here just trying to really be happy. You know, I think I did talk about that yesterday. Or day before yesterday, maybe. Everybody just trying to be happy nowadays. They make decisions and not thinking about their future kids. You know, we just doing things and not realizing how we setting up the next generation and stuff. You know, it's all about how I feel now. Uh, YOLO life and all these things and stuff. But um, I feel like, and then we get to complaining about the community how it is. It's funny because this kind of tied to my yesterday's topic because I did a repeat of the individual mindset versus the communal. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. Everybody just literally just fighting to be happy nowadays. You know, they even splitting up happy homes, or not even happy homes. Some homes not even happy, right? But homes that's actually beneficial for the kid. But just because somebody's not satisfied, they split it up. You know what I'm saying? I even look at it like, and I keep hearing these things. I've been seeing like recent ones, like, oh man, she gave her kid up for because her mental wasn't ready and all this other stuff. My thing is, if your mental ain't ready, don't even be in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like people just be out here just coping for real. You know, looking at what other people get and think they ready for it and then get in it and not ready. You know what I'm saying? And then mess it up for the child. Right. Like people don't make decisions thinking about the child. Some people just like, I don't want to have a child. How selfish is that? You know what I'm saying? But not doing anything else to contribute to the community. But just imagine if our parents did us the same way. Ain't that'd be something, right?
I'd be effed up. I could, boy.
Yeah, right. A lot of be told up, So we see the new.
You know what it is, bro? It's just a lot of godless people out here, fam. You know, that's what it is. They just godless, and they think they way is right, but they gonna find out though. That's why I don't be caring what they say, cause you gonna find out say at some point in this life, or when the things happen, how they gonna happen. You gonna find out where you was wrong at, but then it's gonna be too late for you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like I said, that's why I think even with all these topics, man, I don't even be really caring about the low key. I don't even care about the adults low key. You know what I'm saying? It's just about this next gen. Yeah. All of us made our decisions. All of us done, we done did all these things and stuff. And that's why we make much of these messages. A lot of them be like, well, you're just attacking me, that. So either side, they can feel attacked. It is what it is, or they feel excluded or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's about the kids. That's just what it is.
But they don't, what they don't think about? My fault, bro. They don't think about is these kids is gonna be the ones either working in a nursing home where we gonna be at, or taking care of us when we old, or not taking care of us when we. They don't think about that part. We gonna get old, and we gonna need some help at some point. You know what I'm saying? And how we did these kids is gonna determine whether we gonna get taken care of good or bad, or at all. You know what I mean? We might have been effed them up, and they gonna be in Myrtle Beach while we need somebody to come help us open a jar of jelly. Cause our arthritis so bad and we so old. They don't think like that, fam. And that's the problem. They not thinking about tomorrow. Cause tomorrow coming.
Yeah. That's what it is, man. And I feel it, right. Make decisions that's setting your future up. You know what I'm saying? Even though we're not living in the future, the past is done and all that, but make decisions that that how it's gonna impact you. Because a lot of us just like that quick little microwave, quick pleasure, and all that stuff or whatever. But that quick pleasure can wreck your life. It can wreck your future. So that's why
they obviously haven't gone through that part of life, because I have, and I understand exactly what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, and for these women that can't keep their legs closed, I made a decision some months ago. Like, I'm gonna fall back on all that. I'm gonna abstain, because it's clearly we're not getting nowhere with all this. Everybody just, they just smexing, and ain't no true genuine results coming from none of this. No healthy results coming from none of this. People just out here reckless. It's STDs, and people ain't even going to get checked or treated or none of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you was actually in that live. That's what I thought about that where I met you at.
Yeah.
Where it sounded like one dude just seemed like, they was making up all type of excuses, but and that's one of the ones that want to use that it's in my nature type guys. I started to not like that. I think I noticed the more I start learning self-discipline and all that or whatever, and being, even with the abstinent thing, me and you was talking about that day anyways, though, but like the power behind it. Right. I realized how a lot of people, that's why I was just talking to one of my sisters yesterday, and I was telling her, you know, that we both get affected, especially behind smacks. People be like, "Well, body count matters." I mean, it affect both ends no matter what. They be acting like guys be something like, "Well, we don't be attached to it and all this other stuff." But I'm like, my thing is like, I think even if it ain't the same as a woman, right? It still affects you in some type of way.
Yeah.
I don't know why people be trying to act like we just emotionalists and all this other stuff. It help you. It mess you up mental. You see how, like I said, you see how my man was talking in there. It's like, well, that's your lifestyle and all this other stuff. It don't affect me. You're talking about your morals on me and all that stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with morals.
How much it affect him.
Huh?
He don't even hear himself. He don't even realize how much it's already affected him.
Right, exactly. I don't think none of them do. They don't know. Like I said, that's why I told them. I said, you know, it affected you. Now tell yourself how long you can go without it. Then let's see how it affects you.
That's the test right there. Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
They be about to foam out the mouth type situation. That's why they rather use things like, well, it's in my nature. Nah, you just can't control yourself. You addicted. That's what it is.
No self-discipline.
Yeah.
No self-discipline. Well, he think he winning though.
He do. And that's why he gonna be forever, because everybody hide their misery under things like that or other people. I can't say that word, don't know. You know, the green stuff. Like people finding different ways to hide their misery and stuff, but it'll never help. That's why when I did make these decisions, that's why I stopped drinking like heavy liquor. I drink beer every now and then if I beer, maybe some wine or something like that. But a heavy liquor, I was like, man, it's not no point purpose of getting towed up like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like little stuff like that. I say I don't want no change to me. You know, I don't want to be hiding my issues under things. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I'd rather just deal with it or find a regular way to look at it and stuff. So I just never like to change on me. I ain't like to be like, I got to be stuck on with a person. Not saying I don't want to be with somebody. I do want to be with somebody though, eventually. But I'm just saying, like, I don't want to be chained to nothing, to me having to depend on something to keep my peace. You know, so I found peace within myself. I just had to find it. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm ready to add something, but, you know, I think a lot of people think their peace is that beer or a piece. Right. You know what I mean by that?
There be coping mechanisms, but it's like you gonna do that every day just to cope with life or cope with the situation or the you know, the war you got going on in your mind, because that's what's really going on. It's a war inside you, and you ain't dealing with it. You just masking it. You just medicating it. Yeah, it's gonna come to a head, and he gonna find out.
That's facts. That's facts. And there's a lot of people I see in my family going through that joint, and I just looking at them like, dang, you know, it's crazy how. And I don't like to say when you just grew. I don't like saying you grow past people, but it just seemed like you maybe just mature, right? Maturity, I guess you could tell by that. But I guess I'm mature past a lot of these so-called adults, because I'm looking like, dang. Yeah, how the heck I'm aware of how life is, and you still like stuck, but it's just, you know, that's just what it is. That's just what it is. It
makes you feel like you alone in it, but you not though. It's you know what I'm saying? It make you feel like you just by yourself, like I outgrown everybody, I'm on this, or I must be crazy because they own that and they saying I'm crazy. But it's really them that's crazy, because you gotta smack almost every day or 3-4 times a day. You gotta smoke, you gotta drink just to get through a 24-hour period. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And they use terms like lame and all this other stuff. Or you weird and all. No, you're trying to keep up with the Joneses and stressing yourself out. Wondering why you can't keep a relationship. Wonder why you keep calling your peoples and saying, "Well, guess what Susie said, and guess what Mr. Mark said," and all this other stuff. Like you spend your whole life talking about everybody else but your own life, and then wonder why you mad.
Yeah, the same dude you had up here, that King Louis dude. We was in another live earlier tonight, right? Mm-hmm. And he telling me, because I'm telling him and another dude, because they argument is how the culture is and how society, you know, the subject was why do men sexualize black women, right? And and so they thing is, you know, they said black women sexualize themselves to a degree. That's true. But they were saying how it's the culture and it's
I seen that live. I seen that.
I'm trying to tell them, why you worried about society? You can't change them. Only person you can ever change is you. And they steady want to argue back and forth with me about. And then the dude King Louis telling me that I'm slave minded. No, you a slave to your vices, fam. I know what's going on. I just know I can't control nobody else but me. So that's why I fell back on the Smecks, because I know I can't control the 304s and the women that want to be out here with that. I know I can control myself, and that's what I'm doing. So I don't care if it's 300,000 females that want a 304 and open their legs. I know it's gonna be at least a group of 20,000 to 50,000 women that's not doing that, and I'm gonna go hang with them. You understand? And they didn't get that. You know, you trying to change the masses. They already set on what they want to do. They already done set in their heart and their mind. They gon' Smecks and they gonna do whatever and all that. I don't want them, and I avoid them. And when I come across a woman like that, I completely cut it off immediately. You know what I'm saying?
That's a powerful thing, man.
Oh yeah. I mean, Smecks is like, I gotta send you this dude. I was just listening to this guy on TikTok talk about, he was reading out a book of a guy breaking it down, like sexual immorality is like the easiest way for the devil to get you. You know what I'm saying? He said that most men sin outside the body, but when you sin against the body is what Smecks. And it's and I mean, before I heard him say that, I already was thinking like, yo, I'm disrespecting myself because I'm giving myself to somebody without her putting in no effort. I ain't putting in no effort. We just jumping into it, and we don't even know each other. And then after the whole, after we done did it, I'm realizing like, I don't even like this girl. She crazy. She stupid.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that would have me fall back because I don't want to keep getting blinded by love, and then I find out later she ain't even what I want.
That's true. I was about to say I see a lot too. I'm glad that I had put that to the side because I'm like, dang, I'll be putting up with a lot if I just go off, because I ain't gonna lie, there's some nice looking women on this app. I'm not gonna lie, but it's just like I'm so focused on how they talk and how they act and all that stuff, and I'm like, man, bro, I know this ain't gonna work out. But if I was in my old ways and wasn't, when
I just listened to him on the live, it'd be like, she bad, but man, I'm straight. Cause how she sounded, her mindset already let me know that ain't what I want right there. Cause I got a daughter.
That's the power. That's that power, man.
Exactly. And I don't want
you put that to the side.
I don't want that mindset over my child. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I link up with him, we get married, and then I find out later in the marriage she an idiot. Now this idiot been raising my daughter. Now my daughter got an idiot mindset.
Oh man.
I don't want no 304. My daughter decides she wanted 304 when she grown and out my house. Hey, you do you. And I already told you I'm not funding none of that. You know what I'm saying? But as under my roof, you gonna do what I say. You know what I'm saying? You gonna do it how I tell you do, because I'm trying to save you. Now when you gonna want to get out there and flip it, you flip it. But it ain't gonna be because I had some goofy woman over your head. You feel me?
Yeah.
I know a man who's guilty. We would tell ourselves a red flag of a woman while we with her, and we would still ignore it. And then months later, we'll be like, I knew it then. When people start realizing that, hey, if your body telling you something, pay attention to it. I can go deep into that, but I don't need to. Cause y'all got it. Like, listen to yourself. So yourself ain't gonna lie to you.
Absolutely.
Hey, Slim, come back up. I think your stuff timed out. I was just about to call on her too next, because I think she came up first, and then it was Conscious then. Yeah, Jar. But hold on real quick. Yeah. I think that sometimes you look out the page too long at a time out. What's the deal, Slim? How you feeling?
What's up, bro? Kev? No, my phone died.
No. Oh wow.
I was just on the phone with somebody. I'm like, I gotta get on here and help my brother, Kev. So I'm like, you was looking so stressed out, but I know, you be wanting to hear everybody out and stuff like that, and people be really getting on the app to vent. They do, clearly.
For sure. You can tell.
Yeah, you got a lot of patience. You got a lot of patience. It was so much going on in my head. But I guess all I really was gonna say was, as far as when you were talking about the kids, you kind of more focus on the kids. I agree with that in totality, but I do believe that it's people like you, like what you're doing, that's gonna help change that trajectory, because the kids need to see something, right? They need to have a role model. So you just putting forth the effort to even do these lives and whatever you're doing outside of these lives is what's gonna help, and more people that have the same mindset. So I know it can kind of look like man sometimes, but you got to be called to it, you know. So I commend you for getting up here and doing what you do, because it ain't easy. It's not easy.
Man, that's facts. Yeah. But yeah, whenever y'all trying to get this going, whatever y'all see that y'all want to. So I'm gonna do this one. I feel like this is the hottest one on this one, though. Do you feel like that? How you feel about repeated abortions and stuff? Do you think them people really care about kids for real?
Eesh, that's a sticky question.
Hell no.
I think that it's a decision. I think that it's poor decision making from the beginning. And unfortunately, I think a lot of pressure is put on women. And I'm saying, when I say women, I'm talking about like 19, 20s, like girls. These are, they're of age and they're having sex, but don't even know what that stuff entails. So it's kind of like, when you ignorant to stuff, you do things out of ignorance. So like, would you? It's like, would you say, or would you prefer for them to have the child in that time, in the ignorance and not knowing really how to take care of, nurture, give the child what they need, or not have the child? I mean, I think it's a decision.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, but I think first we need to hold them parents accountable because they know what's going on. They know their daughter getting of age, and if she could reproduce, go it. The fact that it could be prevented and it's not prevented, that's like the only problem that I have, and that's on both sides, you know.
Yeah, I think still when you talk about, I mean, I feel like when over a certain age, so not even really age, mindset. It's really mindset, to be honest, because when you're talking about people with an ignorant mindset, childish mindset, that's what it is. You're gonna have parents having kids, and then you're gonna have like what we had on here earlier. Grown boys, grown women growing up with all this trauma because they're not being parented correctly. They're not being they're not stewarding. You have to. It's certain things that come into play when you have a family and foundation. We go from A and jump straight to Z, and then work backwards. That's why you have so many adults that need healing. Like when I heard the brother up here, both of them that was going back and forth, I'm just like, man, they need healing. Like they need a healing process. All of this is trauma that they're talking about, and it normally starts from parenting. So it's like kids having kids because they don't have no clue, no reverence of where, and it's like we saying, hey, should they have kids? Should they keep the baby? But like, what's more important, keeping the baby and the baby struggling, or like the whole? I don't know. I can't even really tell you. I don't even know. I would say
Keep the
that
baby.
question is hard because, like I said, that's a hard question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying unalive your child. Like whatever decision that's being made, just know that it comes with responsibilities. And a lot of people don't take having kids like a serious thing. The kid be like 15, 16, 17, almost an adult before they start realizing, hey, I didn't even take this serious. And now the child is a grown adult with all these issues. So I think that's a sticky question.
But if that child is a grown adult, now that child gotta hold their own self accountable because you grown now, and your actions is your actions, and you will be held accountable under law. So why not hold yourself accountable? But also, it's like parents. Sometimes you did blessed with some good parents. Sometimes you did blessed with with your worst best friend. But what they do or what they didn't do, realize this: that's them. That's how they been. That's how they always will be. You ain't gotta try to change them if they don't want to change themselves. Heal yourself and realize, okay, it was done to me, but I can't let that affect me now. Okay, it made me who I am, but I can't not no longer let that affect me. And it's like people will. It's like when you get cut on your arm. If you keep picking at it, it's never go heal. People will talk about something that was traumatizing and get re-traumatized each time. And people be like, well, I'm over it now. Okay, cool. If you over it, why you still thinking about it? Like, yes, you ain't gonna forget about it. But you are choosing to let that emotion come back into your reality. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Oh, go ahead, Jar.
Hey, what's going on, Kev?
How you
So,
feeling, man?
oh man, well, I'm feeling great, man. I'm actually
Y'all
visiting a
fathers? Ain't
place.
y'all both fathers? Happy Father's Day.
Happy
Oh,
Father's Day.
appreciate it, man.
All
Thank you,
three
thank
of y'all
you,
fathers. Anyway.
Appreciate
thank you. Yes, sir. Yes,
Happy
sir.
Father's Day.
Got a 9-year-old baby girl, man. Praise God for her. So, Kev, man, you're on your topic on the first, well, the question you just asked. No, I don't. I think when you unalive, a child, and when you do it repeatedly, it's about self, right? um I think it's a very evil thing, but what I'm saying is, even I coming up, Kev, like Gary, Indiana, and west side of Chicago, which I'm actually uh visiting for the first time since 1998. I left this place, man. I haven't turned my back to look at it ever since, and I'm visiting this place. I'm like, Lord, it still look like it's devastated. And I'm just like, wow. And people still stuck in a mindset I can't get around. But anyway, when you do those type of things, it's all about a me, me, me. I have seen people grow up in like South Holland, Illinois, and other parts of Illinois that's not like the desirable parts, right? And they may not have had a lot of material things, but it was a loving household, and they grew up to do some phenomenal things. So, when people say, struggle or whatever the case may be, 2004, I had some members who were laid off and things like that, and I had some trials, right? But they made it through together. And now I have two nephews going to Division I university, and one on a full scholarship to basketball. They didn't delete their kids. They didn't do any of that because of the struggles they were going through. And at the time, both were pregnant with child, right? But they stayed the course together. See, that's the difference. Right now, we got a lot of people just, throwing around whatever the feel good slogan or whatever it is they got going on today. And I noticed that even visiting this place that I have not seen since 1998, and this will be the last time I will never see it again. But praise God, it's just something, man. It really is.
You say you're on the west side of Chicago?
Right now, I just visited a cousin, Gary, Indiana, and tomorrow I'll be visiting the west side of Chicago where we used to be at with my dad a long time ago. And I'm not really enthusiastic about seeing it, but I said, you know what? When I left that place and I left it behind forever, then
Mm-hmm.
I just said, you know what? I'm gonna visit, and wow. I'll just leave it at this. I know some guys that I knew in the past who are, from what I just witnessed, who still have that mindset, man. Now I'm just like, all right, guys, hey, you guys have a good day, because you don't know me no more. You just knew me from when those years were. But yeah, yeah, I'll be excited to get back home. I'll leave it at that.
I'm from the south side, man. I left almost 20 years ago. I ain't been back since.
Y'all in Chicago?
Well, I live in North Carolina now, but I was born and raised in Chicago.
Well, I will say I work at a hospital, so I do. It's a lot of DNC cases with abortions. Ooh, Lord, I picked the cases. So, and it's like it'd be add-ons. So like, yeah, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing, a big thing that's happening. And like you said, it is selfish. It's definitely rooted in selfishness on both ends. Both ends, because they I don't even want to get all deep into that. That's just too deep. But it's selfish on both ends, and it's selfish. It's kind of hard. That's a sticky topic for me. I know better now. Back then I was in a very selfish mindset, and we all do some things. I did some things, so I know how it is to be ignorant of certain things, and people
Yeah.
just
Definitely.
that's all
At
it is.
least you're aware now. You know,
Live
it's
and
some people
learn.
that continuously repeat that, like they haven't learned anything. You know,
Yeah.
so it's
But
good.
you
It's
learn early because there's people that's 50, 60, 70 years old.
still on stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, like what I just witnessed around 12-ish Central Time from this guy. He saw me Walgreens. I ain't really recognize him. Like, I mean, when I say, and this was while visiting in Gary. Tomorrow will be the west side of Chicago. I won't do it no more. But he was like, bro, what's up? And I'm like, hey, do I know you? I apologize. I don't remember. He's like, man, you don't remember me, blah, blah. He's like, yeah. I was like, oh, I was like, hey, man, what's going on? He was like, man, what's going on? And he called me something that they used to call me before 1998. And I was like, and I told him, I said, bro, that's not me, man. I was like, that was an old time, but that's not. And he was like, man, and, he was still talking about on Vice Lord. I was like, oh my God. And he's probably about 42.
Wow.
And I ended that conversation quick. And the miss I saw, I'm like, what is happening? See, I can't. That's one of the reasons why I don't visit this place like ever. So
40-some years old talking about gang banging.
So
yeah.
I do got a question because it's a lot of since it's three fellas, right? What do y'all say about when the last one about the abortions, right? What do y'all say, or what should happen when the man is saying they don't want this baby, and because a lot of cases, most of the men are like, I don't want no kids, and then the women try to control the situation or want to continue to be with the person, and they keep the baby. So a lot of babies are had out of this my baby, I'm not finna, but then the men are the people that they're choosing is like, I don't want my baby.
I can
Now
answer that.
women have, I think women are on this rave now, like, they trying to like now mirror the men with the I ain't having no man, baby. I ain't. But then y'all still out having reckless, So it's kind of like, and I think women kind of been on this rave for, in not even just that one aspect, and a whole bunch of stuff. Like they want their leg back. Like it's a given. I want my leg back. But what do y'all say to that? As far as like when that's the dynamic where the woman wants to keep it, but the man like no. Should they
that's scary.
the abortion or should they?
I mean, I went through that with my last child, my daughter. I didn't want no more kids, and my daughter's mother, she was like, she came and told me she was pregnant, and she was like, I know you said you didn't want no kids, but I'm pregnant, so what you want me to do? I was like, you already know. At the time I was in a different mindset, and she was like, okay. So the next night she was like, I can't do it. I know what you said, but I can't do it. And only thing came from my mouth was like, okay. And then the more I processed the fact that she was keeping it, and I got excited. At first I thought it was a boy, so I was really excited. And then when I found out it was a girl, I was just like, I hadn't even play with the thought of it being a girl. And we broke up in the midst of her being pregnant or whatever, but I was still there to watch her come in the world. And I, we don't talk now, me and my daughter's mother, but I still have a relationship with my daughter. But it was like one of the best decisions she made for me, to go ahead and have it anyway and tell me she was keeping it. And that changed me a lot, having my daughter. So when a woman says she gonna keep it, then the man need to roll with it. Because people telling me the daughter gonna change you, and she did. She still, I still have changes to, I know I need to make.
but it was definitely a good decision. But that's me. Everybody don't think the same. But I mean, I don't advocate for, abortions. I mean, that really changed a lot of, mentally, something about myself.
So to just kind of seal that question though, for me, unaliving a child is never in the equation for me. And for the men and as far as in my family, the men that I know, it's never. If you don't want the child, and if the woman doesn't want the child, or the man doesn't want the child, it's like, hey, give it, for give the child, for adoption, things like that. Whatever the case with that, because you make adult decisions to lay down with each other and do this act that causes procreation, right? Without any protection and all that, because we know that a lot of that's not happening. So, if that's the case, then that's for me, that's best practice to do that, because the bottom line is, it's just the other is not even acceptable in any way, shape, or form to me. No matter what, is never an excuse to do that. And anybody who ever says something to me like, I'm doing this to, get my lick back on or whatever, I'm like, first, talking to a grown man, in a childlike way to me, I'm like, hey, anybody, please cut that off immediately. Because if some have that mindset, and I'm sure, because we're talking about America, so if some have that mindset, then they need to be by themselves until they understand what this thing is about. And all that childlike mentality, because you hear I that's like that new age trend thing I guess they got going on with let me get my leap back, whatever that I'm like, man, listen, I got things to do, and that's not one of them. So it's like, hey, when I hear that, those type of people, I keep them at a distance. They're not even allowed in my home.
Thanks.
And I live close to Raleigh. Shoot, I'm like in the Knightdale, North Carolina area. I'm like, I don't see that kind of stuff. But some parts of Durham and Charlotte, but I'm like,
that's crazy, man. I stay in Durham right now.
Yeah. But and especially in this place, and I know they got some type of mentality because, yeah. So anyway, that's why I was like, yeah.
I think most of this, because even when most of it comes from when you're younger though. And I'm saying that to say even Sam said it, I didn't want my daughter. I thought different. I was younger, so most of the times these cases are happening with younger adults, like young adults. It's not like, I'm for sure some is older too, who's just ignorant, but most of the time we having our babies at 19, 20, 21. I had my first shot at 19. I had no clue. Really had no clue. And even with my second child, I was still stumbling over, didn't even, so it's like most of these situations are happening with young adults that don't have the reverence, don't have that insight and foresight on really what this stuff means and how you actually about to affect somebody else's life. We thinking about colors. We thinking about what we gonna put the babies in. We not thinking about what school, how much money we got in our accounts. Them are not the conversations nor the topics when we are pregnant with these babies. We thinking about this my boo and we finna be together. The conversation is completely different because it's from a childish mindset, and it's like in some type of way they are still kids. Like they're growing. So, and I think and I'm not saying I don't think nobody should unalive their child, because if you done did it, so be it. Let God fix it. But in it you do learn, because I learned with my kids. I love my kids. I do. If I could do it over, yes, I would do it over. But hey, but in that you do learn. So, and I know we don't live in a perfect world, and God don't expect us to be perfect. So throughout it, you learn. It's like a trial. You know, you figure it out. God wouldn't have gave it to you if it's too much to bear. But also, it is what one person does affects the next person. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah. Trials and tribulations, man. That's what it is, man. That's all we can do is be thankful that we survived and be able to have the strength to keep up. Just like you said, it wouldn't get anything too heavy on us that we couldn't handle. So sometimes we got to call upon people for help. Sometimes, you know, but it's gonna work. It's gonna work out.
Yeah, you got
No matter
kids.
what. That's what it is.
You got kids. You got kids, Kev?
Nope.
Oh, look at you.
You know, and
Yeah, I'm trying to be safe. That's all it is.
I was thinking this too, Kev. It's like there are a lot of men that I work with that are not with child. I've been an engineer at various places, Medtronic, John Deere, etc., and they're not. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's a reason for that, right? You know, they prefer families, things like that. You know, some of them brown skin like we are, and some from India, some from some fair skin, aka white, whatever. But I kind of see somewhat of a correlation with certain things. And I'm not sure. I want to look at the data a little further and see. But I'm starting to see a correlation with some things. Because the area I'm visiting now, it's a very risque, questionable area. It's like the one I'm going to now tomorrow visit. For the last time. And it's a risque, poverty-stricken area. And you know, we having this conversation 2024, but this stuff was happening in the 90s, man.
Yeah.
So just like, this is not a new thing. I remember 93, 94, all that, it's not some new phenomenon. This stuff has been going on, really around like the 80s. It revved up a lot more, and then the 90s it just started to really show its ugly head. And now, shoot, I don't even think it's turning back. But I will say this: I really feel there's a correlation to what I am thinking, what I'm observing, what I've observed since coming up in those areas to out in the suburbs of another place, another state where it's not like this, and there are better decisions being made.
I do want to ask a question. I got another question. Okay, because I've heard other women say it, and I have felt it before. Is it a thing with when it comes to guys? When it comes to okay, so I'm gonna make sure I'm asking it right. When you have kids with somebody, sometimes I feel like, or I've heard and even heard, men take care of the kids that they from the woman they actually like. Like, say you have kids by two people. I've heard women say, like, well, he don't take care of my kid. He's like, if he's in love with the woman, that's the kid that he kind of like take more on to. And I've previously felt like that with my children, but I've also heard other women say it as well. And like, how, like when we're talking about abortions, like, how does that, like, is it wise to keep a child knowing that like the man doesn't really care for the woman, and that could be a possibility that he might not even care for the child? Because because sometimes I used to say, like, how can a person not come see their kids? It's their whole human. It's a human that we created, but it's like men don't have the same attachment to the child as the woman. I don't know. And look, I could be wrong. That's why I'm asking. It's a panel of men.
I think it's case by case on that. Cause women, they have, kids for different reasons. There's different intentions, individually, case by case. I know with my first son's mother, I could tell she just wanted some dominate. She just wanted to dominate and control me. You know what I'm saying? And when I was just, when I broke up with her, and I just wanted to, I was already on the co-parent thing, mentality, and that wasn't what she wanted. So, she pulled off one day, and she never looked back. She was mad. I guess she expected me to chase and pursue her, but it wasn't about her. I was over her. You know what I'm saying? So she raised my son by herself. She put all kind of stuff in his head or whatever, and we don't have the best relationship now, and it's what it is. But everybody's intentions are different. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, some women, they have the child to keep the man for whatever their reasons are. And like, I wanted to be in his life, but I just didn't want to deal with his mother. And when she pulled off, I just knew, like, if I pursue her, it would have been a lot of things in my life that I didn't want from her. So I just had to let it be what it was gonna be. Now with my daughter's mother, I liked her way more, and I tried. I actually really pursued to try to make it work, but she didn't really like me like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still taking care of my daughter, and I don't talk to her. I make it. That's my choice. I don't want to deal with her at all. But I definitely take care of my daughter. So it's just it's an individual thing. But I think, yeah, to a degree, a man is going, he definitely gonna put in more if he likes the woman. And even though at the time when I was, and still in love with my daughter's mother at that time, I didn't, I wanted her, but I understood after a while that me and her wasn't gonna work because of her mentality. But I still have a duty to my child, so I'm gonna be obligated to my child. And I guess then after a while, she realized, like, she might have made a mistake by letting things be what they were with me and her, and she tried to come back, but I was done at that point. And I just wanted to, I just wanted to have the relationship with my daughter, and that was it. So it's just it's case by case basis. It's not across the board thing, because men think different, like women think different. If nobody's really the same.
So you know what? I get you on that one too, Sublogic. On my page, and this came from, because I know a lot of women love to hear Oprah talk. On my page, Oprah is pulling up some phenomenal numbers, which doesn't shock me. 72% of brown skinned men, aka some say black, right, are in their kids or in their kids' lives and battled, shouldn't have had to at all, but battled to be in their kids' lives. Right. So that old lie about men turning away from it, nah. And I've known the truth since I volunteered 2018 with American Fair Share Parenting. Nope. I don't believe that lie. Not even close. That's an old thing they used to say back in the 90s. For those who don't know, they used to make that lie came from that. They used to say, "Oh, the men leave." No. A lot of like Simple just said, the one I was married to, she thought she was going take off somewhere with my child or something. Bro, please. Man, I got to so quick, fast, in a hurry. The Delta flight couldn't get there quick enough, and I wasn't even in the mood to play.
No, that's right.
I was guaranteed. Just because our marriage didn't make it, don't mean that's a package deal with you and our daughter.
Right.
Better think again and do it quick. Yeah, do it very quick, because that ever repeated itself, man, I'm on the way hot smoking. So I'm like, I don't get down like that. That's fighting words to me. And I'm very connected to my daughter. She is extremely connected to daddy. I don't know about all that.
I think I
I'll
want
say
to
this.
change this topic. I want to change this around.
Roger
I
that.
want to change my topic though. I'm gonna make it in a minute though. I feel like I should make one because I don't think nobody talked about this, and I was thinking about it. I don't think people really taking that man's mental health month serious. You know, because I was thinking about it, and I'm just looking at how this whole app is going and stuff, and it's just still. And I feel like it's bold. It's kind of bold though. I'm just thinking. The more I keep thinking about it, and then I notice I'm like, dang, our stuff is actually mixed in with the other month. We already know what I'm talking about. I don't want to call them people in. I just feel like this should be talked about though, because I just be thinking about it. And then just listening to my man's earlier, you know, it's obviously got some stuff in. You know, like I said, I feel bad for certain situations like that. And then shoot, I can feel some things too. You know, I can understand some. I mean, because all of us go through some stuff low key, so I can feel it though. But it's just like, yeah, we don't ever take the time. Like we don't. I guess we just. I guess that's the world we live in. It's the world we live in that they like literally, if you just go around this app, they just
Arguments
it's like
everywhere
all
you
they
go
care
on.
about is just them. It's these same little things and stuff, but they not really taking this junk serious though. But yeah, I'm about to I just thought about this. I'm probably gonna switch the topic up a little bit. I do want to talk about that though. I gotta think of some things to talk.
Hey, what's
But yeah,
crazy?
yeah, yeah.
I
I
came
just
out of
thinking about that now. Like, dang, that junk is messed up.
I think that's dope, Kev. I think you should do it. Yeah, because
well, most definitely. I just came out of live with before I came over here. This female, and I was saying, I'm abstinent now, and I'm waiting until I meet a woman that's right for me, and I'm not engaging in intercourse until I'm married. That's what I'm saying. That's what I want to do. And she's like, "Well, you sound jaded." I'm like, "How is that jaded, sweetie? I'm making a conscious decision. Like, what are you hearing?" And she was like, "Well, I just kind of checked out as you were talking. So you on live, you talking about how you have this." She was saying she's abundant in love and she loves everybody, but you just checked out as I was talking. So how's that love?
And you know, Sim, you know what you should have did, bro? When people start using words and stuff like that out of context, because that's exactly what that was. You know, I started asking people, "What's the definition?"
Right. I should have.
Because
Right.
to me, since you misused that word, and you did, that tells me that you don't know the definition and you just regurgitating something that you heard somewhere else. Oh, you sound jaded. Because what? What is jaded mean? What? Oh, because I asked somebody what is narcissism. I mean, now everybody is diagnosing people with narcissism. Oh, I think that's not. Oh, okay. So what does it mean? Okay. Thank you.
It seemed like everybody a narcissist these days, according to
Oh
everybody.
yeah. That's just a new word that somebody heard without taking the time to actually open the dictionary up, right?
Right.
And reading the definition of it and saying, "Oh, well, maybe." See, that's the problem that I have.
I love the fact that y'all even talking about abstaining. You know how hard that is for a man? Oh,
I went through a lot to get to
You
this
know how many
point.
times I be trying to stop looking at them bad bodies and stop. Well, that
no,
just,
like that's deep because like
whew.
that's like the biggest weakness of a man.
Yeah,
So
it
You can
is.
master that, you go on your way. Trust me. If you can master that, you gonna be
you on
good.
your
You gonna be good.
yeah. So to embody that, like that's what's up. I love
Because
that.
I want more for myself. I realize that I'm worth more, and before I can expect more from a female, I have to value myself. You know what I'm saying? I have to give myself more before I can have expectations from somebody else. I have to value me, and also being in the few months in that I am, and the few women that I have engaged with. I'm talking about like I was even talking to this female that's a therapist, and she was like, "So you not trying to do nothing till you married? I can't do that because what if it's trash?" And I've been in relationships. I was in a relationship with a woman for 6 years, and the Smekes was complete trash. But because I love other qualities about her, we was together for 6 years. And we did have a lot of Smekes and it wasn't. I can remember like 5 times where it was actually pretty good during the 6 year period, but it wasn't that had me hooked about her. It was other intellectual properties that she had that that had, you know, that override the specs, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you have to, you have to value yourself, your body. And like I said, you know, in the Bible says a man he sins against his own body when he commits that, you know, outside the, you know, realm of marriage. And I don't want to do that. Like, I'm sinning against myself. That sounds crazy.
And that just shows, right? That just shows that you reverence the Lord, which is powerful. And you live by something other than yourself, which that's what all men need, because by y'all being leaders, y'all need to be led, which being led by the Spirit, right? You submit to God, and then we submit to y'all. Like that's, but then that even shows you're leading by example. So it does sound crazy to someone, which is odd to me. Because
But
like
you know,
they say they want a good man, but then they're not ready for it.
Right.
That's leadership. The ones that's out here just wilding, they're dictators. And they
But they
wonder
want to give them a
why.
hard time about wanting smecks, but they don't want to honor the man that don't want it.
Exactly.
You know? They
But
want to
that's
honor
cool because you're setting yourself apart, and you can now see clearly. And you, I mean, it's almost like fasting in a way. Like you can see way more because
clear.
you ain't in a mix. So that's powerful. I love that for you.
It's like the clarity, like you sitting back and it's not judging people, but you like Kev was saying earlier about the guy that was in here. See where he messed up at, because I could see clear because I'm not involved in that. But when I was involved in that, I thought just like him about it. You know what I'm saying? Now that I step back, it's like, oh, I see what's going on. They trying to get you emotionally attached through the intercourse, so you can be out here doing X, Y, Z, and they can just be who they are, and they know they got you hooked, and then they bringing bad spirits to you because they doing something with some other guy, and you hooked emotionally, so you're not even thinking about they could be doing, you know, something else, and you just trying to figure out why you got this bad energy on you. You know what I'm saying?
But an enemy, but Kev even said it. Kev, you said it earlier. A lot of women don't even be thinking that y'all even be having these. I didn't even think that men have these problems because, like, it seemed like sex is so easy for y'all. Like, y'all just be like, and this is just me speaking as a woman. I don't know how it is to be a man. But I'm just like, man, like, the way women think of sex, and I don't know, some women are different. Okay, I can't speak for all, but like generally, I think when women are kind of like wild with it, it's trauma that happened.
Absolutely,
it's trauma because that's not the nature of a woman. We will literally stick to one person, whack, unwhack. We don't like when we love, we stick. So when they reckless like that, it's something that happened, and But men are different, so it's like y'all can have sex with multiple people, and it's just like. And I never really understood it, but I'm just like, that's powerful for you to say that. And even Kev, I think Kev said it earlier, like, Kev said something earlier, and it just slipped my mind. I'm sorry, y'all. When it come back, I'm going to tell you. But Kev said...
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm over here making that topic right now. I'm cooking it up right now. I'm trying to think of some stuff.
It's crazy to hear,
my bad. Go ahead, son.
No, go ahead. You good? I'm listening.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like, you know, like, that... See that I remember it was like somebody's live, and I'm not sure, it might have been on Classics. It might have been on Classics Live. I know Classic ain't here right now. It might have been on Classics Live. But there was a miss that was like, you know, that's the way it should be, you know, men submit to God. Absolutely. You should always submit to the Most High. But also, that does not mean that a woman is going to submit to you. And the reason for that is because that's why the word says to be equally yoked, right? Because I know for an absolute fact that there are, and I have known for an absolute fact. I mean, this is again not new, but I know there's women who love the physical aspect of that more than me, and in a large number. Love it.
Yeah.
And not get enough of it.
Yeah.
Hands down. This is not like, you know, like it used to be a slogan. I don't know if they still say this now. I thought it was like we never held to it. I mean, because we from the city, so we don't buy the crazy stuff that people be saying. But they used to say like, what is it, sugar and spice and everything nice for like women or something like that. It's like, man, please. Well, they out here, you know, trying to run with the bros, all this stuff, blah 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 blah, and doing all kind of stuff. We
And
was
you know what? I
never.
feel like I live in a box when it comes, because I feel like I project me onto other women, and it's not like that. Because I feel like when I have this innocent perception when it comes to women, but then like lately, I'm seeing them do a lot of stuff, and I'm just like, whoa, like wait, we doing that? And it's like because I'm like I don't, you know, and I'm like when I think of us as little girls and how we grow up, but it's just like then when I see it, and I'm like, oh, this is what the men are seeing. Oh, like this what we doing now.
It's real out here, like
I'm seeing it. It's crazy.
In 92, 93, numerous times, there was women setting men up. Come to the house. They had somebody wait on. I have friends, or I had old acquaintances, I should say, that were unalive in 94 with set up women back in the day. We never thought that. We never believed that. You know, women innocent.
Right.
We never
twin.
Look, I'm sorry. Like I thought I'm like
Never.
seeing it, and I'm seeing like the craziness. But I end up remembering what Kev said. He was saying that men are emotional, and for a very long time, I'm like, if men can sleep with all these women, then they're not attached. Like, how can they do it? I used to always think, how can men sleep with multiple women and like have no attachment? Women, we get attached, so it's different for us. So it's like I didn't even know that y'all really kind of like feel when y'all move. I don't know what like, and y'all on here, so y'all can maybe tell me like what goes on in y'all mind. Like, do y'all feeling y'all don't say nothing? Like, how y'all doing it? How do y'all do that? What is it? Let me into the man's locker room because I need to know.
I mean, really is I don't know if it's like as difficult. Then the reason why I say that because I got little sisters like and married, you know, to at one point and so forth. But here's the thing, men, just like when I play football, men don't we for the most part we hold a lot of our emotions back, and that's not a bad thing because now it's a bad thing if you hold it in, and when a man explodes, that could be deadly. Or I'm sorry, that could be F1. That could be whatever. I don't know. We on this TikTok. That could be concerning. I'll say that. Yeah. That could be concerning, right? When if something like that happens. However, women, when they are in that physical act, they are conquered, and so they're in other words. That's why a lot of men, you know, if a woman is unfaithful, it's like there's no turning back for him because she's already now let another man enter into her and everything else because it's all, you know what I'm saying? So that is a man conquering, and she's been conquered. So she just goes with the emotion and the flow of things, which is not necessarily a good thing either, because just because the physical intercourse may be good, that doesn't mean that's a fruitful situation. So it's wild. That's why, we need to abstain from these kind of things.
Oh, okay. I got another question because I'm thinking now. I got.
Let's get it. Keep them rolling. Let's go.
So it's more of a conquer thing, not a like. So when a man is sleeping with, okay, just give a little example. If a man is sleeping with 3 women, one of them he may like, right, and the other 2 is just kind of like conquer, or can he be emotionally attached to all 3?
It just all depends.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
I think so.
It
depends on the man.
I think what's happened. Yeah, I think what happens in
like,
a lot of those
No,
situations.
he's just having fun.
I mean, yeah, it is fun, but I think what happens in a lot of those situations is like one woman will be his emotional support. Another woman will be his, I don't know. She might be
like just a fun dummy.
No, not even just a fun dummy, but it's just like each woman plays a different role or um, lends to a different aspect of his life that, and he keeps them around for those specific reasons. It's not that the totality of the woman of all three women is what's keeping him there. It's just like a piece here, a piece there. So like really, the three women, if he could take the best parts of all three different women and merge them together and form just one woman, like then he would be in there. You know what I'm saying?
So
I think that's what happens
poly,
the majority of the time.
is this where the idea of poly come in at?
Yeah, because I've been in poly.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've been in poly.
That sounds like I like you for this, I like you for that, I like you for that. I might as well just have all three of y'all. Because I always heard something different.
It depends on the man, because I know when I was young and I was out there like that, it was just a pleasure to do it. I wasn't focusing on no inequalities or none of them. You know what I'm saying? I was just they was all fun dummy. And then the older I got and I was still seeing multiple females, I was like narrowing down who had the best inequalities or made the most money, or they had to clean the house. And most of the time for me, because I'm a neat freak, I was always going for a female that had a clean bathroom, clean kitchen every time I came over there, because I like to be in a clean space, and so it just depends on the man. We can't generalize because everybody think different. Right. So it just depends on the man himself, But I mean, the older you get, if you maturing or growing in any kind of way, you start to look for more inequalities, about, whichever one, and you start narrowing down and you just say, all right, I'm about to cut the other ones off or just put them way on the back burner and just going to be the main one, even though I probably still mess with the other ones, low key, but she the one I'm spending my money and time on, you know what I mean?
Can I jump in really quick on this?
Yeah.
I think I got a little bit of a simpler answer. And I think that the men can kind of get it, but I feel like this answer for women is just lacking, but here it is. If they got three women and they ain't got no real commitments, they're doing it because they can. And there ain't nothing forcing them to do otherwise in their own life. Like,
very, very much true. True.
Like, the reason why we're doing things may be different, but ultimately it boils down to when we're in that phase as men, if we can, we will. True. We'll make time. I mean, fuck, you know what I'm saying? Excuse my language, but
that's true.
That's just the outer coating. There's reasons underneath. There's more layers.
Right.
But the initial reason is because we're given the access.
Right.
Gotcha. Y'all collecting them like Infinity Stones.
Yeah, like I made that joke. I was like, taking each apart. You got the 304 Infinity Gauntlet going on. Made me think back to the 90s Planeteers. When my rings unite, I got Captain 304. Like.
Wow. Hey, he ain't lying though. That's how it started. Just because I can do it, I got the time to do it, I got the finance to do it. I can do it because I can do it.
Like I said, I know that sounds hard. It's a hard pill to swallow when you want like a deep answer, but it's like, in my opinion,
I get it.
That's what the start of it is. We all have our individual like motivations, like, oh, maybe this girl does something in a way that reminds me of my mother and it just hits me a certain way, like how she cleans the house, or maybe this one does this a certain way and it's really beneficial to me. We can fill in all these boxes we want, but the real initial
is it like y'all look at them like assets?
So wait, real quick. So y'all saying that? So y'all don't think that the man is looking for something, and he just finds the something in like 3 different women or 4 different women? Like, you think it's just, oh, well, she wanted and she wanted, and that one over there wanted, and this one back here wanted, and over there she wanted too. So hey, let's do it.
Right. It depends on the man.
Imagine they found 3 different men for you. That'd be crazy.
Exactly, but if you look at it in one
they
way,
do. They do.
In one way, it look like the man is conquering.
They do.
In one way, it looked like the man is conquering 3 women. But in another way, the women are actually conquering the man because he's enslaved to like
His lust. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
easy.
yeah.
But it's
Oh yeah.
like
Well, so that really depends because we could talk about this today and we can go back to that's why a lot of like women in their 40s and stuff today don't want people to talk about Freaknik. We
Right.
know about what was happening then in
Wow.
'96.
Yeah,
No, I'm gonna be real with you. Women weren't conquering nothing in Atlanta in '96, and I know this for a fact, firsthand witness. They were getting conquered and
yeah.
ran through like water.
It was
It
gangbangs
was it
going
was it
on
was
then like
vile.
crazy.
It was disgusting, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm talking about it was even in public.
yeah, yeah,
So that's why a lot of these women didn't want that documentary and stuff to come out because that's stuff that again we already knew. I mean, keeping it real. Like some women don't want to hear that harsh reality of what Mr. Print just stated, but I know a lot of men. If we want to go into this locker room thing, who straight up just say, "Hey, I'm about to just run through this one real quick." You know what I'm saying? Do what I need to do and cut her loose. You're
nope.
not. You know what I'm
I don't want
saying?
no more locker room conversation. I'm done. I'm done on my question.
Hey, I just wanna share something with Slim really quick before we move away from this. There was this is like a personal growth experience I'm going to share with you about myself. So I went through my young 304 phase where I had a regular kind of rotation. I didn't necessarily look at any of them as being conquered or I was on some sort of mission to rack up numbers or anything like that. My motivation was very simple. And I think that the men on here maybe won't necessarily want to admit to it, but this is what happened to me. I was with one woman and she broke my heart in a way that I had never been hurt before.
yeah.
And so it was very simple. I wanted to go out and I wanted to break other hearts in the way that mine was broken so that I could feel wanted the way that I had wanted my ex. And it was a very self-destructive line of behavior. I don't recommend it, but it's what I went through. And I would purposefully be the best, quote unquote, guy I could to get women into me just so that I could leave, just so that I could try to get my payback.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with them.
Damn.
And it's vicious. And it's like, I hate my past. I've called a lot of these people when I've tried to make amends because I did things that just weren't bad. I was always honest. But honesty can be a very jagged, sharp edge if you know how to cut it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely got a point. That's how I started out. Because my parents didn't raise me like that. My father, I'd never seen neither one of them step out or any infidelities, coming up. And like my first two main, like serious relationships, I never had any smacks with either one of them to this day. And the one I wanted to marry, she actually she just had some other stuff going on with this other guy. And so after her, I was like, all right, let me see what's up with this multiplayer thing. Everybody, got somebody else on the side and all this. So I started my journey, like Mr. Prince said, and I wasn't really out to hurt. I just didn't care how you felt. I was gonna do me. If I called you back, I called you back. If I didn't, I didn't. It didn't matter, you know. And then I got to a point where I was getting older and I was getting more in tune with my emotions. And then I would just be dipping with a girl, and then I realized like, man, I like her, but then I was getting played. You know what I mean? It's by the one I like the most because of the dirt I had already been doing.
So can I ask? Okay, because I think that I think a lot of men probably experience it. I've heard they don't say it, but I think that it's kind of like how y'all kind of like do it. So do you think that the multiple women is kind of a way to not get close to one or not feel that pain again?
Mm,
You think you think
that
you're
sounds
not
about
gonna
right.
yeah, you think you're not gonna get close. I mean, you could pull it off for a while, but eventually you gonna get fish hooked by somebody. Somebody gonna catch your heart without you really realizing, oh, I really like her. And then it's like that one where you start liking after you did all that dirt, she the karma.
See, what Slim's
I,
talking about right there is an
I
old
think I'm
phrase
the
that I like.
karma.
Yeah.
Not just one.
Yeah, I think
Slim,
they yeah, they
Slim
be
Logic,
coping though. That's what it
Simple
is.
Logic. Have you ever heard the phrase, if it don't get you in the wash, it'll get you in the rinse?
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's like you can do all this dirt. You can run through 5 to 10 females, and number 11, she gonna be the one that's gonna do you in because you got to pay. You got to pay back.
Exactly. I'm glad you heard that phrase, man, because I love it, and I think that's event. I mean, we don't realize it. We're in the rinse cycle and we're good, and then or we're in the wash cycle. We think we're good, and then rinse comes along, and bam, now we got to own up.
Yep. Time to pay back. And then that's what really made me come to the conclusion, like, all right, I wasn't raised like that, and I can't go through too much heartbreak, especially the older I got. It's like I can't do no heartbreak, so let me play it straight up.
So do y'all think men take heartbreak harder than women? Because this is what it's kind of sounding like.
I can't say that either or
I think so though, low key.
You think so? I think honestly, I think how we handle it is different. But everybody get hurt. Everybody experiences pain. Women just like once the one has been heartbroken so many times, it don't matter what kind of guy it is. After a while, they gonna dog a ball. Men, we come to a point where like, all right, I'm gonna look for a wife. I'm done playing. I ain't gonna treat everybody the same because everybody ain't the same. Some women, they bitter to straight to the grave, and they gonna do every guy in. They don't care because they not about to keep playing and getting played. So they just gonna do them all in. They don't care how good you are.
I still can't fathom that.
Hey, Slim,
you know the reason why I say that?
You just asked?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What was the question you just asked?
I forget. Is that the reason? What did I forget?
Do men feel hurt more than women? I think is what you said.
Yeah.
That one too. I wanted to.
I'm gonna throw an idea out for you guys. You can take it, leave it, love it, hate it. I don't care. I just think it's interesting. Okay, I think that women are, through human evolution, are designed to move on from quote unquote love a lot easier than men are. I think it's an evolutionary thing. And let's think about it. So back in the day, 2,000 years ago, let's say we're all in a village, right? And we have to go and protect our village. All the men are going to go off and go to battle and be unalived on the battlefield, right? The army we went in against and is now perished, or we perished to that army. That army's coming in. The women that are left in that tribe have two really simple options: unalivement and slavery, or take a new husband, create new offspring, and continue to live. And no matter how we slice it, we are the offspring of women who decided to continue living in life because those other children weren't allowed to keep living. And I think that's an evolutionary trait that was designed to keep the human race going, aside from our emotions. So I think that women biologically have an advantage on getting over love. I'm not saying that the love is less painful, but I think that there's something there that helps them transition and say, yes, I love this man, but my survival requires me to love another.
That's gonna be one of my questions. I like that she asked that. That's gonna be the one I'm gonna add on here. I was thinking about another question.
I think women.
I'm almost done with it.
I think women, we are more prone to pain, even in just like childbirth and.
Okay.
We endure it in so many ways, so it's kind of like, I don't want to say natural, but just kind of endure. Like men, y'all kind of run away from pain a little bit. Like y'all pain is different. Like y'all, like when it comes to the manly stuff, like, I don't, but women pain is kind of different. I don't know. We endure pain, it seems like more. Because I think that was one of the questions I asked the guy, like what is this thing that women can love over and over and over again? Like we can go from loving one person and loving somebody else. Like why don't we just shut down like the men? Because like men will fall in love, get hurt, and then be like shut down in that area. But women, they'll do it over and over and over again and then become bitter. Like and that's why you see a lot of women angry, because they're angry of the choices they kept messing up, like repeating the same cycle and not trying to get a different result.
So the thing I would say is, don't hate me for the things your ex did.
That's what I was going with that, because one, men don't typically run from pain. Actually, you'll see a lot, and please, anybody on this panel or in this thing could look at some surveys done as far as men sacrificing for their family and everything else. I'm a veteran. I said, I sacrifice not only for mine, but this country and this family and everything else. So what I'm trying to get at is, typically the hard questions, the hard situations, the tough situations. Men endure a lot of those. We don't run from it. We run to it. Now, the good thing is that most times men, like Simple Logic stated, will say, "Hey, look, I'm not trying to run into that on a consistent basis, and I'm gonna keep moving." But for some reason, not for some reason, many times in emotional roller coaster situations, a lot of women do go into the same repeatable situations and so forth. My sister had to get rid of a boatload of friends when she got married, because they were very, you know, they were jealous and upset and all that, and saying, "Well, I was trying to get that to work with so and so." My sister was like, "He didn't even want you. You didn't see that? Like, we saw that." And and all of that type of stuff, and just keep doing the same thing, different dude, and then they end up with 2 to 3 different, you know, fathers for their kids and so forth, and it's like just repeating that cycle. So I just think it's bad decision making at that point, very bad decision making, which is why my sister got rid of a lot of her old friends when she got married. She was like, "No, I can't keep them around. No, no, no." And there's a reason for that. Bad decision making. You just keep running to the end. I don't understand that.
Before anybody says anything, I would just like to say to he is, I don't know how to pronounce the next part. I want to say Jira, but I want to thank you very much for what you did for this country and for myself. I'm going to be selfish and thank you for what you did for me personally. So thank you.
Oh, bro, I mean, you all good, man. I mean, it's a volunteer situation, right? You know what I'm saying? We all thought we were doing some things when this thing first happened. So, but thank you for your support, and God bless, bro.
Yeah, thank you, man. Really, I really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I know I don't know you, but you did things for this country without anybody knowing. It was a thankless job, but either way, I appreciate it. We need more men like that. So thank you again. But Kev, what's going on with you, man? What's new?
Not much. About to set this. I'm about to put this topic on, and I just got done making it.
I just wanted to also say to Slim, I don't think that men necessarily run from pain, and I kind of wanted to bring this up earlier when we were talking about like holding things in and men having too much bottled up inside. If you look at like today's society, it's a lot different than it was in the past, obviously. And the point that I want to draw up is that men used to have things that were distinctly men clubs, and they were generally in a physical realm: a softball club, a bowling league, a football league, a basketball team. These things where they would go and they would be able to exercise physical pent-up energy brought on by testosterone. And that to men, and there's studies that can prove this, is equally as beneficial as having a group where women can come together and discuss and talk about their issues. So men tend to thrive in an environment where they can have a physical outlet with some companionship and some competition and some light verbal play back and forth. That's how men exhaust that frustration and that pain and get it out. Whereas women, it's a lot more beneficial for them to be in groups where they can discuss and talk and analyze their feelings. And men are missing that in this world. Anytime you get a group of men together, I mean, it's draped in a rainbow flag, and then they want to leave it. So it's like, everything right now that has any kind of men and men interaction, it's
being skewed to the point to where regular men don't want to be involved anymore, and we're forced into these environments with no physical outlets anymore.
Right. Very true.
So I wanted to go back to I think with what I think when Slim asked that question, even though I just put it on there for everybody to answer a little later if this room pick up a little bit more. But I think women fall in love easier, but I think I do believe men take breakups harder.
Yeah, I know I did.
Because I'm trying my best to not I'm not trying to make it anecdotal though, but I also think about it too, because I could just see this right when you and then even through my experiences and also just looking at other situations, I could just tell like if somebody's trying to put they all into something. And I also feel like women can, just like we was talking about before, I believe a lot of women just will replace them. They can get that attention that they was, that they slack. They got somebody always comfort them or that, to save them, or they on to the next situation too. Quick for the most part.
Yeah,
So I do think that a lot of men invest a lot of their especially if they feel like they picked the right one. They invest a lot of their everything into it, and then and if they get their heart broken, it's probably take away deeper. That's why we was talking about earlier that some of them, when they did happen, they got to cope with sleeping with a bunch of women and what else? Same old thing, smoking, all this other stuff. So they cope with that and all that, and then also do that because they're so scared to do it again because it's heavy. But I think with women, they usually try to find love quick. They do go from relationship. I think men just go to girl. I think women go from relationship to relationship. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Because I do believe they fall in love quicker. Just because they're more emotional.
Hey, Kev, can I ask you something really quick on this?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a woman like in a relationship you're having or in a friend's relationship where, and I'm only asking because I've experienced this with women when I was in the dating pool, where they'll check out of the relationship emotionally, but they'll stay in the relationship physically and then go through the grieving process of the relationship being ended while still physically there. And then once they've cured their brokenheartedness over the feelings, then they dip. And then that's why the guy is left like dumbfounded, like, how the hell did this happen? I know things were tough, but you're already gone and now you found someone else, because 2 months ago they already started working on moving on.
Right. Or they stay in it and they just mad disrespectful.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't even know that they get over it faster, but it's almost like they know it's coming, so they put in the work so that when it does end, they can just bounce immediately.
Definitely think I can speak to that. I think that's true. 100% true. My situation wasn't completely like that, but in similar proximity. We do be emotionally gone, and we'll still be there. We will, like that. That is definitely a thing. I think my second child's father, he thought he had me, but I was kind of like, I was there, but I was gone. And I think it kind of tripped him up because it was like, I'm there. So he's not thinking anything, but it's like, once I kind of like he was confused. It was more like he was confused because I was still there. I was there, like, but yeah, we do that. I wasn't even going with another person. I was just like, okay, I'm done. Right. But I'm like, I don't know if I wouldn't say I was planning an escape, but it didn't, like, it wasn't, I couldn't get him to move. I couldn't get him to grow. I couldn't. So I kind of like checked out at some point and was like, there's nothing I can do. I love him, but and I just was, like, each time I was kind of getting further and further. He had no clue. No clue.
Ooh, I feel like that hurt on both ends, low key, boy.
That's an evil thing to go. I went through that, man. That's an evil thing, man. That is an evil thing. You be paying bills and the whole time you're on the
That's best. It is best up though. You put it that way though. But that is hectic though.
Like,
But it do show like I
never.
think a lot of and not even to be like that, but I do believe I'm noticing even with this topic though, I do believe in general, right? I do believe a lot of women think their emotions is more important than everybody else's low key though. So
Oh
that's why
yeah,
they do
definitely.
things and to whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's why they do things. Dang, that's deep. That ain't gonna lie, that's deep though. When you
And
think
I
you
done
and
been
then
there in
and by
this.
the time he out, you thinking that you thinking her heart about to be broke. Her heart been broke a whole long time ago,
Like she been
and now
over
he
it.
getting tore out the frame. Like, dang, why she go away?
I mean, I done been in a situation where relationship we was living together. I mean, she was still having sex with me in the whole 9, and she had been checked out. And I was
yeah, I
just,
mean,
like, when
I
I
feel
came to
that,
the
Sam.
realization, which is like,
I said I feel that, my guy. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
no,
I
you
thought my
good.
mic was closed. I'm sorry.
You good. And it's like when I came to the realization, it was like, wow, she been done. So she let me keep paying these bills and was actually sexing me and cooking for me and everything. And she was just like, she had been, she had been over me. I was like, how do you do that? How do you do that?
Mine was a little different. He wasn't paying none of my bills, but
You say
he
like,
wasn't paying none of my bills. But we were like, he thought he had me locked in. It was
oh, okay, I get you.
so. I started my healing journey and he didn't even know about the healing journey. Like I was trying to get him on board, but he wasn't really with that. He was like, nah, this is my life. This is what I like. I'm going to continue doing this. So I had to heal. And then the more I got closer to God, I started like, oh, I'm not even really into this. But that was who I was with. So I was still connected to him in some way. So I would still kick it and whatever. But at some point, I think he knew a little bit, but he didn't really know.
Right.
So like it was at some point it got easy. It was like I don't even desire to really be around you. Like you don't even do the things I like to do. I like to talk about the Lord. You don't even like you don't even reverence him. So the desire of the Lord became way stronger. So I was like, I can't, that was checked
I
out.
don't know. For me, I don't know. When I got told what I got told, I'll share it in a second. To me, in the moment, it was very heartbreaking and shattering and hard to comprehend. But I look back now and I absolutely thank my ex for the lessons that she taught me.
Oh yeah.
I spent 5 years with her, and come to find out that only 4 years she was actually checked in. She spent the last year we were together, setting herself up, getting emotionally ready, doing all this stuff. And when we were broken up, it's like a week later she's already onto something new, and I'm like, how the hell are you moving on so quick? Like, this is a big deal relationship. Like, did it mean nothing? She's like, I checked out a year ago. Like, I can't believe you didn't notice. I'm like, well, I was working fucking 3 jobs. How was I supposed to fucking notice? It's like, but the lesson I learned,
That's evil, man.
the lesson I learned about it is that you can do everything right and still fail. You can make no errors and still not win.
I swear, man.
We see why men's mental month is like.
Man, look, he ain't lying. He said a mouthful right there. 'Cause that's the truth. That is the truth. And that's why I scaled back, because I have to be able to I have to have clarity in mind to really hear those key words when it comes to women. Like Slim was saying, I'm like that too. I like to talk about God and the truth. And if I meet a female and she like, so you believe in God? Like, I had a girl most recently tell me, she said, so what God is your God? I'm like, the God in heaven, God of Jesus Christ. She was like, well, I don't believe that is the true God. I said, well, you have a good day. Because I'm not going to entertain anything. I mean, I'm for real with it, man.
I'm gonna cut it short.
Yeah, I'll cut it short. It's over. I don't never want to talk. You go on the block list once I hear that, because I've entertained a lot of foolishness before that led me down the wrong path, and I refuse to do that at almost 50 years old. And I don't want my daughter to be witnessing daddy out here getting played like a goofy. You know what I'm saying? So I cut it short immediately. We're not on the same page, clearly, and you have a good day. Because you can't play with people, man. Like, I know me, I can't play with people. I refuse to.
Yeah, me either.
If we not equally we not in alignment, is no need to talk.
And to be honest, God was even showing me I can't even fix him because you in the way. Get out the way.
That part, right?
And I was like, ooh. He like, you keep complaining about he ain't this and you want him to be this, but you in the way. And I'm trying. He got access, and if he keep getting access, he'll never see. The scales will never fall off his eyes. So now that I love him, he's my child's father, but I don't desire him in that way.
Right.
But God had to show me. So I went through a series of things that he had no clue the healing that I was doing, but I kept going back because I was addicted. Like that's who I wanted. I was like, it got to be. And then God was like, no, you got to get out the way, because as I'm working on him, I'm working on you. So like, and I was getting in the way. I was trying to get orange juice from an apple, and he was like, he don't produce that. He don't love me. He don't know me. He don't reverence me. And you trying to get a man of God out of a man that don't even know me. And yeah, it was deep. And I couldn't dare have these conversations with him because he ain't even that type of guy. He'll sit and listen, but he has no clue. So I can't even hold him accountable to something that he doesn't even know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, you can't play with that, man. Spirituality is deeper than what is deeper than what gets said, even in church. You know, the church, they don't dive into the true details of how detrimental things can be when you're not in alignment.
Yeah. That equally yoked stuff. That's real, boy.
I'm just gonna throw this in on the whole God talk, man. When it comes to relationships and God, in my opinion, you better be careful of the words you choose when you speak those vows, because once you ring that bell, it don't get wrong, in my opinion, and that's just my opinion. So when you make that promise to yourself in front of your God and to your spouse, I mean, you got to actually mean that. You got to know that even when I'm not happy, I still mean these words. Even when I'm not getting mine, I still mean these words. Right. Even when things are hard and that cutie at the gas station's winking at me, I still mean these words.
Right.
You know, our happiness is something that we can aim for, but ultimately you should be thinking, what am I doing to make my relationship happy? What kind of flowers am I planting in this garden? Am I planting good flowers that are going to bloom, or am I planting poison ivy that's going to hurt me?
Very true. Very true.
I also just want to throw out there that the versions of me that you were hearing about are that's old. That's like 20 years ago. I'm an old man now.
Right. Yeah, I know that's right.
I've been married. I got kids. I'm happy, and I've put in the work. So I was just giving you guys some anecdotal from way back.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I've been gave up that multiplayer life. I knew it wasn't for me. I just, I was just really trying to see what it was all about. But after a while, it was like, yo, this getting crazy. Cause it was like I get with a female I really like I started actually going after the ones I like, and they were the karma for what I did to the ones I didn't like.
For me, I just became the man that the woman I wanted would want to marry. That's what I did.
Facts.
Instead of saying this is the woman I want, I'm gonna go get her, I said, what is the woman I want for? I'll be that and let her find me.
Right.
It worked out. I'm lucky, I guess. It worked out.
Yeah. And for me, I didn't really, and I think a lot of women experience this. They don't know the characteristics of a good man. So they go get that we talk about the Pookies and Ray Rays, right? Mm-hmm. They don't really know the characteristics of a good man, especially if you ain't never had one. So it's like you walking outside like Stevie Wonder. Like, you give me one. We know to want one, but we don't know what type. Like, so we like Stevie Wonder. Oh, he fine. Give me him. Oh, so, and that's just, think about it. Your baby girl, if she ain't got you and you ain't teaching her and she don't know what a good man with good character is, she looking at TV and she seeing the princesses and this man just come out of the blue. They're teaching they teach us at very young ages, like, hey, we gonna bump in the hallway and we gonna look up in the book, like, and it don't work like that, and we get thrown out to wolves. And I'm not saying women are innocent, but little girls that don't know no better in a world full of men is taught to soil your royal oats.
Right.
It's difficult. So I had to go to God, and he showed me the characteristics of what that is. I didn't have a male figure that showed me that. So I spent a lot of time with God, and then changed my whole trajectory, my whole mindset, my desires that I wanted changed. And I put on a new man, and that's just what it was. So unfortunately, a lot of women didn't have that. And they went out looking. Like you said, Kev, they fall in love real easy. Especially when you ain't had no daddy. You go looking for your daddy in men that you don't even know. And that's scary yet sad. So I had to turn to the Father for that clarity, because he's the father of the father. So whatever my father should have had is what he should have had from the Father anyways. So I just had to turn to God for that.
It was good you woke up, because a lot of women, they still out here asleep.
Yeah. That's why God taught
people
me.
sleep.
I try to help.
Yeah, right. People sleep.
I want to respond to the comment made by Abba. That's not up for the man. That's for the woman to teach. I halfway disagree. I think that ideally the mother and the father should be there to teach both children, but since we're speaking about a daughter specifically, the mother's role is to show the daughter what a wife and what a mother is supposed to look like. And then the father's role is to teach that daughter what a husband is supposed to look like and what a father is supposed to look like. And that example that he provides is going to be the grading scale in which she uses in order to scale the men that she encounters. So for me, I've gone out of my way to make it. My daughter ain't going to fall for BS. You're going to have to be about your business.
Absolutely.
Yeah, y'all could, while y'all in the comments, y'all can come up. There's a couple more spots open for y'all. It's 24 of y'all. If y'all haven't, y'all new to the live, go ahead and share the live out. Get some more people up in here. We gonna get on the topic in a minute. We kind of on the topic anyways. But
Abba, I can halfway disagree with a lot of things, but there are things in life that you have to pick one or the other. That is true. But when we're talking about parents, it is something you got to split between both of them, because every child is born with the right to both parents, not the other way around.
Facts.
And I will say, like, thinking about my mindset at 19, 20, 16, 17, 18, 19, within that span, I thought, like, I didn't have no standards when it came to me. I had no clue, no standards, no boundaries. I'm just like, I'm going to give me a man and we going to do that. Like, I had no, but it's like, and it's coming from a single mom. She worked a lot, so she wasn't around as much. And all I seen was her hard working, no man to, so it was like, okay, I know I got to get one at some point. So I got to go out here and figure it out. How do you figure it out? To go date. I kept getting it wrong. So in my getting it wrong is when I'm like, okay, let me call him Lord, because I don't know what I'm doing. Obviously, I done did it wrong too many times. That's where kids come in and become involved. And that's on men and women. That's just not on women, because, I had a brother. He didn't have a father reference. And my mama was. So it was just like, that family dynamic, it definitely does, take a toll. But you do at some point have to figure it out. Whatever that takes and whatever that means.
Sometimes it is, trial and error. Even I had both parents, and I still, even, they taught me a lot. I still went through the trial and error phase because, they baby boomers. I came up in a different time and people with different mindsets, So I still had to go through a lot of trial and error. And, now I'm at this point where I'm not even focused on women or, being in a relationship or trying to vet anyone. I'm trying to really get myself, like Mr. Prince said, just, putting the work in with God and get myself all the way together so I could be the man, the type of man and husband that, the wife for me is looking for. It's not, you don't get into play of being a great husband when you get married. That you're supposed to already be in place. So when you meet that person, you already that, It's just like men say, a woman doesn't, become feminine and have a wife mindset once she meets that man and gets married. No, you're supposed to already be that when he meets you.
Hey, Simp.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't have to call you that, right?
I mean, you call me Logic.
Okay.
I feel weird than it was. It did just seem like it.
Right. I don't want to.
It don't bother. It's really
Felt disrespectful.
it's simply logic. But
Well,
it's
no,
cool.
I don't think it's disrespectful. I just, I know people change the word to some stuff that don't exist, so I don't like using it.
Oh, you good?
You just made a statement, right? And I listened to everything you said. The only pushback I have is this idea that people are supposed to know something they never did. It's impossible for you to go into a relationship with a wife's mind or a husband's mind if you've never been a wife or a husband.
Well, like Slim said, you that's when you do the work with God, and God gives you that insight. And then also, it's people out here that are married. We have the internet these days, so it's plenty successful marriages going on, and people will definitely, if you ask and inquire, they will give you that. They will give you the enlightenment on what will make a good husband or a wife.
My idea of a successful marriage might not be the idea of somebody that I'm looking at who might see their marriage as successful. That's the problem with that.
I mean, well, you take
Perfect
notes.
example,
You take
right?
notes from different, you can take notes from different marriages. That doesn't have to be just one.
I mean, well, of course, I would hope nobody would walk around just looking at one marriage. That'd be crazy.
My thing is this: if it's important enough for a man or a woman to be a husband and wife, you're gonna find out how to become that. You know what I mean? Before you meet that person, if it's really important to a person, if that's your desire, just like college.
No, some people rush it.
No, what I'm saying is your idea for your wife is different from Kev's idea from his wife. So it's not something that you can go in with an idea that this will work for everybody. All of it will be a learning process, is what I'm saying. Me and my husband been together for 13 years.
It's never.
Any other man I've ever.
Hey, I'm gonna be.
Any other man I ever been with, I had to learn him. And guess what? He's been married before, but he's never been married to me, and I've never been married before until we got married. So
I get that.
everything I had to do, I had to learn him. Everything was super new, even from his marriage before this one, super different, like 1,000 times different.
I think
So
knowing
that's
a
all I was
person,
saying.
I think knowing a person is different from having foundation and principles. I think the principles are the same. The foundation is different from
Hey, everybody, really quick. I need to interrupt everybody really quickly because Kev has put up that he would like to get to 10K. And I'd like to see that screen to continue to get tapped. I'd like to see you guys join his team. You can do that right at the top if you have a couple coins. Doesn't take much. Hit that little heart icon. I don't know if it'll make Kev happy or not, but go for it. When you're liking, if you don't like him, go ahead and punch his little forehead right on the screen. Just keep hitting it. And then if you go down to the bottom of your screen, on the right-hand side, there's this arrow. If you tap that, it'll pull up a screen that'll have a bunch of little circles with faces. Tap 15 of those things, hit share, let's throw up an FYP. Let's keep those likes coming in. If you like, love, disagree, agree with anybody on the panel, feel free to gift them. Feel free to comment in the comments below, and we'll try to interact. There's 2 spaces left, so please jump in there, and let's hear what you got to say. I'll let it go now. I had to get that infomercial out of the way because we got to keep this going. He said 10K. I'm selfish. I want 15K. So let's just keep it.
Yes.
Yeah, so how y'all know y'all joined the team? It would be that be the little symbol next to y'all name though. So Summer, I know you haven't pressed it yet. Well, he is Jar. I don't know if he left. So you'll get a little symbol. It costs 1 penny. It's just next to my name, and you could join the team. When you join the team, it helped push me towards the popular lives. I heard, I think that's why I got that little thing. If you see at the bottom, it say popular live, and it got like an order and stuff. I think they lead C1. So yeah, that helped push that. But go ahead, Slim. I think you was the last one that says.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think the principles, having the principles and the foundation of God is that standard. It's always going to be different getting to know people because people are different. That's a given in any relationship or marriage. But I do believe, kind of like what Sim said, you are a wife before you're a wife. God teaches you these things. Like, I think the thing is we try to figure them out on our own when we have access. Like, God taught me what a gentleman was. He's a gentleman. I got to choose God. He showed me. That's why I said, out of the love of God, you learn yourself. Then you learn to love your neighbor. We love our neighbor before we love ourselves. And that's why we go into situations that we're harmed or hurt. So you are a wife before you're a wife. You are a husband because God teaches you those things. Now, if you're going without it, then you got to learn it through it. That's the thing.
Right.
So I actually understand what it takes to be a wife. It's the same thing that it takes to walk with God. I choose him every day.
Right. I know that's
I
right.
have to lean on him every day when I don't feel like it. It's the same dynamic. That's why God say, come to me first and then everything else should be added on to you. That means you're a husband. That means you're all the other stuff. So you learn those same principles, the main things that you need to survive through the love and the grace of God. But people don't go that route. They go their own route and then get the backlash.
Right.
Anything is worth having, is worth working for. It's going to be hard. Nothing's going to be easy. Nothing's a clean slate. Good
Anything worth it never come easy.
You know what, Kev? What's up, Kev? You know, I was gonna say if I'm a husband before I meet her, then that means I'm cheating on somebody.
Man, that's not what they mean by that.
I mean, hey, he said, you got to be a husband before you meet her.
You gotta have
But
a
then if
husband.
I'm already a
not
husband,
legally.
if I'm already a husband before I meet her, then I'm cheating on
No,
somebody.
we saying it's a
We're not
husband
talking about
mentality.
that, my brother. We're
It's
talking
a
about
husband
mentality.
Listen, I know.
Oh.
But the way,
He's stupid.
but the
Dog.
way
We
it
don't
sounds,
mess
see, I tell people the way it sounds. If I'm just heard it, I'll say, oh, I got to be a husband first. Then I mean, then he must be cheating. No, when I got married, I wasn't a husband when I got married. I got married and became a husband.
That's why I say you can either relearn it one way or the other. If you go learn it through God first, you kind of know what to expect a little bit. If you go in and head first on your own, then you
I'll
learn
give
it through it.
y'all an anecdotal experience / general. And when I mean / general, meaning the other stuff that I've seen. Now, me and my wife been together since I was 21. I'm 51. We were together for 11 years first before we got married. Then we got married from the rest of that. People were telling me because we were boyfriend and girlfriend for so long, we was not going to get married. And they said, and if you did, the marriage wouldn't be successful. Now, I don't talk about that part of it because I don't want people tarrying in relationships as long as me and her did. Even today, I think that was a bit long in hindsight. However, even during that time, we was rocking with each other so hard that the time seemed it didn't matter to neither one of us. There are components that everyone needs to have before getting with anybody. Whether you're going to marry somebody, whether you're going to be a partner in a business with somebody, whether you're going to cut the grass with somebody. Just simple as, man, we're going to cut this grass, this yard together. There still need to be some components in both sides to make that happen and make it happen smoothly. So being a wife before you meet me, you having wifely qualities, at that time it's not wifely qualities as much as it is good qualities. She cooks, she cleans. Not only do she cook and clean, she's a clean woman. As people always know, she cook. Yeah, I know some who cook, clean, and be a clean woman too. Clean your ass too. She's helpful. She's admonishing. She's inspiring. She's encouraging. She's cooperable. She's attentive. These are characteristics of a good woman, whether you married or not. Just like those are good characteristics to have whether you married or not. So if you did get married, we all get a great product. No one should be waiting on no one to acquire these particular attributes and qualities, in my summation. Because that's where it makes it take too long, and that's where the big I and little you concepts start to come in, Kev. People forget it's a growing process. And I've seen many marriages fail in my 30 years of being, my 21 years or 31 years of being married. I've seen many fail. I'm talking about the biggest weddings in a year, they're done. I seen it's so, man, this thing is so subjective. Then I seen people with barely nothing, just so happy with each other, healthy, living their life. And they still married. They still together. It's like the most subjective shit ever. That's why we will always be having conversations about it. Because there is no particular guide. What this man and this woman decides make their marriage to shit is what they decide. We might not like it. She might say, hey, I don't mind my husband cheat, as long as he don't bring me nothing. Now people mad that she feel that way. Well, if that's how she feel, why the fuck you care? He might say, man, listen, I don't care, man, as long as my wife don't bring home no babies. Man, why you simping like that, dog? Man, I don't see how, man, why the fuck you care? That's how he roll. How is how he rolling stopping your day from going?
Right.
Real shit. How they getting down is fucking you up so bad that you got to do a goddamn live about it. How? Really? Give me, I tell you, I go to the store tomorrow, Kev, and if they ain't got Pepsis on the shelf, I'm blaming you for your relationship status. I'm be like, if Kev was a better boyfriend, we'd have Pepsi stocked in this motherfucker.
But I think it's because what one do affects everybody. I don't think it's really like
I was just
somebody
about to say
trying to
that too.
gig on somebody's relationship. Just like Kev hosting these live, he hosted for people to get clarity, insight. For like the thing is what we do as adults affects people around us, like our children. So when we have multiple people inside of us, we're showing our kids that hey, we don't reverence marriage. We don't really reverence God. We don't. That's because kids learn by what they see, not what you tell them. So yeah, it's selfish to say I'm in a marriage and I'm gonna be sleeping with 3 and 4 people, and you got babies under you watching you, and you wondering why they want to. The little girls want to grow up and don't want to be a wife, and then we're talking about why women don't want to be wives, and you worried about why the boy growing up and he's sleeping with multiple women, he has no sexual discipline. These are things that affects the people around us when we think selfishly. Oh, it's just me. No, but what you do affecting everybody else. So yeah, then you have people that have to come out and speak on these things because it's opening doors to more stuff and trauma and hurt and pain because you want to be selfish and just do what you want to do. It's cool it's affecting somebody else.
That's assuming that they doing it in front of the children like that. That they putting it in the open
But
like that, which I get what you're saying, which is true, which is also true too. You know, if the children give wind to that, the children picks up on that stuff too. However, things being done as adults, things get done over children's head all the time. Parents come together and get real unique and crafty to make that thing work to minimize the damages when it get down to the children. If it does, if it don't, you know. Well, I'm just saying, it becomes so subjective because what works for you guys works for y'all. The great thing about my house is I'm the DJ, I'm the pastor, I'm the man. So I get to tell my children about your shit and why they shouldn't fuck with you. See, that's the good thing about it. See, that's the general consensus. See, do you notice you just can't walk up to a white child and talk to them? But you could go up to a black child and talk. Anybody can go up to a black child. Hey, come here. Hi, what's up? Well, you talk to a white child, they running away from you.
I think this is.
You see what I'm saying, Cam? You see the same comparison?
I think
you could teach your children, if you teach your children the same, think like you. See, what we don't like to do is teach our children to think like us, because some of us, not on this panel, black folks, we do some fucked up shit. But Caucasians teach their children to think like them. You think like mommy. If that son of a bitch touch you, that son of a bitch says this to you, there's sort of like a barrier that we leave open where we're too accessible, which messes up the entire dynamic. In my summation, that's what I always say, in my summation, I don't put this on nobody. you're more than welcome to enjoy it and say, hey man, I thought about that too. Now I see I have a like mind thinker. But
you say it's too accessible. Like, explain, go in more detail with that.
okay, like I was talking to some people who does outreach ministry. And I asked them, I said, why y'all never go to the suburbs and get white kids and bring them down here? Oh man, they ain't gonna let you do that out there. You will go out there trying to talk to a white kid, you end up arrested. They see a grown black man trying to talk to one of the white kids, they probably try to arrest you or shoot you. I said, so how come they feel comfortable coming to us? They can come to our neighborhood, to our children. Hi, here we're running a program. Free lunch, book bags. And our children gonna come to us and tell us about a stranger they've been talking to who gave them a piece of paper, and we only looking at what's on that piece of paper. That's what I mean, easily accessible.
Oh yeah, I had to. Matter of fact, I had to check my neighbor some like a year ago about that. He cool, but at the time I ain't really know him like that. And he had, his girlfriend was like, who likes kids, and she said boyfriend, and I was told I don't give a fuck. And this my daughter. I don't give a fuck who he like. This is my kid. And it's like, and my mother was like, well, white people don't understand boundaries. I said, well, that's funny because they understand boundaries with their kids. So yeah, he gonna have to respect boundaries with mine like he would want with his. So yeah, I get that. We are too accessible.
I don't know, it depends on context. I think a lot of men are scared of us. I don't know about that though.
You said a lot of who?
A lot of them scared of us. I don't think they just walk up to any black kid sometimes. I mean, it just depends on the context behind.
Yeah, but these days they be, they try you with the Karen and Kevins, they testing
You
things.
talking about them the old heads that's already they don't have nothing to live for anyways though. Yeah. And but I'm just saying, he said they said walking up to.
That's how, listen, half of the toys for tots, everything that the underprivileged hood
After you go, I got a few people that haven't said anything yet about four people.
That's how they get access to those inner city people to get their programs going. And I said the challenge, and then I asked one of them, I said, why y'all always come here? Like real shit, like we don't even want that. Y'all kids don't need book bags and pencils and shit like that. Y'all just think, let's get a book bag drive for the black children in the urban area. We can afford book bags, bitch. They ain't nothing but $8. Pencils ain't nothing but 60 cents a pack. Paper, $1 a pack, they 89 cents. But these are the things they use to get access, and they know all about your neighborhood. You don't know shit about where they live at and how to get to where they live at. But they know how to get to where you live at. I just tell people to take that in consideration, and it's even applicable to what we're talking about, even though I'm blowing and it just slipped my mind. Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah. I do want to go back to what you were saying about that. You said when people be worried about how people do their marriages and stuff. I think it is like, and I can see. I do feel like we are, even though we don't. It's like what we do now, right? We saying we building up families and stuff. Like, well, I don't know why would we take up for like people that's just cheating and sleeping outside their marriages and saying, well, that's what we talk about and negotiate. I understand they say if it worked, but again, it's like I think it's the same thing. Like when people be saying, like I wouldn't even push hookup culture because I think it does something to a lot of us. Even though we be saying, oh, it's all right, we doing all this, but then it's like we be the same ones talking about, like I used for example yesterday about the communal mindset versus the individual. And it's like we'll do things like we got people that be like crying about the community, but then they contributing to it at the same time. Mm-hmm. So it's like, oh man, it's these 304s and all this other stuff, and then they sitting there was literally sleeping one last night, or in that case you talking about they sleep a whole couple and saying they doing what work, but then you sleeping with people that's not part of your family in a way, just because y'all want to have fun and spice things up, but it's just like even your little spicing things up is hurting this other person. Because people could say anything. I'm not hurt. It's not doing anything to me and all that stuff. But we all been that person. Or I know I've been that person my dang on self. You know, I was lying to myself saying that it don't affect me and stuff. But then again, like I said, I was coping at the same time.
Right.
You know, so we know we all humans. We all got feelings and all type of stuff or whatever. But that's the reason why people is concerned. You know what I'm saying? Because we usually, I don't know. I don't feel that little. They talking about you can love multiple people at one time. I don't know. In America, I really don't. I just don't believe that because some people can't even take care of one, let alone talking about multiple. I just never get that. And that's why I be asking, even for the people that ask for that the poly stuff. I'm like, dog, if you was to take smacks out of it, then how would you be able to deal with that situation? Well, most of them just shut it up. They couldn't even really say nothing from that point. It's just like, well, what are they there for? And all that stuff. But you're not gonna deal with two. It's like I said, one emotion is heavy. So your own emotion is heavy itself, and then you got to add somebody else, right? And that's a sacrifice. Then you're gonna add another person, and then that's like, and eventually it's gonna be favoritism on one end because it's gonna be somebody, one of them that understand you more than the other. It's not an even thing. I was even talking to about my friends and stuff with that. It was like he's like, well, they gonna have to look out for each other and all that stuff. And they gonna, but then if they keep on have to rely on each other, then they gonna be like, what are you there for? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not like they robots. All of us is humans. Every last person in there is a human. So there's the thing that somebody's going to go on there like being a robot. They're going to handle each other. Let me just chill and play the video game while they handle each other. It don't work like that.
Nah,
but that's like I said. That's like I think somebody just threw that in. It's it's just a selfish thing. You know, we don't think past just our own feelings. You know, all of us affect each other in some type of way. So like I was saying, like if we are a person that's communal mind, they is going to feel some type of way about people that's having these type of relationships and stuff. They're going to do that because they realize that it do more harm than anything. Everybody keeps saying it's just fun and all that, or it's a spicer, but it's not helping. It's literally not helping. Like, tell me what a good purpose is. Like, most of them things not even successful. It's making people literally do these lives now. You know, be mad and all this other stuff at other people for their decision because they want to be happy. But that's a whole nother thing. But let me get some more people up in because it is a full panel. I think it was night. Hey, never mind. She popped up. He or she, whatever, popped up the box quick. Yeah, I think it's January then it's God. Yeah, January then God.
Yeah.
What's up, January? Welcome to my side, man. We was over there getting cussed out in that run.
It was so crazy because I'm like, am I sounding like weird? Like, what is going on here?
I told you, man. That's why I had to add you. I'm like, I'm gonna give you a voice over here. They ain't got no, they be boy. This actually made me think about that though. That's why one of them questions on there is like, about the men's mental thing. Like, how can you, I noticed that these people talking about I care about men's mental, but then like with the first question, can you be able to help men without centering yourself? So it's like I noticed that even with yesterday we was talking about like, oh, I do care about men and all that other stuff, but every time you had either excuse for the woman, and then every time we was trying to tell you like it was like I'm like, bro, is this the fakest man health mental thing I ever seen in my life? Like, no, everything is excuse. I had people inboxing me and stuff. Was like, bro, you got some patience. They was like, bro,
it was so fake to me. Like everything I was saying, and she was just. I mean, I try to respect, people that have different views, but I feel like it was a lot of gaslighting going on. People were very condescending towards me just because I value men, black men. Let me be clear, black men. And she was just like, and plus I be calling out, like if we talk about something, I call out black men if they doing something stupid. But I feel like they just didn't want me to say it, like what I was saying. It was crazy.
Boy. But yeah, God, what you got for me, man? Anything you had heard that you want to contribute? That we about to start this topic in a minute now.
Oh, I'll just wait till the topics get kicked off.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Just trying to make sure everybody got their words in. Make sure everybody talk. Jelly Bean, what's the deal? So let's start off with let's do I know what I do right there. Let's go up and down. So let's start with logic. Let's go logic, then down, then we're gonna go slim, then down. Or why isn't Men's Mental Month being took serious?
I mean, simply in America, black men aren't taken seriously when it comes to anything. I was talking with some guys on another live earlier, and they were saying how 95% of the American infrastructure was developed, created by men. And it's specifically black men. We go all the way back to when we were our grandparents and ancestors were enslaved. Start with the cotton, picking cotton and things of that nature. And even now, you got black men that literally sacrifice themselves for their lives as men in the cemetery. They gave their life for women they weren't even in relationships with. I actually quick story. This woman I used to date told me a story about how a friend of hers, her son was killed trying to defend the neighbor. Say it again.
So you got, no, I was saying you gotta say on the live.
See, my fault. Yeah. So a son, a friend of her son, he was unalived by the neighbor trying to defend this female the guy was beating on, and the female actually that he was defending is the one who unalived him, and he left behind 2 twin girls and a wife. And I said to her, I said, I wouldn't even have got involved in the situation, because I have a wife and 2 daughters. And she was like, well, men back in my day, that's what they did. I'm like, so you okay with a man sacrificing himself for someone that he don't even know? You know what I mean? And he had a wife and kids. She said, well, that's how the men were when I was coming up, an older woman. I said, that's absolutely insane. I stopped talking to her after a while. But I said, that's crazy and insane. So that's all we are, is just like expendable creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why I told the question is that they don't care, because we've always been seen as expendable to most people, men, white, men and women,
Okay. All right, Gemini, what you got for me? Oh, why isn't Men's Mental Month being taken seriously? People thinking about it. Gemini, mute and unmute. I don't know if you talking. Okay. Bro fell asleep with the mic on unmuted. Justice.
Yo, what's going on, man?
What's up, my brother? We on the first one. Why isn't Men's Mental Month being taken seriously?
Because neither party actually take it seriously. We don't take it serious, and women don't take it serious. There's not genuinely a safe. Yeah, we don't. There's not really a safe space for men. If you think about it, we taught not to be emotionally available for ourselves, even. So even if a man is really broken about something, like, man up, you know what I'm saying? So men are taught to suppress. So men will actually suppress a lot of their feelings or how they feel about something, because it deems them to be weak in their minds, I guess. So we're taught to more so suppress than anything. So nobody's taking it serious. So I believe that if we actually as men step up and start taking it serious, then the world won't have no choice but to take us seriously.
Okay. Slim.
The crazy part is I didn't even know that it was Men's Mental Month. I had never heard of this.
Yeah.
Oh, this is new for me. But exactly what God Justice said. I think it's a lot of that, and also what you said too earlier. It's just unfortunately, most conversations when women we do kind of we center ourselves. It's always about our emotions, and men really just don't have a safe place. Like, I don't know how it is to be a man, but it's just like y'all chose to do certain things, but y'all don't have a safe place to kind of really express that, which I know that has to be hard. And I think as women too, we view y'all as these hard creatures. We view y'all as these hard creatures, and I think it's to the point that we don't even deem it necessary to some point. Like, maybe that's not the right word, but y'all hide it so good that we even forget to like kind of let y'all have the center and let y'all express that, if that makes sense.
Okay. What you gotta say, Spo? Yeah, one bar. Oh, perfect. Wow. Jelly Bean, what you got for me? Why isn't Men's Mental Month being taken serious?
Because it's being overshadowed by Pride Month. And I think a lot of men are not throwing events. So we even know that it's like, it is y'all mental health month. So you would have to throw the events or stuff to let the world know. And I think I don't know if a lot of men even know that it's mental health month. I think everybody just thinks it's Pride Month and Juneteenth.
I was mentioning this room, and I got in a big debate about. I wanted to throw that as a question up there too, though. I know you noticed that, and I ain't want to do it because I'm not trying to call the crew in here, man. Because in my room with up to 300, I gotta quit. I gotta shut this down because I don't play. I don't be trying to play. But I wonder why they did that though. Like, I do feel like that's kind of bold though, because they got a month for women, right? Which is in March. March is women's history, something like that, right? So they got a month for women. They got Black History Month, right? And then when it comes to no, please, Sean, chill. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed to be replacing the mod. I'm supposed to make January a mod and make it take it away from you from yesterday. It's like but like I said, they all got their months, right? But then our month happened to be, or men's month happened to be mixed in with, I'm scared to say that. I'm so scared. I don't know why I'm so scared. Well, I know why I'm scared because I'm TikTok, playing with TikTok. But their month, right? And I'm like, it's kind of messed up though, because we know that was gonna overpower our month. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, dang, you see how they just do me? But then like people was even like trying to fight me on it in this live, like, man, there is men in there and all this other stuff. And I'm like, y'all missing my whole entire point. But it just show how much people be caring and stuff. Right. Because I was like, let them mix it in with y'all month did if that's the case, as you feel that way. You know what I'm saying? But like people is so, that's why I said they self. It be making me so angry how I feel. I mean, how people just treat men. It's gonna be crazy. Cause it's like y'all be like, well, this, that, and trying to, but let it be y'all. You know what I'm saying? I wish y'all was in this live that I was in though, cause that just would irritate my soul. Like, bro, y'all are purposely not trying to understand me, because I'm not saying that neither one should have. All of us should have our own months, right? For our own reasons, but I'm like, though, the time that we barely even get to speak up. Y'all keep talking about, oh, man, don't open up and express themselves and all that stuff. Now we get a whole month. Not trying to understand me, because I'm not saying that neither one should have all of us.
No, I mean, if I'm just being honest, I do think that men are expressing themselves too much nowadays. But the problem that I have with them expressing themselves too much is that they're expressing the wrong thing.
I get that. Yeah, I feel on that though. I understand what she's saying.
Do you think it's because they unpack? Right. Do you think it's because they unpacking all the stuff they never got to say?
No, I think that they just critiquing women. Yes. I needed to listen to what you said in its totality. Yes.
Yeah, it like even the guy earlier, it come like when he was saying all. I noticed that when people are hurt, they say all women or all men, and it's coming from an unhealthy place, because any rational person does not group people like that. Right. So when my man was up here, like you said, Kev, it was sad to hear, because you can tell he's been shut up, he's been hushed, or he ain't had nobody to vent that to.
Yep. True.
But it's bleeding too, though, because it'll attract more hurt men. And yeah, like, and it becomes that, whatever that other room is that you were talking about. You know, it can become unhealthy. You know, you got to seek help for that. Women too. But yeah.
I think, I wouldn't say, well, I feel you on that, but they need to be together. So we know who to dodge. But you know, because that's something that's internalized. The people that feel like that, they're gonna actually just join it. But then again, I do feel like I'm not getting too on the other end. Some people end up joining from not knowing. You know what I'm saying? For not trying to, you know, say, hey, we gotta heal from this situation. It ain't always because if you push out certain measures, that's how they gonna take it too. So I can feel it because they be having just like them divesting lives and all that stuff. We don't need, so they find any way to convince they don't need, man. Some people don't even realize why they don't need, man. They just come up with some stuff or whatever. Just because they following the sound bite, you know what I'm saying? So, oh man, I got taught this, so it's just so I can see how that can become dangerous.
I feel like, I honestly feel like I said last night, like I was like, I was raised to see men a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't, first of all, I don't want to get too deep about these little month this, month that, this month and all that. Everything outside of Black History Month. But what I'm saying is, when it comes down to like saying, you know, it is overshadowed by something else. Like, I feel like every day your mental health matters. But I also feel like the reason why men don't like really know how to express themselves is because they've been taught to not express themselves. So when it's finally time, like when we having these conversations, they don't know how to act. Like, you know, like when you get a lot of money, let's just say you ain't never had nothing, you grew up poor, and then you get a whole bunch of money. You don't know how to spend it.
Right.
You don't know how to spend it. And I see it that way. Like, you don't know how to spend it. And I feel the same way about men expressing themselves. You've been suppressing so much. A lot of men don't know how to express it. Now they don't know what to do. They they knocking folks into the fan, and they in there like, don't drink orange juice. they going in because they don't know how to do it because it's so unfamiliar to them.
I agree with that January here. Especially when men are a lot weaker today due to a lot of things and circumstances. So when they get to express themselves, it's going to be overly done because, number one, when you don't get a chance to express yourself and then you finally get, it's kind of like somebody shutting you up for years. When you finally get a chance to say something, you're going to talk. You're probably going to overly talk. Secondly, you're probably not going to express it in the way you know how, because a lot of us, not only we suppress into what we're saying, we're taught to suppress our feelings, we also don't know how to handle them either. So they come out in different ways. Not having emotional intelligence, such as we might express them in a way that could even get us in trouble, you know. So when a man finally expresses himself, you know, kind of like what January just said, it comes out. She was absolutely 100% correct. So now that men are actually saying something, it would sound like we're overly expressing ourselves because, like I said, number one, suppressing the way we feel, and secondly, now that we're able to talk, men are much weaker compared to the days of old, you know. So and being able to handle their emotions logically, they're probably not going to handle. They're probably not going to word it the right way. They probably get in their feelings. They're probably going to express it and be angry and hostile, and you know, it's like a volcano. So it's definitely going to be different compared to if they were able to do it at a different time.
Well, it sounds like you was scraping that thing against. That's about to sound weird, isn't it? But
Sound like what
weird
now?
though. You should be, huh?
Sound like what now?
Nah, yo, I don't know what it was while you was talking. I think you got the like you was scraping the cord and stuff, but I was hearing you
Oh,
though.
I'm sorry about that. Let me get this
No,
up.
you good. Probably
Okay.
using that on your mic or something. Dang, I'm trying to see where I had to change the grammar on this thing a little bit. So, did everybody answer the topic question?
Yeah, I think everybody already answered that one.
I didn't
January.
answer.
I want to say I don't
I
think
didn't.
January.
Oh, sorry
Yeah,
about
what
that,
you
Miss
got for me?
January. Sorry about that.
Okay, so are men able? The first one.
Yeah, why is man's mental month not being taken serious?
That's the one we were talking about. You did answer that one, January.
Yeah, it's not being taken seriously because of the way men are perceived, and also other, you know, other things that's being put before. I don't believe in the whole men's mental health. I think every day we should be focused on black. I'm pro black. I already said that. Um, I don't care about no other community. I only care about mine. And when it comes down to black men and what we've been through in intergenerational trauma, I think that it's not being taken seriously because it's a month. Like, it's just a month. So what? So after that month, then what? Now we don't care again? I think that I don't agree with that.
I definitely agree with
Facts.
you because it's just like you said. It's like knocking. They ready to knock a fan over. I'm sorry. That's what it looks like when we come into when I came into the room and my boy was venting. It was like he was knocking fans over, or knocking people over fans, and I'm just like, man, you need to get that out more. Like maybe because it comes out like that because he sounded like he ain't never got to say it, and he felt more comfortable. Maybe he felt more comfortable because it was a panel of men, or just So
Yeah, that's what it was.
But I also feel like this. I feel like mental health is now an insult. Now people will be like, laugh could say something right now. Why you turn the lights on? You need them. You start on this road. Okay, so what I'm saying is this. Now a man could feel some type of way about something, right? And a woman will be like, and let's just say they going back and forth with this man, and he's angry or he's going through something. It's a thing to say you need therapy. That's an insult today. And I tried to express that last night in a different live.
Yeah, I remember you saying that yesterday.
Yeah, it's being weaponized. You need girl, boy, please shut up. Get out my comments. Go get therapy. You know what I'm saying? Saying shit like that is like that man might need therapy, and you might make him need it more than he ever needed.
Right.
You just don't damn know. That's all.
That's the
Can
truth
I
right
add to
there.
that question? Can I add to that question? What can we do as women to help men be able to express themselves more? Because obviously, it comes off like we don't. For me, I don't see like it's kind of hard to say. We so used to y'all not doing it, and then when y'all do it, like you said, it might come out. We're perceiving it as that's feminine. Like, what can we do to help promote that so it's more of a daily thing versus a monthly thing?
Well, Slim, I feel like you should do it with the people around you first.
I was just gonna say that because I got a son, so I know
Right, I got
it's
a son
hard.
too. I got a son too, and I try to tell people that last night. No disrespect to the people I was like, I don't know whether they're in here, but I tried to say that last night. I have a whole son, so I can't sit up here and ignore. First of all, men, I feel like we need to really start doing. I feel like a lot of the disconnect is a lot of women like to compare themselves to men, and vice versa, because we can really get into it. We be comparing ourselves to each other, and we have a whole type. We have a difference in like a whole different chemical makeup.
Right.
Men are different from women.
I would say a thing that could actually help is listening, understanding, validate, all in one. And also a lot of people don't think that men like to be vulnerable. And in the world we can't be, in the world where men iron sharpens iron, you know, a woman is actually a safe space, resting our women and things of that nature, being able to talk to you, not a man want to be able to feel. Everybody likes to be able to be vulnerable. Vulnerable is when you actually, if you think of any vulnerable state, like sleeping, you're at your most vulnerable state. You're not at a defensive state. You're resting. You know what I'm saying? So, walking around with a guard and things of that nature, you're not really walking around, unpacked. So when you with your woman, when you're not at a state where you can openly feel vulnerable with your woman, that could be something too. So it's got to be a state to where a man can be vulnerable. Some women, not all. I don't like to use that word all, but some women, a man to be vulnerable with her, and then she'll get mad and throw the thing back in his face that they was talking about, or she can't even keep a secret. All the people down the street, all the people at their job, all their family members know their business. So. And sometimes you get the verbal abuse and all of these different things. We don't talk about men get abused too, not at the scale of women. I don't like to make that comparison, but there's mental abuse, there's physical abuse, there's emotional abuse, hell, there's even spiritual and financial abuse. This abuse come in many different forms. It's just physical. So it's got to be, just make a space to where your man can be as vulnerable as possible with you. Because if a man can be vulnerable with you, then y'all will have a more of a healthy relationship.
I was just about to ask, so would that be the same for a child? Because I know a lot of this starts in like childhood. Like, is there a takeaway, something that we should take away, or is it just the same? Like, just give the space for like the young boy to kind of be more like open.
It depends on what he get into early. I had to struggle with this men's mental health when it was first brought to my attention eons ago. And I said, "What do you mean, my mental health?" And well, I know you guys be going through stuff too, and there's stuff, and I had to really wrestle with that. Like, what do you like? I had first wrestle. What do you mean? I ain't nothing wrong with me. That'd be the first. That was my first inclination. My mental is fine. Because you look at the fact that you functioning. And it's like if I'm functioning, it's hard to point out a problem if I don't see it being a problem. However, we don't know how we react when shit ain't functioning right. That's where I had took up the idea that maybe that's what they mean. How do you handle the pitfalls? Everybody handles life well as long as life is going well. Are you still that same person even when life takes its downfalls? And if you could still remain to be that same person even through the thick and thin, then you stable. But if you fall with the tide, if you roll with the tide, then I can see why your mental health is unstable. I believe as men, and I was taught when dealing with problems, there are certain problems that we just can't change. Certain things we just can't change. Not as a man, as a human, period. There are some things that just far beyond my control, no matter how bad I want it to control. I want to control it. No matter how hard I try, there's a possibility that someone else tried harder and got it. But there's also a possibility someone didn't try at all and got it. At a very young age, we were taught this. Reality, to minimize the impact of what I see now has grown to be men's mental health. Or not just men's mental health, our mental health as a community, period. Because I swear when we doing good, you can't tell we got problems. See, if you got problems, we see the problems through the good and bad. What I have noticed in my lifetime, is selectiveness. It's only a problem when it's too big to handle or if it happened to us. Which makes me wonder, do we truly understand what is really mental health problems? And what are we adopting as mental health problems? If you never missed a paycheck and the bill stayed paid and all that stuff was going good 10 years of your life, would you think you had any problems with your mental?
Nah, you right.
But the day you lose that paycheck, your ass about to go nuts.
I think stability is, there's no such thing. We can be stable for a little while. There's a time frame, but there's something that's going to knock you off center here and there. You know, the unforeseen occurrences befalls us all. And a lot of the things about life, it changes you. A lot of things in life, whether we lose our parents or lose a loved one or go through a divorce or lose a job. You know, there's rich people who was rich yesterday but that are poor today. You know, the life happens. You know, anything could happen. Like I even use the analogy at my door. That door is designed for my safety. But if somebody really wanted to come in and get me, that lock will probably hold them down for maybe a couple minutes. But if they want to kick that door down, they can do that. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. If somebody really want to get you, it's nothing to stop them from getting you. So I mean, like there will come times where things will get tested. Before my uncle died, he told me, he said, a relationship isn't tested when y'all are doing great. A relationship is tested when y'all can't stand each other. You know, the trees don't grow in the best soil, but the strongest winds. So it's all about the storms in which you could weather. The point that comes about the mental health is, and then I don't want to rush the point because it'll kind of bring me to your fourth. Uh, Actually, it would bring me to your last topic. So I don't want to jump ahead, but I would disagree with that one because men have to suppress their emotions most of the time. You know, another man will criticize him for being weak. A woman probably won't know how to handle his emotions and stuff like that. And if he don't know how to, have emotional intelligence about it. So what does a man do? He suppresses it in different ways. He might go to the bar. He'll overdrink. He'll come home. It'll be a disturbance in the household. And you can definitely tell, you know, he got to put a mask on and suffocate who he really is. That's why the self-unaliving rate is mostly upon men. Women got a safe space. Women can cry. Women can get amongst each other and, you know, and get embraced. But men kind of got to walk around with the knife in his back. And so with that being said,
are we not including the women that do unallow themselves like in a tub, like that OD, like are we not?
No. They do that too. They does it too. No. It happens in both. I was just saying the magnitude. No, there's women out there who go through the same thing, you know, self-unaliving. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is at the rate, if men was able to express themselves a little bit better without, and I'll land here because I know I've been kind of long-winded, but it's kind of like having a house. Your whole house is clean, but you got one junky closet. If you got a junky closet and a clean house, you got a dirty house still. Your junk is compiled into one space, and you're constantly throwing things in that closet, that emotional closet. So one day you finna get ready to throw something else in there, but you open the closet and everything just fall down on you. And that's what brings us back to what Miss January, she was talking earlier about when you finally get to express it, it's a lot of junk in this closet that just come out that haven't been put in its proper place. And sometimes we can express it the wrong way. So I think men's mental health should be taken a little more seriously.
Was that you said you was answering half the last one? Who take heartbreaks deeper?
You know, you said the last one they do men take heartbreak deeper. Do men take heartbreak deeper than women? I think we suppress ours. I think women I think women express their heartbreaks. They, cry, they talk about it. We got, places, and, when men have heartbreaks, you better not cry. The next day gotta come, better get to work. You gotta be strong. So I would say women handle heartbreak a little bit better than men. I would say that.
Yeah. I explained why I think that. So I think we. I'm just talking about how people take heartbreak, but a matter of fact, yeah, let's go on that since we on that. Then we can go backwards after that. So we didn't even start the topic. Then we go to not backwards. I'm gonna do that, and then we can start back from the top one to the bottom. So that is one since we talking about it. On January, do that. Did Gemini ever call? He fell asleep. Hold on, let me get him up.
Which one?
He wake back up. I'll take him back up. But we gonna do men take heartbreak deeper than women.
No, I feel like deeper is the wrong word. I would say harder.
Okay.
And yes, first of all, I feel like it's different based on the person. All we can go off of is how people react, but we don't know like what a person really feels, because certain people take it harder but don't react. You may think that a man or a woman taking it harder, but it's a lot of the time it be the people that don't react in a certain way. I don't think that is nothing that you can ever add up. I feel like a man could take it harder than me, and I could slash tires and I could do all that. You're gonna assume like, oh, she's taking it harder, but that man could be taking it way harder. You know what I'm saying? He's just not reacting in that way based on who we are biologically. And I feel like a lot of people like to miss the science of it all.
All right, Jelly Bean, you next. Thanks, bro. Jelly Bean, you there? Did anybody keep falling asleep in my box, man? What's going on? All right, Chase, you there?
Yeah.
Do men take heartbreak deeper than women?
I'm assuming so. I didn't know that. I know men do experience heartbreak, but I didn't know that it can go as deep as I've been hearing. But I mean, shit. Yeah, I'm shocked.
You sound shocked. Elijah, what you got for me?
Oh yeah, man. From personal experience to witnessing, I remember I got a short story. My cousin, he kind of lost his top one time in the backyard, and when we was younger, and I had came in the house. He was jumping up and down on the patio, and I came in the house. My mom was like, "What the hell is wrong with that boy?" I said, "You know what I'm saying? There's a girl. She won't answer the phone for him." And all this crazy stuff they had going on. She like, "Man, he better get it together." And I'm thinking to myself, "Mine's heartbroken. What you mean get it together?" But it came to me. She don't understand. You know what I mean? Like it's expected for a man to not express himself and hold it in. But it's like he human too. You know what I mean? And he was saying in the midst of him going crazy, he was like, "My heart broke and I don't know what to do." And my mother didn't understand, but I'm like, you done had heartbreak, so how you don't understand what heartbreak is? He a human being, he's heartbroken. Cause she a baby boomer. She expected for him to, keep himself together. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, how do you not how do you not understand what pain is, what heartbreak is? Because we not expected. I guess we expected to take it a different kind of way, but and from my personal experience, the heartbreak. If a man don't have his, if he ain't grounded, some or completely grounded, heartbreak can make you go do something crazy to a woman, and a lot of people don't realize that until the act is already taking place and somebody is unalived, and that's happened. You know what I'm saying? And it's not talked about as much as it should. But yeah, we take it. I say we take it harder and deeper. Because we have to still show up for work. We still have to show up for the kids. And if you're not a man well versed or don't know yourself, you're not grounded, it could go a lot of different ways. And it's like Miss Summer Rain was saying in the comments, to do all these activities and things, and she right. But every man is not, some guys, they ain't got hobbies and minerals and all of that. And she was right when she said that a woman is not a safe space, and they generally they're not. You have some women that you can. I've met some women that the mother and the daughter allowed the father to cry in front of them when he was stressed. But that's not most people. You know what I'm saying? And not most situations. And we need an outlet. And like 6'4" was saying, other men, they see that they gonna think you weak, and then they lose respect for you. Men, they'll lose respect for you. They see you, you wilding out or whatever because you going through something. So yeah, we definitely take it harder and deeper from what I experienced. I think women, they definitely take it hard. They just can mask it better. And that's my opinion on that.
May I say my opinion on something a little bit piggybacking off of that? As a man that grew a little bit more hardened than average, I was in the United States Navy as a diver for 10 years, and watching some of the greats like Carl Bashir, who is a master diver, go through all the harsh adversities that he went through, yet he persevered and, didn't really complain. And I actually talked to him in person, by the way, too. And when I asked him about it, he just said, hey, I'm a grown-ass man. Just got to sit up there and get it done, and no time to complain. I got stuff to do. And so that's what I think as well is, I might have maybe an old school mentality to it, but, human beings been on the earth for thousands of years, and only recently have we begun to kind of, I guess maybe men have kind of like internalized more of the issues and, pretty much traumas that they say that they have. And to that, I would just say, just become more mentally endured. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, getting a little bit of mental endurance to go through the adversities of life. I mean, our ancestors, our grandfathers, they've been through 200, 300, 400 times more worse things than us. I mean, why do we get to sit here and complain about it? We never worked on the cotton field or got whipped by slavery or something like that. Things like that. It's like, it could be worse. It has been worse. So why are we sitting here, being a little soft about it? I mean, not to offend anyone, but, that's just how I see it. Is, the term man up is, it's hard. It's harsh to people nowadays, but, man up. Nothing wrong with that. World is tough. Just be tough.
I would say the reason why whenever the last one I think men do. She said she feeling good. Okay. So I would say men. The reason why I think men do take heartbreak deeper and stuff, because I do believe women they fall in love easier. I would say that, right? So we can call that in certain type of form. But I think men, like when they do have that time, they actually fall for the woman. They putting they all into the situation. But I think when just like I was hearing stories earlier, some women may check out early and might string the man along. And basically, what I'm getting to about that is that what they do, they will replace them quick. You know what I'm saying? They'll find somebody that would take up for them and, be like, oh, I got your back. They always got somebody to talk to for the most part, or they might have somebody to replace in a matter of seconds. So, what I noticed, like they quick to move on. They will move on quick. That's one thing, and then what men do, right? The reason why I would say they take it deeper is because they might, if they do move on, right? Because I think women move on like relationship to relationship, for the most part. Men move on as in not like that, but they would rather cope with different women. A lot of women just sleep with them because they so scared to take another one serious. Because they love it so deep. A lot of other women will be quickly, like I say, they fall in love quick, so they gonna get another relationship that somebody say this nice sweet somethings to them. Hey, I want you, I want you, I want you. So they keep falling in love with somebody new. Anybody that got their back or cater to their feelings. And with the man, they're just they're not trying to fall in love. Sometimes some of them, they just trying to hurt and find somebody that they could probably sleep with or something like that, so they don't have to put they all into it like they did their last one. So I do think, for the most part, I think men kind of take it way deeper though. I believe so. Because I don't think a man trying to jump into a relationship after relationship. But that's my so we can do an open panel, and then otherwise we can go to the next prompt. Anybody got something on that?
I think with men, depending on the situation as well, when especially when you a marriage or in a relationship and you living together, when a man investing in paying bills and doing things, you don't get that back. So our heart, not the only thing invested, we invest our resource. And a woman, she could just move on. She of course invested some of her resource, but nowhere near as much as a man, especially if he's a main provider, he was providing like a man's supposed to. You don't get that back. That's that's gone with her. That's it. And so now your heart broke and you got to start over.
I would say, especially when we was talking about the fourth panel, the person that suppresses the emotions or suppress their mental health, suppress all that, this person is probably gonna take the heartbreak the worst. I look up the analogy. If I'm at a funeral and I seen somebody crying out loud and they all over the place, we probably think that person is taking it real hard. But if you look at the person that looks calm, probably like, well, he's not taking it so bad, because we're looking at the surface. But I say that the person that's actually crying, he's taking it, or that person is taking it how he's supposed to take it, because he's letting it out. The person that's holding it in is not crying. They're actually suppressing it. So the person that's actually suppressing it is actually taking it it's taking it harder, because it's going to come out in other unhealthy ways, whether he turn into vices or anything, to, some form of escapism. And sometimes it only takes men one heartbreak, and he'll make sure that he'll never let a woman break his heart. He get to a point that even when he found a woman that's really good to him, but he's holding on to the trauma from the first woman, that he actually end up hurting the person who actually meant to do good by him. So sometimes men, we hold on to the trauma. We hold on to the heartbreaker, which is heartbreaks can actually be a beautiful things. Heartbreak, if you use it right. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes that the old saying goes, sometimes storms don't come in your life to make a mess but clear a path. Shit like that. But a lot of times men will hold on to the trauma, but when you hold on to trauma, you're gonna somewhat indirectly or directly traumatize other people with the trauma which you hold. So it's a lasting effect, and it can even have an effect on how you raise your kids. When you're a hurt individual trying to raise kids, they're gonna benefit off the hurt which you don't let. That's why it's all called letting go or forgiveness. It's not about accepting a person back that hurts you, but it's all about letting go of the trauma which you hold on to, so you can assure that you can be the best version of yourself for yourself and the people that you're gonna be around. So, but more times than not, men don't do that. So we kind of suppress it. But whatever you suppress, you hold on to. And whatever you hold on to, it becomes you. And when it becomes you, everybody can get it. Everybody can get the smoke. So we actually handle the heartbreak the worst because it was almost like we force ourselves to suppress this heartbreak.
If I may say something, suppression is the worst thing that you can do, regardless of your gender or whatever it is. Whenever I had any issues, I would go hunting or fishing or swimming or something of that nature, things to redirect your pain or problems. I'm not saying that, you should be a stone wall and not have problems, but there are ways in which to in ways to get rid of the negative energy, if you will. Find a hobby, start a new hobby or something like that, or whatever you're interested in. Do that until the issue until the feeling of it subsides, and don't take out your emotions or issues out on others, but rather just sit there in solitude and like I said, go into your hobbies and whatnot. I think that's a lot more effective tool than just telling men to no offense, but just sit there and kind of, I don't want to say it like this. I'm trying to find a nice way to say it. I guess complain. Like, you can do better than that. You can just try to find something to channel that energy into rather than taking it out on yourself or others. I think that's more effective.
Yeah, that's true. He definitely got a point. I know I bought a punching bag some years ago, some gloves, and I really got deep into boxing, and that helped me a lot. But prior to that, I was a wreck, and I had to, I wanted, of course, I wanted to get violent, and so I just thought about, I said, I'm gonna go get me a punching bag, and that helped me a lot because it's like I transferred that energy. And I mean, it didn't help just that one time. I had to visit that bag a few times, but it definitely helped me to transfer that energy, and get it out. You know what I'm saying? Get it from out. You know what I'm saying? From inside.
Did it just get quiet? What the heck?
I think it turned on just now.
But yeah, so I gotta do this topic again another time though. But
I was just saying, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I was about to say, our men. I wish this more towards the women. I wish there was more women in here though. But with this question, are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves?
I think that's impossible. That's why you should. I've always made the point to be the emotional availability to a woman. While I don't expect her to be the emotional availability of me, I'd rather go out and talk to a tree than talk to a woman about my feelings. Because anytime you do that, you're just going to have it brought back up to you. It's just kind of how they are naturally. So I'd rather go, right. So I'd rather go out and do something, do a hobby, put it into that, write a journal, have a journal and write in that, and I keep it under lock and key because I don't want her to read that either. You don't go to no woman about your problems. That's
man, no,
you
man.
Don't do that.
Hey, look, man, I'll be punching in talking to that bag.
Yeah, I don't care how much she say, baby, you can come to me and tell me all of your problems and I'll support you no matter that bullshit.
Say cap.
Yeah, I learned the hard way on that.
More caps in Chicago downtown in the drive-by, man.
That's the truth.
Don't fall for that.
He ain't lying. She'll bring that up later on. You be like, man, I told you that in confidence. Like, all right, I know not to tell you nothing else.
Yeah, don't ever tell a woman your emotional weak points on it. Like, I used to make that mistake so badly before I got into the Navy, man. It was terrible, man. I mean, shoot, they instantly, as soon as we had HR, instantly, she knew it would hit me. And then they, they try to gas you to try to get you to do something too. And then that's where all this, oh, he hit me, domestic violence, all that stuff stems just from that. I guarantee you, if a man learns to work out his issues and problems and does not tell his lady, but rather, be vague if you're going to do it. Like, if you're going to do it, be very, very vague. Don't give, like, harsh details. And if she try to act, just be like, honestly, it ain't nothing important.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I swear, man. Better boy, or you gonna hear it later. And she ain't gonna say it nice. Woo.
Nah. She...
punk ass.
Yeah, with your punk ass. That's why your daddy, told you should have came on the carpet instead last week. Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, man.
Now you all uncomfortable talking. Your daddy be like, I thought you should, why you tell her that? Like, you told her that.
I swear I learned the hard way one time, man. I told her something deep. And I mean, it was months down the line. We argued about something, completely different. And she brought that up. And I looked, I said, oh, okay. That's it for you. I ain't talking about shit else. And then later on, she said, I was, going through something else later on down the line. She's like, what's going on? I ain't talking to you about it. Don't even worry about it.
Right.
Or she be like, they don't love me no more. Right. Or they be wondering why you sitting in the car for 2 hours. Because I don't want to come in here and talk to you. I want to get it out. And then I'm going to come in. But why you can't talk to me? Because remember the last time I talked to you and you brought that mess back up? I'm sorry. Okay, cool. But I'm still not talking to you.
Right. It ain't no... I always tell ladies that if a man ever, and I mean ever, opens up to you about any problem that we have, that shit should be on lock. Now, I don't care. You better train yourself to not bring that shit up in an argument. You better not. You better train yourself not to weaponize that against us. The moment you weaponize a man's feelings against him, you done lost him. Yeah. You done lost him emotionally, and then you wonder why he's all stoic and shit whenever you bring something up or something like that. It's because he remembers that shit.
Yep, exactly.
You ain't gonna want to sit there and be like, "Oh, baby, it's okay." When you set up over here just the other day, or even just a couple years down, you remember that shit for the rest of your time with her.
Yep. I mean, I was about to say, the relationship is pretty much over with then anyway.
Yeah.
It's pretty much over with at that point.
I agree. Because eventually you're gonna be, eventually you're just gonna be like, no, I can't deal with this no more. And
Yep. That's it. Even today, my parents been married 40 years, and my mom say, he don't, your father, he don't talk about much. Yeah, knowing you, I know why. I know why he don't talk. Look, my old man had told me stuff, and I never told my mama to this day, because I already know, like, nah, he told me not to, you know what I'm saying, and that was it's staying where is it?
Yeah, you're stoic, man. You just become a stoic. You know, like one of those great philosophers or something. Just keep your shit to yourself and making poems in your face. You rather write to yourself and tell her something.
Right.
And that's what ladies got to understand too. There's Summer Rain's here, but I just wish there were more ladies to be in here to hear this shit. Like, not just don't do it.
Man, look, I've been in so many lives, man. They don't care, bro. Most don't care, not all, but most really don't care, fam. Or they gonna misunderstand. Comprehension is not gonna be there. It's really a waste of time, in my opinion, to even want them to listen, because it's not gonna go nowhere.
And that's supposed to be the most emotionally intelligent ones and all of this stuff. Now, if you were emotionally intelligent, you wouldn't be doing that type of stuff. And then also, they have this way of just kind of it's so funny because you'll sit up there as a man all day long and would never dare try to approach their femininity in any type of way possible. But they just feel so great about being off the cuff about when it comes to a man's masculinity. I learned to just block that shit out. But I'm telling you, man, like, it's just weird. It just get weird right there.
I heard a young guy on the live earlier tonight. He said you gotta understand women. They're only loyal to their emotions. They're only loyal to their emotions. They don't care nothing about yours. They're loyal to them. That's true. It's very true. And so it's like kind of like with most women, you kind of deal with a woman kind of how you deal with your boss. You got to know what to say and how to operate them.
Right.
You know, on the low. You know what I'm saying? They can't even know that you even operate them. You just got to know how to do it silently.
And you know what's sad as a man? You have to do that for, like, if you're with that woman, like your dad, 40 years, right? Can you imagine, like, if she was, like, no offense, but, like, if your mother was, like, talking, like, like bringing up his emotional stuff, like, year one. Can you imagine being 39 years in and still, damn.
That's why you don't talk. My old man, he one of the most silent men I know, man. Like, if she tell me, he don't talk, but I understand why he like that, because the stuff she do talk, like the stuff she will talk to me and my sister about him or his family and stuff, it's like, yo, you're not even supposed to be saying this shit to us. You know? So it's like, no wonder he don't fucking talk to you about, because the stuff you do, the stuff you do talk to us about, you're not even supposed to be letting that out your mouth to us. But
I bet he do talk a little bit more when you're in private with you or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Around here. Oh yeah.
And it's so weird because they don't. This is the problem that I have with them when they do that shit. They don't see that it's the problem. They're just like, oh, he gonna get over it. Oh, it's gonna be all right.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be this. He's supposed to be that. He's human just like you. Just like you.
Right.
And I think that women have gotten away from seeing men as human, and they see us as just these monoliths of individuals that they can just, pick up and discard or move on. Oh, I'm not feeling it no more, or something like that. All of a sudden, everything just down the drain. They just, that's why I learned to just be like, I'm just going to be stoic. I'm just going to ride my wave. You want to get on, get on. If you don't, you don't. You want to sit up there and try to disrupt my wave? I really don't care. I learned to not care.
Yeah, it's definitely an acquired skill, man.
Yeah, man, shoot. But I'm gonna have to get going here in a little bit. But yeah, Sam Logic, I fucks with you, man. Your stuff is good, man. I've seen you on a few panels and pretty solid shit. So keep up, brother. Absolute, brother. You have a good one, boss.
You too.
All right.
Show.
She's someone that is type.
Look at the heck, everybody rotating and leaving and coming and going and leaving. Debate. It wasn't even no good lives. I wanted to see some lives earlier. Just ain't seen no. What's the deal, Lovely? How you feeling?
It's crazy, man, because it being Men's Mental Health Month, I realized, like, when I go on a lot of these lives and they arguing, they talking about, the men and women, the patriarchy and relationship stuff, I just start blocking a lot of these lives, because it's like, yo, that's really toxic behavior, man.
Yeah, you ain't lying, bro, man. It be all type of fucking rigmarole, dude.
Yeah, you do. And I'm 43 years old. I'm not about to be arguing. I'm from the 80s. So I don't even do all that, that, especially men, like, and if I got to check you as a man, bro, I'm about to block all this. For real, man. I done blocked about 10 lives today. Because I just don't want to do it. Or I hear one of the men saying the same thing and you still can't comprehend. I'm just going to block the whole thing.
Bird brain motherfuckers, like, they just sit up there, they just got in their mind to where they go, all right, they refuse to understand. Well, you can get the fuck out of my head. That's how I be doing them too, though, dog. I don't blame you.
But see, the thing that's gonna hurt them down the line is they gonna want somebody to understand, and a lot of men gonna be then checked out from wanting to understand you, and you gonna be looking, cause see, like my man that just left said, we learn how to cope, we learn how to just not care. But a woman is not, she not built like that.
Oh, no, indeed. They go always constantly want some type of understanding.
Exactly.
Reason. They always go want something. You feel me?
The understanding gonna be gone. Yeah, it's
Man,
gonna be
I'm gonna be
gone
out
after a
the
while.
door.
In mass numbers, not just 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 men. It's gonna be a lot of guys checked out. Like 3/4 of the
Better
population of
believe it.
men gonna be like, well, I don't give a fuck what's going on with you. Handle it like I do. Handle it.
And then look, check it out. You hear me? It be the ones that be their preference too, though.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
that's the one that you prefer. Okay, they out the door. They go.
That's what's gonna hurt them though.
Exactly.
Gonna hurt them. Then they gonna
That's
be trying
the
to come settle for the average man, and he already checked out from you because you ain't want him to begin with. You know, see, things have consequences. You know, when you choose not to understand, it's like this. Like me and Kev was talking about. You got as men, we had to discipline our sexual desires, right? We had to be disciplined, right? Because you know our first nature is to be going out here doing our do, following our stick, right? But you got to put them under control. So the same thing with women. Yeah, you know, you don't want to understand because you feel like, are we supposed to, you know, suck it up and drive on? Nah, what am I doing with you if I can't vent to you and at least just get it out to you? Understand this. I'm not gonna see much use for you after a while. So you have to learn how to understand me. Yeah, you have to understand. You have to learn if you go, and it's crazy to me. This my point right
Why
here.
they get a violation from Lindsay? That was crazy. What happened?
Huh?
Lindsay, did he say something?
What happened? What?
What happened?
I don't know if y'all seen. I was wondering why I had a violation when Lindsay came up here.
Oh man,
I don't even know what happened. I'm good. I'm scared now. He threw a
you know
picture
what
up
I've
there
been
or
told,
something.
man. We all just have to just do that and come back right fast.
Nah, it's good. It's good.
I don't understand this about females. Now you can have smacks with a man unprotected, but you don't want to hear him. You don't want to hear his thoughts. That's the crazy part to me. I've always thought that, like, so we can do all this crazy stuff, right? But you don't want to hear what's going on inside my brain. That makes no sense to me.
And that's because they ain't worried about your brain. They worried about what's in your pocket.
Look, you better be worried. They better be worried about these brain because some of these guys ain't always rap right.
No, they not rap right, but they not even caring about their safety. They just running around here like, say for instance, I don't mind people knowing where I live. And hey, everybody, I'm sorry, I'm Summer.
Man, that's all right. How you doing, Summer?
I'm straight. How you
And
doing?
it is the summer.
Yeah, you know, I'm summer born in January. I was born on an 85-degree day, so I came to get it popping when I broke out up in here. You know, I'm 45. I'm straight.
Oh, that's what I'm know. Blessings to you, sweetheart. You hear me? Yeah, baby.
I'm trying to pull back this Louisiana accent so everybody can understand what I gotta say. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you already know I'm coming from. You already know. Look, I called you a long time ago. I know you from somewhere out here.
But see, the thing about it is, I live like in Mississippi on the Alabama Tennessee line. They tried to fuck my accent up because you know I had to change it up and listen to them.
And it sounds good to me. You sound you on
well,
You on that
Yeah, I get
you
that.
dig?
You know what I'm saying? You know, you get up too close, they be like, say red with the brown green eyes. What's up? You already know what it is.
Yeah, believe that.
Yeah, you know
I slide with it.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to hold it down. I ain't trying to get too much out of order, and I ain't one of these modern women around here trying to just, you know, fake it till I make it either. And
It sound like you just enjoying yourself to me.
yeah, you know, because I'm not trying to live like them, but they ain't trying to hear what I got to say. You know, I'm trying to tell them how to get you a good man and how to keep him. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, the first time I got married to a dumbass. You know, he just crazy from Louisiana. He was just a little high head. You know,
You met you a wrong batch. You know what I'm saying? I know how that go.
Yeah, but
Been
you
there
know,
before.
that's okay. But you know, like with these dudes, I'm trying to tell them, you know, you can't come out here
asking a dude how much you make, what you do, all this other kind of
Oh,
old
no,
shit.
indeed, man. You already know where I'm at.
And then, they get mad at me because I'm like, you coming out here talking about where you want to eat, and I call it trotting and thotting. You can't come out here looking like you trotting and thotting, and then mad
Yeah.
because, dude asking you the question what you trying to get into. Well, shit, you look like you trying to get into something. Like, what the fuck?
Straight up. Like, hold on. What you mean?
You like,
You said what you mean. What you mean? You ain't mean what you say.
and then I say, okay, well, I hit you like my grandma say, hey, you coming out here looking like like you trying to get into something. Hey, you want to try and thought, but you got to
Straight
realize
up.
a fast trying hard don't try long.
Well,
So
you
what
know
you
the
gonna
rules.
do?
You know the rule. That just how they.
Hey, that's
Man, you made me think back. Yeah.
I mean, that's the rules of
And
the
that's just
room.
rudiments. You hear me? Just be
Yeah.
straight up. That's how it is.
You can't bullshit a bullshitter. So hey, what's up?
About that.
Bro.
Hey, she right about that. Can't bullshit a bullshit.
At all. You hear me?
And I'm
Take
very
game, spit a game, spit it if it was. But no, ain't no spit.
right. It's not my work voice because it turns and I code.
Yeah, I know. See, look, I'm on neutral right now. You hear me? You know this.
Yeah.
You notice my gears right now, because you already know. You know I'm coming, man. You know.
Yeah, because I don't want to hit y'all with that. Hi, my name is Summer. I'm gonna be your nurse today. I don't want to do that bullshit with y'all. I want y'all to.
You ain't gotta do that. I ain't gotta do that.
Fuck all that. But men should be able to express themselves. I be trying to tell them, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. You got to listen more than you talk.
Yeah, you right, love.
If he come here and he trying to tell you about his day, first thing you already know what time he get off. If you doing what you supposed to do, you know what time he get off. You already know you've been laying around here on your ass all goddamn day. You already know what he want to eat. You already know what he like. It's hot as fuck out here. So hey, give him some options, Ask him what he want to eat. Text him like during the day, like, hey baby, what you want to eat? You ain't doing shit like
And
right
you'll
now.
get the best result from result from a man from that. Believe it.
Facts.
You better believe that.
And then, if you take care of him, if he's too tired that day, hey, wait another day. But you already got your little sexy stuff over there on reserve. You know what he want. He want to smell. You know what he want to do.
Even if he ain't feeling it that day, you heard me? Guess what, though? He gonna be right there. You heard me? Guess what? He gonna think about it the next day and be like, "All right, got you."
Oh, he ain't got to worry about that. 'Cause, hey, I got a neck. I put his ass to sleep. He's straight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I hear that. Yeah.
I mean, but they not trying to hear that. And
that's because they've been programmed by the society that think that you know what I'm saying is all about them. But they gonna learn the hard way. Trust me, everything comes to a head eventually. Everything comes to a head.
Okay, well, my parents, let's see, they will be married like 53 years. And this some shit my parents ain't never had to tell me. My dad became disabled when he was like 40 years old. They like 73 years old right now. My mama kept working to retirement. And hey, whatever my mama couldn't do, because she was working, my daddy went on, he did what he had to do. He ain't have to do too much because my grandma was there. And she just went on by her merry little way. She just did what she had to do for her 5 kids. It wasn't too stressful.
Well.
We ain't had nothing to do. My mom ain't never had to tell me shit. If you smart, shit, you just look and listen, goddamn. You know what I'm saying?
That's real.
You know how to conduct yourself as a lady. My mom, and this the old school way. This talking about, your I'll say your boobs, the front and the back. You can't boo coot and toot at the same time. That's what they tell you. Because men like their gifts wrapped.
Man.
So if you just show it all at the same time, you can't show every man all your gifts. You got to give them something to want to look at. But if you show it to every man, then shit, he ain't gonna want about you. He ain't giving a
Right.
damn
It ain't
about
gonna, it
you.
don't have
You
no appeal
did,
to
man.
you.
Fuck. If you doing that for every nigga, get what? I ain't tripping.
Right. He just gonna pass you by.
They don't get that right now, but they gonna find out when they getting more.
On
See,
my
it's
bad
right
for the
now. We in the
time.
moment now. But when they start getting ignored and avoided, then that's when they gonna start seeing like, oh, it's like that. Yeah, it's like that. And we have been trying to tell you all over the internet, all in your face, all on through the phone, and you just didn't care. So these are the results.
And then talking about what they ain't gonna do. Okay, if that's the case,
Exactly.
like I inbox
That's
over.
why I respect her mind.
You know, I had to take a break, you know, because I got hurt on my job last year, and then you know I'm recovering. I'm gonna be straight in just a minute,
Go
but
recover it up.
but I'm like, okay, I'm about to close on my house like in a few days, so I can't touch nothing in my account. But I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe in a couple days because they said do not touch not 1 cent in that damn account. But you know, if your husband not doing something, it's like y'all was saying earlier. My husband ain't no saint, but you know what? I ain't worried about what the fuck he doing out here, cause the money is in the goddamn account. I know every cent that's in that bitch.
Real.
And if the money wasn't in there, then hey, I got access to it. I know I ain't worried about no bills. I ain't worried about no money. And if I was working, it ain't even about what I make. But he makes very good money. But if I was working, I make more than him. But I ain't tripping on that because he buying his goddamn house. You know what I'm saying? He buying this. My name gonna be on the deed. He buying this motherfucker in
You
Houston.
see, I ain't gonna be on a D. Yes, indeed. You hear me?
Yes, and motherfucking deed. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? What they got to do with me?
Mo, you know how I rock.
You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. Cause they ain't finna get nothing but maybe like a little hamburger money, a little salad money, a little shit. You not finna get what I'm getting. So I don't give a damn what you do. And at the end of the day, he ain't finna fuck with you because he fucked out playing with me. You think I'm finna sit over here? I live by the old school rules.
Hey, that's definitely old school.
You dig? She's sticking to the G with that one. Yeah.
That's definitely old school
He
for
ain't
real.
got time because if I see that he got extra energy in the morning, he gonna leave with no energy by the time he walk out the door.
Better believe, cause I know. I bet you I'm not. Ooh, let me chill out, man.
I don't care.
I got spouse from you.
I mean, that's a
I
small
know I
thing.
would. So shit, I can imagine.
I'm just trying to tell you
You
that's
drop
old
from.
shit.
Yeah, on the real.
That's just the way the game's supposed to go.
That's how it's supposed to be. You hear me? Get what? It been like that before nigga was talking about standing on business. We been doing that back in the G on concrete.
Right.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Bare feet on the concrete. How you
I'm
want to talk about it with 2 feet? Man, look,
You know, I'm
we
just
been standing.
forever. My husband from New Orleans, you know, and
Straight
he
up.
know the game.
Yeah.
Shit, he already knew. I don't give a damn. He knew who I was when he met me. Hell, you think he was gonna leave them damn scratch biscuits and all that shit to come over there and fuck with your hot pocket ass and get some hamburger helper? What the hell you
Hey, and
talking about?
these female side chicks, they don't be seeing that because they think, I don't know why, but side chicks think that you messing with them because you planning on leaving your wife. No, you just fun dummy time. I'm going home.
Right. He coming over there.
On the real,
Yeah,
dog.
that's just a little quick stop. I'm going to the crib. I'm paying bills over there.
Yes, just a little. Hey, how you doing? I
Yeah.
just like talking to you. You know, you just a little good fun, bitch. I see your number on the AT&T bill, and you think. And plus, I'm a good hacker on anybody's phone. I used to fix phones. Like, bitch, I see you. I talk to him about you. I know what you look like. I know where you live. I don't give a damn. I don't care. I don't give a damn fuck about you and nobody else. I know what your kids look like, but hey, you know about me too, but you're not bad enough to come over here because I don't give a damn about you. You know, I don't care. I really don't. I'm just trying to tell you the real. I know about you. You didn't give her $25 here and there. 25 fucking dollars. So he wasn't fucking with you. And whatever he got for $25, I'm gonna say like them folks on that damn thing. Sorrow's prayers, baby, because who gonna take $25? You that don't make sense.
Petty weed ass shit, man. What the fuck, man? Look here. Man,
You need to up your prices, boo.
Man, that ain't no lie. Some of these women price be so low, you just hit them with the sideways look like. You
I'm
can't be
like,
serious.
what in the hell are
that
you
niggas
doing
is
with your
all
life?
clean pad. Like,
He ain't
Man,
never
look.
gave you more than
laugh in your
$25.
face and keep moving.
You
But
know what I'm saying? What can you do with $25?
these days, some women don't even make you want to even smash down on them. You just like, you know what, I pass, and
That's
I'm
what I'm saying, though, dog. Niggas, I just rock to my rhythm, dog. Because
$25, and
listen,
then
man,
he gave the shit through Chime. You had to wait 3 to 5, 5 to 7 business days. Ho, I don't know what the fuck.
but see, look, and then just see like something like how she told me shit. You hear me? Like she got a different twins. You hear me? But she from around this way. I feel that. But these bro that from out here, you hear me, man? That's from right out here, man. No, man. I don't even, man. No idea. Now they be on some whole other type shit.
And he ain't coming back. You know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to come back over there. You know, that's not his stilo right now. Shit. And my daughter, hell, I mean, I have 4 kids. He ain't tripping about none of that. Hell, even my kids, they all grown. My last one just graduated from high school. They all know the deal. They all got their own money. One in the military. They all doing their own shit. I don't really have to take care of any of them. They want to take care of their own shit. I don't pay for nothing that none of them got going on in their life. 3 of them in college. One of them got 2 of them got a degree. One of them, the one in the military, they all focusing on degrees that pay them 6 figures. I'm not finna pay for these kids because they already know I had you young, baby. You gonna have to get it how you live, cause
right.
I feel that, love.
Cause I want you to be out here taking care of yourself. So when somebody try to come up and try to tell you that you broke, you can tell them which part of your ass to kiss. That's my goal in life.
I think that's the thing though too. Hey Kev, hey everybody on the panel. I think that's the thing too, is that there's so many women out here trying to tell men how to be men. It's like,
you gonna tell a man how to be something you ain't never been.
right. I've raised boys, yeah, and those boys, like, they are like what Summer was saying. They're out here doing their own thing, doing their even if you look at the word bachelors, like, you know, some of these men, many of these men, they know how to cook for themselves, they know how to clean for themselves, they know how to manage they know how to manage their bills, they know how to do all this stuff, and they're here a lot of women are out here expecting a man to do it for them.
The men's houses are cleaner than theirs. What are you?
Hey, you ain't lying, Summer. Hey, look, but when I was really, you know, before I began, you know, my abstinence journey, it's women where I will go over to their house and that become a thing for that bathroom. That bathroom ain't clean. I don't even want none, because if the bathroom look like that, I don't even want to experience nothing else about you.
Don't start me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And there's too many women like that these days. It ain't like a few here and there, you know. It's too many women that's like that.
Because when I started out, I've been a nurse like 20-some years. When I first started out, I was telling people, like, if y'all only knew healthcare workers, like, like these folks, they go to the club, like, he played in a jazz second line band on the side, right? I'm like, if y'all go in these bathrooms, y'all taking these women home with y'all, if y'all could only go in a club bathroom and
Oh no, that's crazy.
go in the club bathroom, just peek, go smell.
And you know what, Summer? I work for a university, and I go into the women's bathroom. And I'm like, y'all are dirty,
man. Oh my God.
I remember I was working. I was helping this church out, right? You know, and the men's bathroom was basically out of order, right? So I had to go use the women's bathroom. You know, so I not make sure when nobody in there. I mean, I didn't even know it was like how y'all saying. I had never been in a women's bathroom before, of course. I mean, it's a church, but the smell alone, I came right out of there like, nah, I'm gonna go find me a tree outside. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I was like, yo, that's wow. These women.
When you go in there, see, we always have wipes and stuff in our purse. Like when you go in, like that, the little latch to close the door. Do not touch the latch. You have to like Jackie Chan that doggone the thing to flush. I don't care if you have on 5-inch heels. You better make a way out of no way. The purse does not leave your body. You have to like, I guess I say, cock your leg way up high. You know.
You said the purse don't leave the body.
Right. You have to put your purse around your neck.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
You do not touch anything in there.
And you don't want to set it on the floor.
I hate the way they put the little womanly wrapper thing.
Wow.
Right. Oh Lord, please don't set it. Don't put it on the floor. Don't.
That's crazy.
And
exactly.
Changing tables, as hot as it is, I would rather change a baby in the back seat of the car or in the trunk of an SUV than to use one of the changing tables that they change the baby in the bathroom, because it's so nasty.
That's wild.
If you're that nasty, there's no telling how nasty you are with your baby.
And then women got the nerve to come on these platforms and be talking about men. And I've experienced like in the relationships personally, the things that I done had to tell a woman about certain things. I'm like, I ain't gonna repeat them. It just be like, yo, are you serious? Are you serious? And you halfway to 50 and you got this kind of behavior?
Well, imagine what they teach their daughters. And then I've been a school nurse. And then I had like different clubs and organizations donating all of this different stuff. I started a closet for kids. They're out there dressed to the nines, and it's freezing. It's like 19 degrees outside, and they're sending their kids out there, hair half combed, no coat, no undershirt, no nothing. And it's freezing.
Well, and think about it, Summer. Like, I know Kev knows what I do for a living. So you're in nursing, and I'm in like the mental health side. So I see. Yes, I do.
Director of nursing and director of services.
I do. Yeah, social services, foster system, educational system, criminal justice system, all this stuff. And this is I've seen so much. Oh man, the recognition of what I see women doing and how they're raising children, how they're affecting their partners that they sleep with, the ones that open their legs up to multiple men. All that time. It's a lot, and I've seen more issues with women than I have seen men.
Right.
So it's very, very powerful, and I've been doing this over 15 years.
Why is that, Lovely? Why you say that you seen more issues with women than men?
Because there are.
Most of the people that I work with, like students or whether it's clients or people just in general, because I do life coaching too, is I see more. You know how when we were growing up, because I'm 43 and I think you guys mentioned you're in the 40s too. You know how they used to always say, oh, well, it's because you have daddy issues. You have daddy issues. No, the reason was because of what the mama was doing to the daddy. So I see more mommy issues than I see daddy issues.
Right.
Wow.
Right. Like I was an LPN first. I was working at a school, and then they closed my school. So I got my CNA during one of those summers, and then they closed my school. So I took a CNA job and then went to LPN school. Did that for like 7 years and then became an RN. My first job as an RN, like my first individual patient that, I just did like a, admission on. She was a 15-year-old girl and she had been working at a strip club in Jackson. And she had broken her legs, whatever. She had all kinds of STIs or whatever. And her mama came up there and we had to call security because her mama came and beat her up. Not because she was at the, because she broke her legs, but because she didn't make enough money to bring home.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more mommy issues lately than anything. And it's even more expounded on, especially because the generations are evolving right now. And a lot of our younger men or our younger boys are turning against their mom, like, wait a minute. And they're actually defending like their partners that they're getting into. So we're seeing just a lot of men just being able to be to actually be able to expose those emotions of how their mom made them feel.
Yeah, and they're like crashing out on people.
Oh yeah. I definitely I was talking with a female a few months ago, and I quickly ended it because I already knew what kind of person I was dealing with. But anyway, she told me she her top row is was dentures because her daughter's baby daddy knocked her front row out. And I was like, well, what made him do that? And she was like, we was getting into it. I was holding the baby and he caught me off guard. And my mind told me, no, you was in a business.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he a young guy, probably ain't had no whole lot of self-control or none at all. And, he gave you the results of you being in his business. I ain't saying he was right. But I'm thinking a woman that's in her 50s should know how to conduct herself when she's dealing with anybody, especially these young kids. And I'm thinking to myself, you lucky he ain't pulled no gun out, because that's what they do these days.
Right, because there's so many son husbands out here who are accustomed to being the man of their own house. Right. So when they get to somebody else's house, they think they run that one too.
Right.
Well, those son husbands come from the control of the mom. Of how the mom controls how he functions, how he maneuvers, how he's supposed to act, and doesn't allow him to be the man that he needs to be. Like I was mentioning earlier, saying we got a lot of women out here telling men what they need to do and how they need to act.
And then you have the young girls thinking that their boyfriends or their husbands, and then defend me, and then when they crash out, then hey, it's on to the next one after that. Because these mamas are actually like promoting their daughters, because I'm married to a band director, and I've had to be chaperone band mama in another state, and they're having to like overly watch over the girls that are trying to sneak out of the line to go get with these older guys who are like literally paying for their lifestyle, all the hair and the nails and all this other stuff, the clothes, just everything. And their mamas know it, and their parents won't come pick them up because they're off at some concert or off at some event doing whatever it is that they want to do.
Well, here's the irony of that, though, Summer, is that a lot of these women are the ones who push the daddies out of the home, and then they're now telling them how to be with the man. It's like now they're seeking men that are older. Like, make it make sense.
And then the boyfriends that they have are only 2 or 3 years younger than the men that the mom is actually dating.
Right. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
And see, that's what they're gonna mess up, because these young guys they not emotionally inclined about anything. They just they following they stick, and they gonna do whatever. They not looking for a solid relationship or have the proper knowledge on have one, especially with an older woman. And then if she's not an older woman with some maturity herself, it's gonna go sideways.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because I was working in the school when No Child Left Behind was leaving them behind, and you know I kind of like chunked that stuff to the side, and I actually helped them, and they actually did not fail the state test, but then on the side they actually did not have the emotional maturity to try to really take the test seriously. I just so happened to have taught the material in a way that they understood. Now, half of them actually became successful, and the other half are just like out here either wilding out or in jail or just doing whatever it is that they want to do.
Right, and that goes back to when in your first 5 years of your life, how your mother nurtures you, how your mother emotionally responds to you, and how you allow the father into your life. That's gonna set a tone for your whole life.
Correct.
For your whole life.
I tell people all the time, from birth to 5 years old, you learn more than you ever will in your entire life, and they don't get it. And if you do not have your father around and you put them in a situation of chaos, they're going to be chaotic for the rest of their lives.
Very true. That is very true. Very true.
They need both parents. I don't care what they pay in child support. They need both parents for emotional support.
Absolutely. It's not a one person job, being a parent. It's not a one person job, and a lot of these women they don't see that until the kid's older and they done got locked up, or some crazy had a baby, or anything, or even been unalived, and that's happened a lot. And that's not being talked about. And when I go on a lot of these lives, it's like, well, y'all on TikTok all day long, right? And y'all not plugging into the right information because you're busy arguing with somebody that you don't even know, but you ain't plugging into what's really going on, why they trying to push the Trump thing in everybody's face, and they trying to mask something with that. It's a lot more going on. They changing the currency. They getting ready to, the inflation about to go crazy over here, and nobody's talking about that.
We're not talking about all the kids that are just missing in just like certain cities.
Yeah.
They're not talking about where they're going, and it's blatantly right in their face because you have so many people just sitting there talking about it, and they're not even, why don't you talk about that? And then better yet, why are you not watching your children? Because they know from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, those are the hours where most kids are missing.
Because that's when they getting out of school?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. And if you look at it from a mental health concept, I wanted to bring this back up. So, because I know, Kev, why is men's mental health not being taken serious? Even if you look at the amount of men that are even therapists, the amount of men, sometimes our men don't even have therapy. Like there are women out there that they want their children to kind of live vicariously through them, but it goes back to like the son husband. So
thank you. Look at the prom. That's the example.
Hi, Kev. Hi, panel.
Yes. Hey, Rush.
I don't know why Kev is small for me, and then from my screen it's like I'm in a big box, but with a circle talking. What is that? Is it just me?
I see you in the box.
That's weird. Well, Kev know how I am. Can I just answer? Can I just at least try to attempt to answer number one? Because that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me. Yeah. It has you in a smaller down. It says when. Why does it look like that to me? Can you read it to me? Okay, there we go. Okay, that's better. That's better. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves? When I read that, I was like, ooh, because listen, I don't give a fuck if you're in the comments, ladies. Y'all can dislike me for this. I don't really give a fuck, but it is a lot of us that have that practice a lot of whataboutism. I don't even know that's really technically a thing, but what it means is when someone else expresses their traumas, their situation, their whatever, their opinions that you may not agree with. A lot of us women, well, we're like, well, what about when women? Well, what about when women? What about when women? Or like we do a lot of that. So I will say this. Yes, men are able to express themselves and get support from women without women censoring themselves. However, like women have to vet, men have to vet as well. So I feel like it's up to like I'm getting, but I understand the like that topsy turvy situation that men could be in, because again, y'all ladies, y'all can argue with me about this too. I don't care. There's a lot of us women, I'm not saying y'all, but just there's women in general that we get to know men, even if we love them, they get to a space where they're comfortable telling us about their traumas, their fears, their this, their that. And then when we are done with them, or we break up or something like that, Kevin Hart was a line like we take low blows and we use the things that they told us as like weapons against them. So like it makes it hard for men to want to tell the next woman, you know what I'm saying, the same thing. I land my plane.
Yeah, you right. You probably one of the very few women that actually see it from that angle. You right. But it's like me and the other guy were talking earlier. Even for the ones that say they understand, and they probably do understand, it's like we know better than to vent to a female. You know what I'm saying? Especially older men. We know that's kind of like a no in our book. You know, like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna pass on that. Cause like you don't want to throw them back in your face. You know, you already was going through it, or you dealing with some other stuff. Just me, you know, men, we deal with a lot that we don't talk about on a regular basis.
Right,
like,
dog. That's what we were talking about earlier.
We working in the white man's land, so we dealing with his mess, we dealing with y'all mess, we dealing with our own mess, and we can't talk to nobody about it.
You remember earlier, that was me saying, don't vent to most women, because most women are just gonna take that shit, and as soon as the opportune moment comes up, it's always remember that time when.
Yep.
Remember that time when. And as for me, that's something that I absolutely hate. And another thing I hate
Then
is
I'm not throwing that pussy ass shit in nigga feet. My bad. I ain't mean to say it like that.
You good. I hate
You know what it reminds me of is when they said when you were younger as a man you're not allowed to cry, but when an older man or when an adult man cries, sometimes it's beautiful.
I think that's one of the most dangerous things that have been handed down.
That should be a meltdown.
Right.
Man, look, I don't like to hear no grown man cry, because it sounds like a war about to happen.
All humans. Go ahead, Sam.
When I see
I cry, it's a terror dome.
Look, I'm a Louisiana man.
You already know it's out with me.
We cry together. Sorry.
No,
I remember one time when I was young, I wanted to spend the night at my friend's house because I was like, yo, something about to go down, and I don't want to be there for that. Because it's horrible. It sounds horrible. It sounds like something gonna go down.
Somebody shake, nigga. Somebody go big a cake, nigga.
So guys, fellas, even Kev, fellas on the panels. Now this is my theory, but y'all can you can piggyback on this and say how you feel. I think for a man to finally get into a comfortable space where they feel like they are in love or feel comfortable enough with a woman, like I feel like that's when y'all start to be like, oh yeah, she's the one, like she's wifey, and that's when y'all start to be like, ooh, she could be my wife. Am I wrong or right or somewhere in between?
Oh yeah. I mean, if we see that, you know, that potential in, like, and it's really high, it's above average. Yeah, we say that to ourselves, but we don't move too fast, because it's like we want to make sure that's consistent. You ain't just putting on no front, no facade.
Mm-hmm.
It gotta be something that's you. It gotta be genuine. Because we done been through a lot of acts before.
So do you feel like you hold back until you feel like you don't feel like
we got to study your field. We got to study, how you moving, because transparency and communication is everything.
So
and a lot of women don't have that. So
I feel like that, like, dudes like drop small problems first and then see their reaction on that, because I feel like if a man drops a small problem, a quote unquote small problem, because that's very subjective, right? Onto the lady that they're dating, and she don't neither listen, respond, or get any type of feedback or support, kind of like,
Nah, it's like I don't drop no problem. What I look for is if you got some infidelity issues, like a flirt. Some women will tell you, well, I flirt, but that's all I do. I don't want none of that. You know what I mean? Because if you don't want me flirting, I definitely don't want you flirting. And I've met a lot of women that tell, well, I do a little harmless flirting, but I ain't gonna do nothing. How you look being my wife?
I feel like flirting is for single women only, in my opinion. But that's my opinion.
Man, there's some women that have told me to my face, I flirt, but I don't be doing. It ain't gonna go nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, if you will do something that small, trust me, it's gonna be some man that's gonna test you, and you gonna go. So I mean, if we don't drop problems, we want to see how transparent you are, you consistent, and if you know how to communicate well. And also listening is like listening and comprehending is like the big thing most women don't have. Listening and comprehending what's being said. Not you hear what I'm saying, but it's filtering through your mind and it's coming back out something completely different than what I said. It's like, I'm speaking English, so how you not hearing me?
Because people listen to reply, not listen to understand. And then they come back a few days later and just act like they never even heard exactly what I just said. And then they want to paraphrase and then gaslight you like you never said it in the first place. And then get mad. So I sit there, and even though some folks, they don't like it, when I see that they're just acting like a total imbecile, I'll just sit there like like we're having this conversation about how they try to just gaslight you. I pull out my phone and I just pull out a voice memo when they just ranting and raving and just saying a whole bunch of ignorant mess, and I just record. So then when they come back with that same stuff that I know that they're not listening to, I come back and I pull my phone out and I just lay it right there.
That's smart. I ain't never thought about that one.
Did we not have this conversation? I don't like to be recorded. I don't like.
I was about to say, that's gonna be a whole nother something else right there. Because you
don't care. I have zero feelings about it, because when it comes to that, I'm a very feminine person. Okay, very, very feminine. But I told them I have 3 older brothers. My mom and daddy have been together since they were 13 years old. They've been together forever. They've known each other all their lives. My mother, great woman, great teacher. I do not like to be lied to. I don't like to be gaslit. I don't like for you to nag me. Don't insult my intelligence. Please don't. Because that right there,
we go through that all the time.
But see, I'm not going through that, because if you want to sit there and insult my intelligence like a man, I'm going to dog you out just like a man. Okay? Because again, I have 3 older brothers. And
it's like, it's not that I just want to go. I'm not going to go through that. We also have to know how to not put other people through it.
Right.
But see, I'm a person of truth. As you know, like I said, I'm a nurse. So when I tell you something, I tell it to you like I'm writing it down. Because if you always tell the truth, then you don't have to try to remember, lie, paraphrase, do all that other stuff.
Right.
I'm going to tell you the truth the first time. Sometimes the truth is uncomfortable for people, but how you receive the truth is not my business.
That part. And I always say that, and I've said this before on Kev's live, on many lives, on the lives that I go into. correction brings protection. How you handle that receipt of that correction and how you handle the receiving of other people's emotions, a lot of times it's not just your emotions, it's how you take on other people's.
So, Kev, I just want to, you know how I do it. I get on the panel and I say what I want to say, and I drop. I just want to say this. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna drop on behalf of Father's Day. And Kev may not have heard me go on this rant before. If you are a woman and you had a child and you are purposefully petty, like for petty reasons. I'm not talking about no DV. I'm not talking about no child. And you know what I'm saying? The man did something to your child or anything. I'm not talking about that shit. I'm talking about like, oh, this man just don't want to be with you no more, has a girlfriend, or da-da-da. If you're keeping your child away, that father away from your child for some petty shit like that, I honestly think you are the most scummiest woman on this planet. And you're doing the world a disservice because you are like you're raising, whether daughter or son, you're raising so much more damaged children, humans. They're, you know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm gonna say. Like, don't, if you, I don't give a fuck. Y'all can flag like anybody. I don't give a fuck. They can call me a pick me, all this shit. I don't give a fuck. Y'all, I will fuck y'all flow.
Flag.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop. Anyway, y'all have a good night. Good morning.
God bless you, sis.
We love you.
My follow. You gonna make me start singing for real at 4:00 in the morning. Ooh.
No, I'm telling you, she made good points, and this is what women, as us women, we cannot continue to keep our children as pawns against the man that you actually laid down with to create that child.
See y'all old school. These a lot of these young. I mean, I can't even say that because my daughter's mother, she just made 47, and when she opened her mouth and talked, you wouldn't even think she was 47. You think she just coming out of her 20s because her mindset is messed up. And that was my fault. I chose her. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm not with her today. But it's a lot of old and young women. The maturity is not there. You know, like we matter of fact, it's off subject. I was in a live earlier this week and they were talking about the Chris Brown pictures, him charging $1,000 and a girl took the picture and the boyfriend broke up with her a week later with her. And a lot of women will say, "What's wrong? It's just a picture." It's a lack of respect and you're not getting it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I mean we went for, it seemed like we was on that live for like 2.5 hours and it just kept going in circles because the women in the panel and in the comments, they didn't understand. It's just a picture. It's a lack of respect and you not getting it because you want a man to accept your ways and men don't want that. You know, and then they wonder why they sing. I mean, it's a lot of nice looking women that was in that live, you know, commenting in on the panel, and they all were single.
Okay, so if you had a Sexy Red, a Cardi B, a Lotto,
Well, you already know.
And you know
Men ain't stupid. Men ain't stupid no way. They ain't even about to, one. We ain't paying no $1,000 for no picture with nobody.
Okay, so I'm gonna take the money factor out. And she said, okay, oh, you look so handsome. You know, it's Father's Day coming around, and I want to make sure you take a beautiful picture with me because I'm just doing something for just random guys. And she just decided to just do some Lil Kim spreads and all that kind of stuff.
No, we not doing that because I gotta go home. We not doing
that. You know what it reminds me of, and I know Kev, we talked about this, and I know Kev posts a lot about this too. It's like idolatry. It's like you're gonna show a lack of respect for your own man to give respect to another man that you don't even know, and you're not even gonna be with.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you gave him $1,000.
Okay, so right after I got married, I went to Essence. I had several celebrities. You know, I had got my body bag and everything, you know, because I wanted to make sure I had a small private wedding, you know, just family members. But I was trying to help get my husband in shape. He had never been the size he wanted to be. So I whipped him into shape. You know, I had him looking good. Mm-hmm. You know, So I went down there, had several celebrities and all that different stuff. Then I had this one talking about when I went to the Super Lounge, how he wanted to put his soup coolers all on me and all this different kind of stuff. And you know, I felt disrespected. And then he saw my husband over there. It's like, oh, you recording me? And he's like, no, my wife came to see you, sir. Right in the middle of the set. He was like, well, I'm planning on taking your wife with me. He's like, over my, what body. So I'm like, turn the camera off. We just gonna walk up out of here because I'm not having this.
Right. That's how you do it.
Yeah, that's that discernment. Hey,
old girl should have did it. She should have talked to her guy first.
Charisma, I wanted to let you talk
that
too
picture
as
situation
well.
and got his, input on it. Because her
Well,
just
she
going
didn't
out
care.
and doing it is just a lack of respect for the relationship.
She obviously didn't care. That's what she was saying. She just didn't care.
Pay the man $1,000.
Yeah, paid him $1,000. Well, $1,100.
Never.
Jesus Christ.
And out here, women are trying to compare how much you pay for a man pays for a meal, but you're spending $1,100 to take a picture with somebody.
Complaining about rent.
Right.
And rent been going up like it's been doing, and you spend $1,100 to take a picture with this being here.
Like you were saying earlier, Simp, is like inflation is at its highest. People are struggling right now.
Right.
I
mean, she could have took that $1,000 to put in a high interest bank account and earn some other money off that.
Right.
You know, you
Was
just
she an
threw it
adult?
at him. You said, "What's this?"
Was she an adult?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Young adult, but she was an adult.
Well, she's not mature.
At all.
She's an adult girl, not a woman.
Yep. I always say knowledge or discernment doesn't have an age. It's just how you receive it. It's just how you take it in and what you do with the knowledge that you have, with the experiences that you have, with the education. Because we can, I think Kev had a live, and I've been in other lives where we talk about why are women promoting so much of this education like it trumps their man, but their man can be a blue collar worker and still be doing great things for his family. Why are we
absolutely?
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey.
I just wanted to comment on when I first came in alive. You were saying like women hold the kids away from men.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whomever does this has to be the biggest idiot of them all. I am a strong believer that they need to have their equal opportunity with the children if you're not together. Like, I got 4 kids right now. I have no 4 kids with me. I'm on summer vacation because they're with my baby's father and his mom. Like, why am I gonna hold them away? Because it's just gonna make me more stressed out as a quote unquote single parent. Like, I wouldn't do that. I think it's stupid. I think you're not allowing the child to build a relationship with the father or the mother, whichever way it goes. I just feel that kids need to know the other parent. You weren't the only one who, made this kid. And if anybody who does this, it's because they're so bitter and they have not made self-awareness for themselves. They probably had a bitter parent who did the same thing. So that's why they're doing it, because they know no better. But I think it is absurd to hold kids away. Kids need both people, regardless of what. And I have 2 kids' father. One passed away. And if my other kid's dad didn't take all my kids, or be in all my kids' life, it'd be like, bro, I'm stuck with 2 and I got 2 over here. What the world? No. When he picks up 2, he picks up all of them. Or maybe he don't even pick up his 2. He'll pick up just one of my sons because they go and watch baseball games together all the time together. And he don't take my 2 younger kids that are his kids, because that's just the bond that him and my 13-year-old have together. I don't respect women who do that, or I don't respect men who do that. And I don't respect men or women who talk down upon the other parent. when the other parent's not there, irregardless of how you feel, like it's still the other parent.
And I've
I
always
completely
said this
agree with that.
before. If you
I was
look
a
at
single
the,
mother. I'm sorry.
this is why women need to stop using the government as their new daddy. This is why you need to not use the government, because when you use the government to solve your problems, you're actually proving to yourself that you don't know how to communicate.
Yep. Absolutely.
The only time you should be using the government is for a hand up. Because there are programs that are out there that can actually help you achieve your goals. Like, say, for instance, if you go to the workforce place, the one-stop place, they have, like, wherever you live, there are things that you have a critical shortage, like, area in that actually pays great money in. Or if you have community colleges, those trades, there are a lot of trades. If you go to bls.gov, you can go and find what is actually paying great money, and then go to the one-stop office and get funding and keep your Pell Grant, and then put that mess in your pocket.
And in this day and age, it's no excuse because information is limitless and it's everywhere.
And
So it's
then,
no
like,
excuse.
on my Instagram page, like, I'm on there, like, for my son right now, and I have this thing where there are so many scholarships that people don't know about. Like, people have gone to college for free, and there's so many scholarships that people don't even know about, and I have an influx of them, and I'd be more than happy to just share my doggone stuff with everybody, because I want people to succeed. Because I don't want people to be feeling like that they're stuck in a place, stuck in a rut, where, like, when inflation comes, like, you have to be trapped somewhere. Because you don't have to be.
Right. And a lot of people don't understand the financial literacy behind the government. And you talk about scholarships. I got a scholarship because I was left-handed.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, because I heard about that one, because I have a brother and a sister that's left-handed, and right after they were in school, I heard about that scholarship. Sure did.
Yeah, I actually got that scholarship when I went to college, so I don't understand why people don't take advantage of this. Like, I'm left-handed, people just be like, you're left-handed, but I got some coins for that left hand.
Right. Well, we think with the right side of the brain. There's so many resources out there, but even just like what biblically it says, seeking you will find. If you aren't looking for it, how are you going to find it?
Very true. Then, when you actually get to the college that you're going to, you can actually go to your academic advisors or your department chairs and ask them for additional scholarships.
Yep.
Like, say, for instance, I have a son who's going to Texas Southern for band. I didn't want him to go there. I want him to go home to Grambling, where all my relatives and stuff live in that area. They had all kinds of grants, like something like Mr. Man building something. They were going to just give him something just because he's a young black man, and he's going into music education, and they want to see more black teachers, because there are only really 2% of teachers are black males. My husband's a black male.
Yes.
So they were just going to give him extra money because he was going to be a teacher, a black teacher.
My daughters are teachers.
Yeah, my mama's a former teacher.
I was talking about with therapists too. We don't have enough. My therapist is a black therapist, and it's a male. But I sought that out.
And, like, for instance, the reason I'm telling you about that program at the One Stop Office, they actually paid for my LPN something. I was helping.
That program you're talking about is called WIA.
Yeah. Yep. I was over there helping nurses, and the nurses actually couldn't do wound care on somebody, but I used to help my grandma with some stuff, because she had some legs amputated, and they couldn't do this person, and he was actually dying. Actively dying, and one of his nieces was there too, So I went in and I was doing his wound care, and they were like, "Oh, okay. Well, since you did that, would you like to go to nursing school?" I'm like, "Yeah, no problem." So they signed me up for some stuff and got me in. And once they saw I could actually do it, they gave me this stuff. And when they paid for every pencil, every pen,
That's
every.
excellent.
I'm talking about if you bought a calculator, if you bought a folder, you just turned it in. They paid for all my white coats. They paid for my state boards. When I tell you everything, and then they had this thing where like you could turn in your mileage going to clinicals. So instead of going to the hospital, they had something going somewhere else, and they paid for like full day child care for one, half a day child care for the other. I clocked those miles. They were paying me. Then
So let me tell you something, Summer. So I work for a university here in California, and I work in the disabilities department, but I do all the psychological side. And out here in California, we have the Department of Rehab. Well, the Department of Rehabilitation, they will pay for anybody whether you have anxiety, bipolar. I don't like the labels, even though I'm a therapist. Anxiety, depression, autism, ADHD, they will pay for you to go through that educational system to get through there.
That's correct.
It's so powerful. It's so powerful. You have to meet people that have those same that know about the resources. I always call it infiltrating the system. We have to infiltrate the system that they created for us that divided us.
Yes, because people don't know about a program called vocational rehab.
Exactly.
And see, I know, I knew about it a long time ago when I found out about that, because I'm also a nurse that has stuff like lupus. I have fibromyalgia.
Right.
I have lupus too.
Ma'am?
I said I have lupus too.
Okay.
My sister-in-law has lupus and fibromyalgia and those things that you have to go through physically. It's not just physical, it's mental too.
Right. I have a pseudo tumor, and they'll pay for it if I just go through all the proper channels. And I found somewhere where I think they have a scholarship for that, because with that particular thing, 99% of those folks are disabled and have shunts and all that, and I don't have any disabilities, concerning that, but they will pay for me to go to school. I just switch states, and I have to figure out how to get it while I'm over here.
It's the same thing with the VA. Look at the veterans that actually go through war or go through all the tours that they did, all through that trouble that they go through, and then they come back home, and guess what? They have benefits to go back to school. Now they've got to go from that mental health, from being a veteran, to now they're back in society.
Yeah, that PTSD.
And there are a lot of, and they need to know how to do the DD 214 and all that stuff. There's a lot of paperwork and there's a lot of research that is involved in that. And I don't know, there's just a different thing with the empaths that are on this page right now. I just see everybody just doing their research and understanding things and coming with a different spirit.
You have to.
I appreciate all of you for doing this.
You really have to. Like, you have to be your biggest advocate.
Yeah, my daddy has helped a few people do the DD 214s, because I was telling him about doing some for my ex-husband. I don't necessarily get along with the guy, but if it's something that's going to help him, and he became a truck driver, anything I can do to help him get situated, I will help him if he allows me to.
Right.
But he's hard-headed. Again, we don't get along, but if I can help him, I will. Or I'll get my daughter, we have kids and stuff, so I'll get my daughter to go ahead and help him do that kind of stuff, but he doesn't listen to me. But my daughter looks like my clone, so he listens to her.
That's like my youngest daughter. But as far as they fathers, my oldest and my youngest daughter said, I mean, we cool, but I keep my distance.
I do too.
But I have never badmouthed them, kept them away from their kids. They chose it on them.
Yep. Yep. That is exactly.
That kind of goes back to Kev's number 3 question. Well, I guess number 4, or does someone have to care for you in order to care for them? No, sometimes we just got to care for other people and give our knowledge and our information and our experiences to other people, and we just have to know how to receive it and not get emotionally tied to if they're not going to receive it, we can't control it. And it goes back into that women thing. It's like, why are women trying to control everything?
I have no idea, because I'm not a gatekeeper of information, and one of my mantras is to learn everything about because I was a gifted student. So one of my mantras has always been to learn everything as much as I can, like a sponge, and at some point in life to give it all away, because there's no point in me being able to learn information quickly and process it, and then you have people who want to know but they don't understand the way that it's written, so I have to turn around and give it to people in a language that they understand. That's what I'm trying to do.
You have to meet people where they're at.
Yeah.
Not everybody is
I had
at
to
the
learn that.
same place as us.
I had to learn that with people, because I was always trying to make people see what I saw in them, and I got lost in it.
No, and I'm not gonna do that part, because I at one time I almost lost myself. Well, I'm not gonna say almost. I lost myself trying to love someone who decided to just go out and love other people behind my back, and then it broke me, and then I went to therapy, and then it's not funny, but then my therapist is an ex-military guy, has a lot of businesses, does a lot of philanthropic work, does a whole bunch of different stuff. He's not hurting for money at all, but my therapist ended up falling in love with me and stopped working as a therapist because of me. And then every now and then, this is 10 years later, he will still call every now and then and just like, hey, how are you doing? And I really don't want to talk to this therapist like that. But at one time, I actually did have those type of feelings, because I'm like, why the hell am I falling in love with my therapist? This is not normal. But I kind of feel that he was giving me the validation and the love and the affection that I wasn't getting, that I should have gotten from the person that I was with.
It's a book that I just started reading probably like a couple days ago. It's called Weapons of Mass Instruction. It's by John Taylor Gatto.
Mm-hmm.
You said
Yeah.
weapons of what?
Mass Instruction.
Okay, I think I'm gonna get that.
He was a former teacher, and the book is just basically telling you about like how his insight was understanding the school system, that it's not actually a school system, it's a system of instruction. They ring the bell for you to go to class, they ring the bell for you to get out of class. Like
it's a prison system.
Right. So in this book, he's how far I've gotten in the book, it basically is saying like what he learned as being a former teacher and what the school system is. So like how people don't want to gain access to information is because they have been programmed this way, from kindergarten until 12th grade, it's just the programming of the people. And if the people don't have any other support factors to like unprogram them, so to speak, but just to show them a direction so that they can know what to do, how to do it, and get other information on other avenues on ways to do things, then you'll be stuck in that mindset, because that mindset was handed down from the Rockefellers, So the Rockefellers
the book
did
is
not.
called Weapons of Mass Instruction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and if you think about it too, it goes back into, this is why I always call it like a self-identity crisis, because from 0 to 5, we're nurtured by our parents or a parent, whether it's dad or mom, and from 0 to 5, and then we get put into this system. And if the parents don't run along with the system, they get in trouble. So now you're forced into this indoctrination. You're forced to learn certain things, so it actually takes your own creativity or your identity away. And this has caused a self-identity crisis. And then you can look at religious trauma. You can look at religion and people who go to church every Sunday, every Wednesday, or reading the Bible, or all this stuff that society presents to you, and it keeps you from yourself and from your own identity.
Right, and that's what the Rockefellers wanted. They don't want you
Yep.
to. They want you to be, the workers, not the thinkers. So,
Right, the sheep.
my kids have never gone to traditional like elementary school or schools. Period. They have always gone to Montessori.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then
My youngest daughter is a teacher at Montessori
yeah,
in
and then
Arizona.
and the Montessori school that my kids went to was actually a black-owned Montessori school, and it was free. So it's kind of like my kids are like different kind of thinkers. And my oldest son, he just graduated this year, but he went to a college prep school for high school, because I don't know any Montessori schools that was for ninth grade. I've never seen one. So like he's gone to Montessori school all this time, and then ninth grade he went to a college prep school because he's like extremely smart. But like my kids, I feel like from me going to school and then watching them grow now into, so I have an 18-year-old, 13-year-old, 5-year-old, and a little baby, well, a 1-year-old. But I can see how their thinking is. Their thinking is not the thinking that I used to have because I was in the Bell system, but their thinking is more like they're like liberated. You know what I mean? Like they think on their own accord. They don't think within this institution of thinking that a lot of people think in. And I think just for me, for being a parent, how I teach them and tell them about life. So it's kind of different, but it all depends on the parent, the person, and then also what type of schooling and things that they have or you have.
Parenting is so important. And I'm sure that, my mom, she was born in 62, so she didn't, have an identity, so to speak. She just got pushed through the school. But when she had us, she moved out of the city, moved us to the suburbs, and she really listened to us and our opinions and how our feelings and all of that.
And I think that's quite important because my 18-year-old, I was just a first time mom. Your first kid, you make a couple mistakes. Well, I made a lot of mistakes, but
oh yeah, I did.
him as being an 18-year-old now, like he's like, man, the only things I wish I could change about you when I was younger was that you used to do a lot of yelling, and like that's just where I come from. But it's okay. But he just says like he appreciates the fact that I did yell somewhat, but he didn't really like it. But I guess now as an adult, he sees that the world is not friendly. And I've always told him that, and I always told him, just use your own brain to think forward on what you want, And I'm telling him, I don't care what you do in life, as long as you are the best at whatever you choose to do. I can't make a decision. I wanted us to go to a HBCU, but you're not really a HBCU kind of kid. But he's gonna go to college in the fall, and it's like, how amazing is this kid that I had a hand in helping, But it's all with the parent. Parenting is a job that has no instructions. You cannot get a receipt to return it to the sender. You are the sender.
I say that all the time.
It's like a job that never ends. Like right now, he's just like, my phone broke. What am I gonna do? I don't know what you're gonna do. Figure it out. Find another phone. But he just called me back today and said I figured it out. What happened? I got a new phone. Oh, great for you, because I wasn't gonna buy you a new one. But he's just a forward thinking kid, and I appreciate him so much to tell me the things that I did wrong as a parent. So now, since he told me that, because he's 18, like I could fix that with the other kids. You know what I mean? So I don't have to make those same mistakes with them that I made with him. Because I
Yeah.
was a young parent.
So was I. I had my, believe it or not, I had my first child when I was about to be 19 years old. I had to
I had
immense.
him 10 days before my 21st birthday. So his birthday is on the 1st of February. I'm on the 11th of February. Like, I was a young parent who didn't know nothing.
Yeah, I was a young parent.
Me.
I had my oldest daughter. Well, I got pregnant at 15, had her at 16, was still in high school. Luckily, I was smart enough. I started school early. So I graduated literally the year after I had her.
And I love that you guys are bringing this up because I come from a different aspect of raising children. At 18, I met my first husband. I was married 17 years.
Wow.
And he had a 2-year-old and 2-month-old twins. And I helped raise them for 17 years. Me and their mom are very, very close now. And just raising them and being able to coach with them, and because we were like sports fanatics, and being able to be a part of a child's life and helping them grow up in a way that I wasn't growing up. We have to give more to our children. It really goes back. I think this is where that mental health aspect comes in. It's like, well, and their dad was he's a great dad. He's a great dad, and a great father. And I just was at a wedding last year with one of my twins. He just got married, and with my husband now, we have a 20 and a 21-year-old. So, and they're all boys. They're all boys. So it's just like that aspect, that impact that we have to have on the younger generation. There's a lot of videos going around about the whole draft that's going on, and some of this younger generation, they don't want to put up with society the way we had to put up with it, because they don't know the different aspects of it. And like what you were saying, Summer, it's like or I think it was Charisma, or either one of you. I don't always know who's talking at the same time. But it's like we have to show our children what we're going through. What we have to show them the truth.
I have always told my children the absolute truth. Because, say, for instance, like the stuff with my grades and the mix-ups and things like that, they robbed me of my scholarships. I was supposed to graduate with a 4.5, 4.6 GPA, and they did not weight my grades, and they gave me a 3.75, and nobody cut up about it because they gave my first cousin a 3.85, and because we were family, she graduated valedictorian. I went to a small school, and when certain people didn't graduate, the state scholarship went to her. Her mother worked at an HBCU under a dean, and then she got a full ride scholarship, so that cut me fully out of scholarship. So, which is why I got married to emancipate myself, and I moved out 4 days after graduation.
Wow.
Yeah, so
growing up was tough for me. I graduated, how old was I?
My parents had no idea what I was doing, but I got married May 10th. Prom was on. The guy hated my guts. He was like, I have a feeling that on first day of school, because I would compete with his son, he's the guidance counselor, I have a feeling that you're not going to be Val. And then I was putting my foot on the bus on May 16th for prom, and he tapped me on the shoulder. He says, by the way, you're not Val. Graduation was on Monday the 19th, and instead of doing my valedictorian speech, I gave the salutatorian speech, and people were booing and throwing things inside of the graduation because I was not Val. That because it was horrible the way that I got done. So I just kind of had to just, like, I guess you could say, filibuster my way through. And then I went to college, and then I stopped because it was just too overwhelming. And I was mad, and he never stamped any of my scholarships anywhere. I had to go locally, and I had scholarships to, like, coming from Louisiana, from a small Class B school that it was like grades 8 through 12, and you didn't even have 120 120 students. You have scholarships to like Yale and Duquesne, and because I was like, Duquesne, where's Duquesne? You know, just laughing like, what is this school? And next thing you know, they're on TV playing ball and winning things, and you know, just all over the country. I had a scholarship to UCLA and stuff like that, and he never stamped anything. And when I went to go get the state scholarship, and they saw how I was done, they were all on vacation, so I never got my stuff and had great grades, and I just said forget it and just left and moved to North Carolina for a while. But I ended up thumbing my way through and figuring my own way, my own path after I left him alone. You know, so I'll just figure this thing out. I don't want anything. I don't want any remnants of this man. He was like, I paid a nickel. You won't have anything without me. You're nothing. You're gonna be nothing but a SS wiper, whatever. So I set all of the furniture, even down to the iron and the microwave, outside, and put signs on it and said free, and gave everything I had away. I gave it all away.
That's crazy.
Yeah, yep. And I bought all new stuff within like a month and a half. Yep. That's what I did. I started over.
Yeah, when I had my daughter at 16, everything ended. I had to immediately, you know, get a job, take care of her, and I didn't go to college until until after I had my second daughter.
I
I
understand.
think that the challenge is too, is that why do we have, I believe more in trade schools and something that you're going to specialize in, because we all know how this educational system works. We know an AA degree is basically repeating English, math, science, and all that. And then you go into the bachelor's degree. Now you specialize in something. Nowadays, you need a master's degree to do that. It's when the women kind of hold that over men's heads, but not allowing a man to get the same education that they get. Why are men losing out on some of these resources, some of these processes?
Right, because they made me when I left Louisiana Tech and I went to another school in Mississippi. I had to use I had to use some of my credits from Louisiana Tech to go to that community college, and I got an AA, believe it or not, to get their graduation rate, to walk for graduation in general studies. And then they went ahead, they called me. I was in the library and they were like, do you know that you can, this is a Thursday, do you know you can walk Saturday for a degree? But then I had a nursing interview on the next day, and then I graduated with that AA on Saturday, got the nursing thing, and then I had to take 13 hours during the summer, and then I started the nursing program that fall. That's a bunch of 13 hours is a lot. Let them know 13 hours is a lot. You should not be taking 13 hours. And I was working.
My whole licensure, it was 3,000 hours to get that license.
Right. And it's a lot. But then in Mississippi, at the time, a nurse is a nurse. So and because of a whole bunch of other stuff, I left my internship and I decided, you know, rather than stay on the floor like I've been, because they only gave me like a $2 or $3 raise for having my RN, I say, forget this. I'm going into corporate stuff. And they were denying me because I had natural hair. You know, this is before the Crown Act. I have been natural since 2003. And you know, like I said, I didn't have locks at the time, but I just worked my way up through corporate, and I became all kinds of like directors and executives and all this other kind of stuff. And
that's exactly what I did.
Yep, you got to do what you
Because
got.
I couldn't finish college. I had 2 kids. I couldn't finish.
I had 4 kids, and my husband got his master's at the same time, and both of us were still working. He was still teaching. He was still performing on the side. I would drive to work like 40 miles north. We ended up moving 40 miles north. The house was like south of there, and then my school was like an hour and a half from there. So I was driving all that way back and forth for 2 years.
That's a lot.
That's okay, but when you want something so bad and people have diminished
It's
your
true.
life, and you should have been this by now, you should have done that by now, you turn the pain that people give you into progress, and you just tell yourself you just have to do it. And I made up this saying to myself: never measure your success with other people's yardstick, because every time they put their meters on it, it will always be off. This is my walk.
Yeah, I guess I was young, so I guess I just already had made up in my mind that I'm gonna do this. I
Well,
had no choice.
well, I was good, because I mean, like, when I was like, 20 years old, I had already scored a job at a Fortune 500 company. I was doing well when I lived in North Carolina, but if you're up there dealing with somebody and you're dealing with DV, you gotta go. You gotta plot your way out.
Well, you have to understand that when you move with the Most High, you lose a lot of people in this process. When you move with yourself, I know Kev had this on selflessness and selfishness, the other day, and it was very, very powerful. It's like sometimes you just gotta move for you.
Yeah.
And when you move for you, you attract different people and you distract different people.
Right. You have to think, ask, seek, knock. Life always has 3 doors. It has 3 doors. But, when you're saying ask, seek, knock, what if you just take your hand and you start knocking in the spirit? The door is eventually going to open, because we're just natural people having a spiritual experience. So you just close your eyes and you pray and you knock in the spirit. And if you keep knocking and you knock and you knock and you knock and you ask the Lord for things, eventually a door is going to open for you. You have to trust and believe that. Just keep knocking. It only takes one yes. So you just keep knocking. So that's what I do.
Yeah, I learned that at a very, very young age. Like, as soon as I turned 18, I was already working in corporate America. So I got my first apartment at 18 on my birthday as a gift to me and my oldest daughter.
Good. I'm glad.
Well, I have to drop down right now, and I know I'm a mod, but I know Kev is probably asleep because he be doing this. But I appreciate both of you women and you, Simp, too, for bringing up so much knowledge and information that, like, we come from a spiritual, a societal, educational, a knowledgeable, just all this information is just beautiful. This is where unity comes in, and that community comes in, and where we meet each other where we're at, and we know how to and we're raising children to do the same thing.
I agree. You're so welcome.
Yes.
And I feel like the people in these current generations, like they just talk about, like, they only showcase like the negative stuff. I feel like our kids that are doing good and successful and on the right track, they don't get talked about enough.
Right. And they don't have a sense of a village. You know how when you go to a school, like, say for instance, every 6 weeks, every 9 weeks, or whatever it is that they're going through, they have like the honor roll programs each and every single time. Like they've never had to just, how like we always say, wait on the Lord, wait on the Lord, wait on the Lord. They never have had to just sit back, work hard, and wait until the end of the journey. Because life is a destination, not a journey.
Yeah. I raised my kids like that. And that's why they doing great.
Right. Right. And then, like say for instance with me, like I've always been natural and like, I always, like I say, I knock in the spirit and I always, he doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the call. I've had jobs and things like that I never thought that I would get. I'm looking at the job description. I know I can do that. I know I can do that. Oh yeah, I can do that. So I apply anyway. You just step out on faith and you just do it. Just like I have my son, my youngest son, like I say, I have 3 kids, but I'm going to talk about my youngest son. Like all of my husband has taught all 4 of them in band. He taught them in another state. But this youngest one, since he's been here, my sister-in-law actually taught him for these past 2 years. But, you imagine all of the stuff and the discrimination that he's faced because, like, say, when you play, like, tennis, the other kids actually score each other when they're playing. But they see a young guy with locks. He loves his present, like throughout the years, people give him necklaces and things because he loves them. And he has his little earrings in, but he just looks like this normal guy. He works at Chick-fil-A. He's very pleasant. But they see the guy with the locks, and it's like, oh my God, we got to play him. So he gets unfairly treated, but he's beat out people like he was he was number 1 in the state over there this year. Well, 2 years ago before we left there, and he would have beat the number 1 guy here, but he got cheated on 2 calls.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So, and then he was playing soccer over there in Mississippi and over here, and he was in band and chess clubs and
I
stuff
love
like
our
that.
people. We are so multi-talented. Seriously, naturally.
Right. But when you look at him, he's like, he's already prejudged when he goes in there because they don't see him as a contender for somebody who would do that. But they don't realize that in our family, it's like my parents have always said, don't sign up for anything that you don't think you're going to be good at. Never do it. So we try to give them things that are that are really gonna just challenge your mind. And so we took him down there to New Orleans one time, and my husband's brother, who is he's like one of those guys you would never think that would be so good, and like at City Park in New Orleans, and he stumped them a hole in them. Oh my God, they beat him so bad. Beat them all. Met all of his side of the family since they have like different mothers. We blend in well with everybody, and of course, my child, well, all of my children are out for revenge, but still, he's always up to something. And then here comes graduation day, and like we know he's been in this Fort Bend over here in Houston. It's like a huge school district. It's like one of the most, like Harris County is always on the news for something.
I've never been to Louisiana.
Oh, we're in Texas now.
Wow.
Harris County with the superintendent that they have is always some mess and drama. It's like, oh my God, I'm so glad my kids didn't go into the city of Houston. Thank you, Lord. But I have a
Houston. Glad my kids out of school. They grown.
Oh yes, and I'm glad now these are officially grown too. Because oh my God, I couldn't do it.
Well, you still got the 1-year-old.
Well, no, well, mine are about to be 27, 25, 24, and he'll be 19 this year. Because of Mississippi rules, you cannot start kindergarten until you are turning 6. So that's crazy, right?
That is. That's late.
Right. So he started kindergarten in Louisiana, but then when we moved to Mississippi, they said, you can't start. So we had to take him out.
Nope. We started kindergarten, but I know, like, me and my brother, we was smart enough to start, but we didn't meet the age requirement or whatever, so we had a fake birth certificate made for us.
I wish I would have thought of it. I promise I would have.
Well, now they taking people to jail for it.
Wow.
Really? Yep.
I wish I would have thought of it. That's crazy.
Hey.
I know I have a brother in Maryland, and they go through a lot of stuff. It's the count. I cannot remember the name of the county, but it's like right there beside PG County. It's a mess too.
What is 4:51? I need to go to bed.
Yeah. It's late. I just had coffee late because I was dealing with some stuff with my son and my daughter-in-law. I ended up drinking coffee trying to get rid of a headache. I'm over here watching, I consider my neighbor's cat him and another cat had some kittens, and one of the kittens that is not safe from the dogs is out here playing, running up and down the street. And if I move it, then, the dog some of these dogs out here might kill it. So I'm just kind of out here.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it is, because they don't believe in leashes and things, and then there's no zoning laws. Like, you could put a skyscraper right next to, like, this house right here.
That's crazy. So you live in the city?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a mess, and I cannot wait. And y'all were talking about houses earlier. Like, we were sitting here, and they wanted to do a health and safety inspection. Next thing you know, I'm like, why are y'all doing the inspection? They're like, oh, well, the owner wants to sell the house because the property values, when they did something through whatever mortgage company that controls just about all the rents all over the country, the value of the house went up so high. They're like, oh, well, we're going to sell it. So then my rent, I don't mind telling you, is $1,855. It went up from $1,700.
How many bedrooms?
From last year.
How many bedrooms?
I moved here last year. It was $1,700. And plus all the deposits and all that stuff. You have to do all the application fees to every single property that you apply for. And we had to stay here 2 weeks paying all this money that we had saved up to move. Because my husband took a job here, for them to turn around and sell it. So now the money that we had saved up, we have to buy a property. We have to buy a house to prevent having to pay like $2,400 in rent.
Right.
Just to have like a mortgage that's like $1,900. Isn't that something?
So what y'all have right now? Is it a 2, 3?
It's a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath. So we're gonna go move like a half a mile down. It's like a street over from my youngest son's girlfriend's house.
Okay.
Because they're gentrifying all of the old historic areas, because they're trying to uproot everybody, because they were so close to like the medical centers and stuff like that. And
Same thing they did in Chicago.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're doing them bad though, because like houses that probably look like shacks or something, they're making them look like beautiful apartments and everything, and then they're charging like $350,000. So then those folks won't even be able to afford the house taxes that they have to pay. So everybody's gonna have to go. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
a lot of places in Chicago, they have gentrified and tore
Yeah.
things down and rebuilt, more expensive things.
Yeah, I saw that because we just came from the Chicago Music Festival. We flew back here like in the wee hours of Monday morning. Sure did. My husband plays with Southern Comfort Brass Band. He was on the Visit Mississippi stage. Yes, ma'am. I was there. I wish I had known you.
I literally just moved back. I'm from here, but for the last 5 years, I was living in Arizona.
Oh my God, that's
and I loved it.
Really?
I did. It's beautiful.
They say it's a good place for people with lupus, so
It is. That's why I moved there. That
man.
and I felt like my youngest daughter, she does have like what is it? Like she was diagnosed with explosive bipolar disorder. And she started hanging out with the wrong crowds and getting into drugs, and I just felt like she needed a change. I needed a change.
I understand.
And like I said, now in Arizona, she loves it. And yeah, she in college and she's a teacher at Montessori.
I understand. Montessori's are great. I have a cousin who sent hers there, and they were doing so well when they were younger. And more people in the South just need Montessori schools and have access to them because they don't keep you restricted mentally. You get a chance to like really learn by doing, and then like say for instance, I went not only when I was doing like the like rehabbing people for the test. When I first went to Mississippi, I went under another grant and had some certifications, and they can't strike because when my mother was there, she was in that crowd that it's illegal to strike as city employee, well, state employees. But I went and had the partnership teach kindergarten, and I didn't want the kids to fail. So the kids that I took on, I told them they don't know how to teach children, and they're teaching them in too restrictive of an environment.
And you know what? My youngest daughter, she's been there, and she has like so many ideas for improvement that she feels that they need.
And what I don't like about what they do with teachers now, they let them go through all of that education, and then when they get to the classroom, they won't even let them use the stuff that they learned. So what's the point? If that's the case, find some competent people, test them, and see if they actually know the information. Just put them in the classroom since you have a shortage.
They
I know
have
that.
to what people have to do, the teachers, they have to go to like, the board meetings and get in front of the school board to have any change happen.
Because that's what they're doing over here in Texas. If you have any type of anything, you're not having to go through the to go get the MAT to go and teach. But then this guy that's over here, the superintendent that I was talking about, he had like I think 10% of the principals that he was gonna fire. And then he had like he closed all of the libraries, sis.
What?
He closed all of the libraries. Why?
You know what? And it's just sad. And that's why the world is, like it is today. You know, everybody is just greedy.
Like,
Greedy.
and then he has his own charter school, something that he started in Colorado. Then he was the one who went to Dallas, messed up their school system so badly that they had to bring back the superintendent that they had before to come back and fix it. And then they hired him over here, and then like the schools and stuff for the disabled children and children with autism and things like that, he displaced all of them.
That's
But
my oldest daughter. She 26. Yeah, she just turned 26 this year. She works with autistic kids.
my daughter does too. She actually used to teach pre-K, but she works at an autism center right
Yeah,
now.
that's where my oldest daughter works, at an autism center.
And now she got her registered behavioral therapist certification probably about a month or so ago. You know, she just wanted to go ahead and just get some extra certifications, and then she's about to go back to school. She needs maybe one semester here in Houston to finish her degree, but she's having another baby. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm a grandma too. Yeah, I'm a granny.
Because because of my lupus and all of that, I got approved for like loan forgiveness, and then part of the contract was I wouldn't go back to school, take out no loans.
How do you apply for that?
Because that was a long time ago.
Really?
I mean, you can look it up, like loan forgiveness. If you disabled, like that's why I qualified, because I had disability. Well, I have disability.
Because they I tried to apply for disability, and they turned me down twice. And then like I have the pseudo tumor thing I was talking about. It's the idiopathic intracranial hypertension, but it's the pseudotumor cerebri. It's under control, and I have to make sure that it's controlled because I have the rare one that if I don't control it, it could cause epilepsy, and I'm not having that. You know,
Right, but you can get approved if you have a disability. All you need is like your doctor's information.
Well, now I have a new neurologist, and he ticks me off, and I can't stand him. I got to get a new neurologist. He just irks my spirit.
Yeah, I got mine. It took a long time. It really did. I wound up having to report my caseworker, but I got approved.
Well, I need to do something because this right here is not working, and I need some financial assistance to clear these student loans.
Yeah, especially, you know, you talking about the student loans?
I need some student loan. Well, I have some forgiveness, but I mean, I'm not working. I got hurt, you know, and it was because of the lupus and all that stuff.
That's all the more reason for you to reapply for not Social Security income. You need to apply for SSDI, Social Security Disability income.
Yeah, that's what I applied for. But and see what happened is, the meds that I take continuously cause me to have kidney stones, and what's tripped out, of course, being a person of color. Now, in the right kidney, they are so large, and like some of them, they're immovable, and I don't know why they won't do that.
What are they, like fibroids?
No, I had 20 pounds of fibroids and a hysterectomy. Oh, well, that was 4 weeks after I gave birth to my youngest son, who is 18, and I had him during Hurricane Rita.
Wow.
Yeah. Then they made me have a regular birth, and then I had the hysterectomy. They hooked up my pain pump wrong. They let me bleed out because they let us do that. And then I ended up with a bad infection. I don't know how they did it, and now it's called have lichen planus. Yes, ma'am.
You should have sued that hospital.
I was so sick I couldn't even do anything.
And if you got documentation still, you probably, still have a case.
Yep. It wasn't my physician, it was the nurses. Because my physician is awesome. He's not there anymore. He's actually my Facebook friend.
But you said they hooked up the thing wrong. That was at the hospital.
Yes.
So you need to sue the hospital.
And I have a witness, and she happened to be my classmate. She stopped by to check on me because she saw my old married name in the system. She came and she saw the blood dripping off the side, and she pulled back the covers, and she came in there and cleaned me up, and I could barely even say her name. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, as long as you have, documentation and you have a witness of whatever, of what they did, and that's what caused whatever you have documentation for, you got a case.
I think I will.
You should.
Yeah.
Let me get off this phone.
Yes, ma'am. It was good talking to you, and
It was good talking to you too. I added you as a friend.
I did too, because yes, we need to talk. Because this lupus, fibromyalgia, all this different stuff,
It's a lot.
It's sending me through the
How long
ground.
have you had it? Well, how long have you been diagnosed with it?
They were playing with my diagnosis since 2001, and then I broke out in this rash. They couldn't figure out what it was, but I had it biopsied. If I showed you, I got a picture of my leg that was from like 2017 when it just started on my leg again, and I had it biopsied, and that's how I got diagnosed with lichen planus.
I've had juvenile. It started out as juvenile arthritis since I was 12 years old, and then it turned into rheumatoid arthritis. Basically at 14, 15, maybe.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and then, so I was dealing with that, trying to, because I'm a teenager. But funny thing, when I was pregnant with both of my daughters, I had no symptoms.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it was nice to feel normal.
I had no normal pregnancies, and then like with my second one, they leaving the military facility after some things that I witnessed. I came back down here and they wouldn't even do testing on me and was stopping my labor, and they were not trying to figure out why. And he's O negative, I'm A positive, and his blood and my blood were mixing. And then I was substitute teaching, had chicken pox, and then when I had him, I had shingles immediately when I woke up.
Wow, that's a lot.
I've been through hell.
I got diagnosed with lupus when I was turning 30. So what's that? I'm 42 now. 2024, I'll be 43. So yeah, last year, well, 2020.
I'm
No,
40.
2011.
I'm 45. They were playing with, like, we don't know if it's lupus or if it's RA, lupus or RA, and then
They didn't have no real information back then. They barely have, information now.
no, you're right about that. They just
That's another reason why I moved back to Illinois, because they have the best doctors like in the world.
Yep.
Chicago.
Now, they did not miss on this pseudotumor. I was in nursing school and they thought I had the flu and was riding. Well, I took a Tamiflu and I was driving back home and I became delirious, but I was like, I stop at this place every day, I think, but I know that car. I don't know where I am. Let
Oh
me figure out
no,
how to get over here. And everybody was like, get out of the way, man.
that happened to
Get
you?
out of the way. Yeah. And I remember this guy because I remember, they call him Popeye, but I couldn't remember his name at the time. His birthday is literally the day before mine, same year, everything.
That's
And I walked
good.
in there and I'm like, and the people in this grocery store in Jackson, Mississippi knew me. And I'm like, I know you know me. I know you. Can you tell me how to find my family? And he was like, oh my God, something is wrong with you. Oh God, how can I help you? I'm like, I got this thing right here. It was saying some things to me. He was like, do you know what that is? I didn't even know what a cell phone was.
Mm-mm.
I had no idea. And then I went home, puked my guts out, and then they took me to the hospital. And when they finally just tried a spinal tap on me, it felt like Dr. Doolittle, and it was like opening pressure, like 35 and rising and all that stuff. But I could see again. And then I talked them into letting me take my pediatric final because usually I'm at the back of the class. Everybody's like, Pentecostal instructors usually like, good luck, everybody. And I'm like, I don't believe in luck. Y'all. I'm like, please stop playing with me every week. I'm praying for everybody in here, and I start praying.
Good.
You get lost too many people, I'm like, I'm
That's what you
praying.
got to do. That's all you can do.
But that particular day, I'm the last person to close the door because I'm like, nope, I'm closing this door with prayer. Nobody's leaving now. But I did not close that door, and they were like, oh Lord, where's Summer? Oh, this is not like her. Oh, she does not miss class. Oh Jesus, where is she? And they were calling every hospital, calling news stations looking for me, and the doctors were trying to call her to tell her where I was. I couldn't even tell them where I was. I didn't know.
Well, that's you was blessed that day because the Lord covered you with a lot of angels, essentially good people.
And they were like, you can come back and take your test in January. I'm like, but I need my test today. Please let me take my test. They were like, your voice sounds like a baby. We can't let you take it. I'm like, if you let me lay down on your table, I'll take my test. I promise I'll pass it. They gave me a pediatric final with 100 questions. I made an 88. I don't even know what was on the test. They were like, how in the world is she retaining this information? I said, my parents told me I have a good memory if you just give me stuff.
I said our people are naturally talented and smart.
And then
Once they tap into it, that's what we have now. We have what we've always had. We have a side of that generation that are of the world, and then we have a side of the generation, that are in the world.
right, but I didn't understand. I just was taking the test. I was just out of my mind, and when they took me. My husband had a performance. We were out on break for Christmas, and they took me to Vicksburg. I used to live in Vicksburg as a kid. And he was like, if you promise to stay in this hotel room, I promise. Because I was like, I want to go home. I know where we are. My daddy works over there. It used to be a K&B at that Kroger, a K&B of Kroger and Sherwin-Williams. And I saw the Kroger. And I'm like, my daddy works over there. Tell my daddy, take me over
But
there.
that wasn't that's not the Kroger he worked at.
No, he used to be the manager at K&B. And he was like, you're not going over there, but I promise. If you stay where you are, you can tell me how to get back home. And I hadn't been at that place since I was 6 years old. So I took him through the woods to my house, and I haven't been there since I was like 35 years old, 35, 36.
Wow.
And I hadn't been there since I was 6 years old, and I navigated him back to my place. I don't know how I tapped into that. I got over there. The place used to have like blue trim and stuff, and I got over there and it was brown. And I sat out there and
You got over there because you was guided there.
Right. I guess. And when I tell you, because by the way, I do have a clean pineal gland and an empty cellar. All that is clean, completely clean. They went and checked that out too. It's completely clean. When they say open third eye, it's open, honey. I
That's good.
didn't clean it. I didn't do anything to it. I
That's
dropped to the
good.
ground
And you
and
know, with my lupus, like I said, I got diagnosed with it when I was 30, and you know, I was in the world, so I was just like in denial. No, I ain't gotta do nothing. Lupus living with me. I'm not living with lupus. So I was just doing what I was doing. Wasn't taking no meds. Just in denial, basically, until what happened? I just started having like a lot of, you know, issues. And honestly, I really don't feel like I took my lupus seriously until I had a seizure.
right.
I had one seizure in like a Walmart. I think in like 20 at the end of 2016.
End of 2016, something was going on because when
Yeah,
I tell
I
you,
mean, because you know, lupus, it attacks, it can attack anything. It attacks your entire
right.
body, basically. Your white blood cells are, you know, basically attacking your body because they think that they're invaders.
Yeah, 2016 was hell.
Yeah.
20,
Well, I didn't even take it serious. You know, I did have a seizure, and you know, they gave me my meds, and you know, I just still went about my life, wasn't taking them on schedule. Then I had a really, really bad seizure. I was confused. I didn't know the year. I didn't know nothing.
2016, I was on the balcony. It was starting to rain. I was enjoying myself toward the end. I love the rain. I don't know how I survived. I had a 40 something minute seizure out there, and they had the doggone firemen out there coming to get me off the balcony. You hear me? That's why I'm telling you. I don't know
Yeah, that
what
was scary.
wrong. I don't know
I
how I made it.
I don't know how I made it either. Like, you know, when you have a seizure, you really don't remember anything but, you know, what you was doing before the seizure. You don't
I,
remember nothing while you out, nothing. They said I was seizing so bad, they had to put me in a medically induced coma to stop
wow.
my brain from seizing. And then that's when my third eye opened because when I got out, I was like, I felt like just like a new person. I was seeing things that happened before they would actually happen.
I do that now. I do that now, and I've always, even as a kid, been able to see things and people, and met my imaginary friend that came out of the closet that just so happened to be my grandmother's sister who passed away when she was a kid. I described her clothes and the doll that she had, and describing just all kinds of stuff. It's just seeing stuff that I should not be seeing, and showing my husband stuff, and he has never seen this stuff. I say, well, after you went through what you went through, I'm gonna show you. Do you see this? And he's like, oh Lord, what is that? I say, see, I told y'all I'm not crazy. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
nobody think I was crazy. Well, some people. Nobody in my family though. We all like my family mostly women, so we all like spiritually connected because of my grandmother who is still alive, my mom's mom.
Well, that right there is a blessing.
Yes, it is.
But that clairvoyant stuff,
It's real.
they don't understand what I go through sometimes when I'm like, say for instance, my son, about a year and a half ago, it was raining real bad one day. He's got a new car now. I'm like, look, there's a storm. It's about to come. I need you to go to work. You say you like to nap in your car because, you know, where he works. I'm like, look, go now. Please go now. He's like, oh, I think I can wait. I say, if you don't, by the time you get to this particular place, you're going to hydroplane your car. Oh, I'll be fine. What did he do? Hydroplane the
Hydroplane.
car. Right exactly where I told him he was going to hydroplane the car.
They don't be wanting to listen. I learned that.
I tell my husband stuff. I tell my daughter stuff. When my daughter used to do that kind of stuff when she was little. She stopped my dad, and like when she learned to talk, Paw, slow down. And he's at first he wouldn't pay attention. He stopped one day, almost got smacked by an 18-wheeler. He's like, oh, wait just 1 minute. Oh, he came, took her out of the car seat and brought her back. Look, you need to take your child. I don't know what is going on with her. No, ma'am.
I got sideswiped in a rainstorm on the expressway by an 18-wheeler. That was like extra scary.
Oh, man. No. And after having a patient that got hit by a Pepsi truck and seeing the results and kept
Did y'all sue?
No, I don't know what she did, but
Yeah, y'all better get y'all money.
oh, it's not me. I hope
Was it the truck's fault?
no. Yeah, it was the truck's fault.
Yeah, y'all need to sue them.
I tell people to sue. I know my mama had sued a casino a few years ago. She stepped out of the shower and, you know, she has diabetes and somehow the floor nicked her foot. I told them, go right down there. I say, take pictures of all of this different stuff, whatever. And I say, and go down there and report it. And they put her in another room. By the time they got back up there for the next day, they were ripping everything from up there. I say, take a picture of all of that too. And I say, and then call your lawyer.
Yep.
You got her money.
You got to go after these, you know, big companies and stuff because they liable.
I would never let a person slide again after seeing my daddy get hurt real bad and never sued. I'm like, you do something to me. No, you got to, you're going to get it.
Well, it was really good talking to you, Summer. Is that your real name?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, my real name is Charisma.
Well, nice to meet you, Charisma.
It's nice to meet you too.
Well, I will talk to you another day.
Absolutely. I hope you have a good night. Well, good morning.
You too. I'm not going to sleep because it's about, well, they want me to take a diet pill. I don't know why. I'm not heavy, but my doctor is Vietnamese, and I guess he wants me to be slim. It'll never happen.
All you need to do is be healthy.
I am healthy, but he wants me to be anorexic, I guess.
What do you want? If you don't have no levels spiked, then you good.
I'm happy with me. If that's the case, write me a prescription to go to Sonobello and be like the celebrities. And if you had a baby with 20 pounds of tumors, I have a little bit of extra skin left. Everything else is fine. I used to lift heavy people. Just suck the fat off my skin and just let me go. That's it. I can't do sit-ups because of the pseudotumor. That's it. But other than that, that's all I gotta fix. I guess it's wall Pilates time. So I will see you later.
Sir.